fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like friction. Friction. This is your moment. Turn away, feel the pain. It's your fate, celebrate. Go get your freedom. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the page to the white face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And you rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And you rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire
work myself to the bone, left over in the dirt. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. You got me wrong, not ever right. Help me chain up for good, both day and night. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. The reason for me, for my misery, is what you do, is what you do. The reason for me, for my misery, is what you do, is what you do to me. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get, wait till I get you gone. Wait till I get you gone. Yeah. Wait till I get, wait till I get you. Wait till I get, wait till I get you gone.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future.
heartless sinners out to play. Beneath the shadowed veil, upon the meek they pray. Fight to survive, let no one seal our fate. Nowhere to hide from these wicked games. From these wicked games. From these wicked games. Futile struggle, lights begin to fade. There's no escaping from these wicked games. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Assemble our armies. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Nowhere to run. Souls fall before our eyes. Stand up and fight. We're fighting for our lives. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the wounds. She'll never go back, just listen. you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Why will people want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
I'm riding free from the cage full of lions. Are they gonna say I won't make it? I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm a champion. No, I ain't afraid to take a hit, babe. Put it in my face, you can hate me. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Sorry that you feel that way. Like a cat.
did you feel that way?
Too deep in my feelings. What has remained of the past? I wonder what the deal is, and if there's no looking back. I feel the sky turning somber. It's over. Storyline has no meaning. My purpose all gone to blast. This journey only begins. Why is it all changing so fast? I feel the sky turning somber. It's over.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse.
It is day 3 of the EMEA Golden Spatula. Everything has boiled down to this and this entire set, and we couldn't be more excited to be here with you. My name is Still Makes, and today I'm being joined by the British Brigade. It seems like both Counterfeit and Stuart joining me on that pre-show desk. How are you guys doing? Okay, I'll
we
take
have different
that as a
approaches
yes.
to Britishness.
We are men of few words, Makes. We just emote away and we're all good.
Pip pip cheerio.
Honestly,
Lovely.
that's all I could ask for. I'm trying to keep it under control, chat, but just so you know, I have no rule over this. But it is day 3, Peter, and with that, there is a lot that has been going on. Did you get a good night's rest after all the chaos and emotion yesterday?
I mean, I know Kevin Parker, we talked to yesterday, was saying, he was going to relax coming today, but I find it hard to believe that anybody has been getting too much sleep, particularly, of course, with the Americas events running at the same time as well. There's so much to learn and so much to consider coming into the final day. You need to keep your eyes fully awake from yesterday till today.
You absolutely do. Stuart, I know you've been mulling over the numbers, you've been doing the research, you've been reading up on everything. Do you ever feel prepared enough for something like a day 3 of a Golden Spatula?
I don't think nothing makes prepare anyone for a day 3. I think there is so much on the line for all of these players. Tactician's crown just around the corner now, the final day for players to make history, players to make a name for themselves and represent the whole of EMEA at the Tactician's crown.
Honestly, I am incredibly excited. But with that, I will also mention that it is a little bit hard to understand how things shake out because there are a lot of different ways on how players can get to the Tactician's crown, and we are trying to explain it all to you. So Stuart, if you would give us the Eli 5 on how this format works.
For sure. So we are on day number 3. Day 1, we had 32 players. That was whittled down into 24 yesterday, with the points carrying over. And moving into day number 3, we have the top 8 players where the points will reset, and we have 6 more games today. And then we had 4 players already that qualified through qualifier points, and today we'll be seeing what top 4 players will be making it to the Tactician's crown and the best AVP at the end of today out of one of our top 8 players.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, but don't worry, we have you covered. We'll keep you updated on all of those things shaking out. But of course, we already know 4 of our players that are going to be representing us at the Tactician's crown. And honestly, if you look across this group of players, Counterfeit, I am quite excited and maybe even a little bit cocky when it comes to me at this Tactician's crown.
Well, absolutely. We've got some great representatives here. We said coming into this one, Coco, needed a 19th, ended up with a 14th overall to get through and qualify points. And Noel having a great season as well. A much beloved player. I'm sure, again, a lot of folks very happy to see him making it to the Tactician's crown. Of course, Kevin Parker and Double 61 will be playing today, even though they already have their spots at the crown. They'll be playing to become a regional champion and for as much glory as possible.
That's right. You can always have more, right? And never enough glory in the world of TFT. And speaking of glory, there was a lot that happened yesterday. I will say, with all of the TFT action that was going on there, my favorite thing was probably after our broadcast ended, we saw a repetition of like the emotional moments and like those tear jerkers coming in from the Americas broadcast as well. Both Kevin Parker and Dank Memes making their way to the Tactician's crown in a very heartfelt way. It was great to see. And if you haven't seen the clips, I really recommend you check out the Compete TFT and check them out there as well. But speaking of heartbreak, Stuart, we do have our standings ready, so let's take a look one more at all of our 32 top players.
Yeah, for some players, unfortunately, it wasn't the regionals for them, but I think they gave us a hell of a show. Players like Safo, for example, who have been there before, who have been to regionals before, and unfortunately the heartbreak again. And he spoke out on social media recently talking about what's next for him. He's not unsure what's next for him for Teamfight Tactics, but hopefully we'll see him again in another regionals. And I also want to shout out Stinky Abuser as well. Again, this guy is only 18 years old. He made it to his first regionals and Tactician's crown last set. This set, he made the miracle run at Gamescom to make it to this regionals. Unfortunately, that miracle run, it does come to an end, but I'm excited to see all these players come back, hopefully for the next set and beyond.
As we look to, of course, the first page of results, it gets all the more painful with several players falling just short of making the final 8. And today, of course, Lusher, we talked about lots during the course of the day, extremely good player who we can see just the tail end falling short. A lot of ones in a lot of people's final games. And of course, Hi Pikachu, our only Turkish player, putting out a good shift for the Turkey overall. And I think, honestly, helping to encourage future players from Turkey to come forward and try their hand as well.
Honestly, I think when it comes to Lusher, it was probably Aaliyah that cursed him. So we have our boogeyman to blame there. But, of course, we want to talk to you a little bit more about the players that have made it into day 3, that are this close to maybe making their way to the championship. And one of them is actually joining us here on a broadcast. Chuso, hello. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Now, Chuso, we know in TFT, it's always preparation, it's study groups. We talked to Kevin yesterday night, and he was saying to us that you and Dasik and Noel, you're all kind of studying together, a pretty big study group. What do you feel like is the secret to so many of you guys making it to day 3?
I don't know. I feel like we all came very well prepared because we all agreed on the same meta read that was going to be. We all played a bunch of scrims as well, and I think we are all quite open-minded in terms of what our mistakes are and realizing them, and we are willing to listen different opinions and changing our minds based on the good arguments, I guess.
That's awesome.
Well, to go big picture here for a second, Chuso, since 2020, you're the second Spanish player to play at regionals. What would it mean for you personally and for the Spanish community to be the first Spanish player ever to play at a crown?
I mean, for me, it would mean everything. Like, this is what I've been fighting for these last few years and sets. And it's all I've been wanting to chase to make it to Worlds, so it would be crazy. Like, and all the Spanish players and community would be really happy as well, for sure.
That's
and
awesome.
for you, Chuso, coming into this last night when you knew that you was going to make it into the top 8 from now, what's your preparation been like? Some players like to take it more relaxed. Was it straight to VOD reviews last night, wake up early this morning to VOD reviews, or is it a little bit more relaxed for you?
I think I did the same as last 2 days. Like, I saw some games from the NA regionals, and until I felt sleepy, I went to sleep, and I woke up early because I couldn't sleep as the last 2 days. And I saw some games. I played a warm-up game, and that's it. I saw some APAC regionals games.
Well, there you go. I think you've absolutely proved my point there with there's so much to prepare. I think, so to go narrowly in on the meta, I was going to ask you about, previously we've been seeing you playing the Morgana Visionaries line. The stats haven't been looking so good for it. Coming into today, from what you've learned over days 1 and 2, and what you've learned from the other regionals, what are you feeling about the meta at the moment?
I feel like there's so many lines that you can play. Obviously, you are more likely to be playing reroll if you don't have a real opener and you get a really good augment to go for the reroll lines. But I feel like there's so many comps that you can play that I'm not willing to play only like one comp the most. I'm just open to whatever the games offer me.
Cool.
And for the other 7 players as well, Chuso, who's your biggest competition you feel like from today? Who's the player that you're keeping an eye on that can stop you from getting to that Tactician's crown?
I mean, For me, every player in the finals is like really good. Like someone would say that I'm probably the weakest one in the final, and I have big respect for every player here. And if I have to say like one, I would say double, but just because he made it like six, like this is the 6th times he made it to the top 8, if I'm not wrong, and that's crazy. Like that's insane.
Yeah, he's been incredibly consistent. But Chuso, don't knock yourself down. I think you have a well-deserved spot among those top 8, and I would consider you all very, very strong players. Now, before we let you go, because of course we know time is scarce, anybody you want to shout out?
I mean, obviously, I want to shout out all my Spanish fellas. Like last week, I went on a trip to the LAN, to the Cologne LAN, and we talked often about this type of this situation because Saf and me were playing the regionals, and I remember that they were literally very convinced that we could make it, any of us two. And here we are, and shout out to those, to the community from Spain, to every player that cheered me on and helped me prepare, and obviously my study group, which are insane at the game and are very kind as well.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Chuso. Best of luck in today's games. We will be watching, of course, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
I love how humble some of our players are sometimes when they say like, oh, maybe I'm the weakest. Nah, you're all great.
I love that his final note on his group was, and they're so nice. That was the important thing he needed to get in.
Well, that's important. You gotta be nice too. Something not all players know, but not to name names. We do want to take a step back though, because looking at our pantheon of EMEA winners, we do have an absolute assembly of beasts that have taken the crown before for EMEA, and honestly, it would mean so much to every single player that has made it into day 3 to maybe be the next one to take this title up, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, so many incredible players have proved themselves, had their moment. There's only so long you can stay in the spotlight, but they've fought to stay there for as long as they can. And of course, Double 61 has the chance to do so here again. But either way around it, the next champion is waiting to be added to this list.
And one of them players that could make their name in history is Kevin Parker. We heard from him yesterday how his emotions were rising high, made it to his first ever Tactician's crown. His dream was complete, but he still can go one further here and make it to the EMEA #1 spot and be crowned for the first time for him the best player in EMEA this set. For me, he's one of the favorites coming into it. He's been so consistent for Tacticians Cup 1, Tacticians Cup 2, and also the LAN as well. So he's going to be one that you have to keep your eye on.
Honestly, you might be wondering why I'm not talking about Kevin, seeing as, he's kind of my boy, but it's because there's another German that we did want to highlight, and of course I can't be yapping all the time. Wet Jungler, a player that has consistently been at the very top of the game. And we do have a little comparison here between the two players. If you haven't seen this meme, it is absolutely incredible, but I think both of these players are so well deserving. Wet Jungler has once and more shown that he is at that very top of the best performing players in the world, has come second at a global championship before, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this time around he takes the EMEA title with him on his way there, personally speaking. But we have more players to highlight in our last day, Peter.
Of course, we're roaring forward. So, in brief, of course, we already heard from Chuso and Experian, those two players who've never been to the crown before, still expecting some big things out of them. But Experian in particular carrying forward the LAN torch for the players who have performed well on the LAN and hope to do so in the future as well.
I am also excited to see both Double 61 and Dasig making a comeback here at our day 3. Honestly, every single time I think about Dasig, I'm like, we haven't seen him in a while. Not anymore. He's back and he is ready to throw some hands.
I mean, for them two players, they're two of the longest standing players in competitive TFT here in EMEA. So to see these two fight again in the top 8, it's going to be an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see all of our players. And with that, we do want to take a look at our meta talks here as well, because of course, we've done the numbers, we've been looking at everything. And with that, we've come to some conclusions, namely, family maybe not so good anymore, Counterfeit?
Yeah, these stats are super misleading because they're across days 1 and 2. Day 1, it was the best comp. Day 2, it's actually arguably the worst comp because it's gone from having an incredible, top 1 rate and top 4 rate to really flipping around the other side entirely. So honestly, I'd be fascinated to see how will players approach it today.
I mean, for Quick Strikers as well, we saw in day number 1, one of the most played compositions. And for some players and also for some of us casters as well, we were thinking that it might be a little bit overplayed, and that proved worthy in day 2. Definitely not one of the most played comps. Family was the one there. We probably will see some more Quick Strikers today, but maybe not so much since people want to try and go for as many points as possible.
And with that, we'll also take a look at our comps that have been played just a little bit less. And you mentioned the Morgana Visionaries already when we were talking to Chuso, also a comp that has seen more play rate here. But Rebels seeming to be the big deal, Counterfeit.
Oh yeah, Rebels is crazy coming out of day 2. Most of the popular comps being played yesterday had a 0% win rate because Rebels are nearly up to 40% win rate by themselves and Ambushers 20. So if you want to actually win games, either you're playing Rebels or Ambushers or something a lot less travel because most of the mainline comps just don't seem like they can compete.
Yeah, for Ambush as well, the same thing, right? Same thing. Try and go for win out, as many points as possible, and the win rate is absolutely insane.
It is, and I'm excited what else their players are going to be serving up today because I'm ready to eat whatever they're cooking. But with that, we do have a list of co-streamers ready as well, bringing you the games in all of these different languages. So if you want to check them out, they're linked on our score sheet. I saw they also have their own link tree by now, but you're also more than welcome to stay with us because after all, we do have the Twitch extension and I wouldn't miss that one if I was watching TFT. It will be starting as soon as games start, so you can see it on the overlay there. If your screen turns dim, that is our overlay. Just click on it and it will go back to normal. You can see all of the composition, you can see all of the positioning from every single player at any given time. That thing is goated.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. You can see, being able to see all the boards and making sure that you can watch your best player from today. If there's one player that you specifically want to keep an eye on, click on their profile in the name in game, and you can see everything that they have been cooking up.
Yeah, and with that, I believe our casters have also been cooking because they are ready to bring you game number 1 of day 3 here at the EMEA Golden Spatula. Here are Impetuous Panda and Alan. We let you guys cast together finally.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final day of EMEA's Golden Spatula. I'm Impetuous Panda, joined on my right by Alan ZQ and Alan ZQ. Judging by the new outfit for today, I'm guessing you mean business? Oh, the classic, already starting off muted on day 1, Alan. This is looking
Bro, this is
down.
impossible. Like, there's just no way.
And then we get flamed as casters. Alan comes in and 2 mutes already in 1 tournament. Pathetic.
Listen, 3 times the charm. It can't be that bad. But yes, I do mean business. I am looking for some pinnacle of the gameplay. Looking of all the names we see today, pretty much all renowned, well-established players. Some of them get to finally prove the point after playing so many sets.
You're in luck because Pinnacle of TFT is what we get on the final day of the set for some of these players. For the lucky few, or in this case 7, there will be a chance to continue the set onward in 2 weeks' time on the global stage, which is really what I think every single player is chasing. Alan, as someone who's competed in the past, you've been in the kind of the same mindset as some of these competitors. The very start of the set, they're not thinking about, oh, I hope I do well in one of the cups. They're thinking about, I want to make it to the global stage. I want to, make it to that major benchmark in terms of prize pool, in terms of EWC points, in terms of so many other factors that really it's all these players care about.
Absolutely, and we are at pretty much finished for in terms of like qualifications, gathering the points, and they know they are almost there. However, there will be, correct me if I'm wrong, one player that from those 8 who will not make it.
All right, so which player will it be, Alan? We have the power now. Who for today? No, JK. Or else this will be an actual drama that will ensue later on. Because yesterday you were very, very happy and open to Caster Curse Experience. A little bit too happy, I think, for what's allowed on broadcast.
He was very resilient.
He was resilient, yes. On the flip side, day 1, start of the show, I took a big risk considering my reputation and said that Chuso would win the entire thing. Hey, he's in day 3, first time he's ever made it this far, and has a big chance of maybe not winning, but at the very least making it to the global stage for the first time for the Spanish community.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna double down and empower makes his curse. Junglers takes it all. Fox?
All right, good luck, jungler. You got this.
I'm sure the fellow German fans won't be too mad about it. That we're cheering for the WJ boy.
We will be having the last augment of this game being Prismatic. And of course, this is not just the understanding that, hey, we're going to have a big power spike, maybe a little bit more variance with the augments in stage 4. It's also something players can kind of play around and strategize with, right? What do you have top of mind, Alan, any Prismatic augments that players might be thinking about a 2-1 and prepping their strategy and game plan around?
Absolutely, it's based on the units you get. Like, for example, we see the Nocturne on the experience side, getting something like Living Forge, rocking that +1 range artifact from the get-go. Is definitely a solid offset to go into the quick strikers that haven't been performing just too well in the EMEA so far.
They haven't, but I think the stats for a lot of comps, because I think we agreed that the meta is very wide, and the meta being wide doesn't mean that some comps are much stronger and some comps are just, you shouldn't be playing them. I think it's more around players have to correctly identify what spots and what conditions are being met to go down the more alternate or the more niche lines, for example. With something like Tristana, I think being a little bit less conditional, it's really just down to having that snowballing, upside in terms of Tristana 2 or good items for her early on. But that's really it. Whereas Nocturne, you need to have the extra range artifacts. You need to have, specific conditions that have to be met for this to be successful.
Yeah, but this will be not the case probably for this game, given that we have a prismatic finale. I have been tricked. I thought it's a prismatic prelude. So will it not be the case of most likely getting prismatic first? However, it still can be prismatic into prismatic. It's not affected by the final choice in terms of odds of the augments. However, in terms of line selection, as you mentioned, just having a pure understanding what's the spot to take is very important. And given that, as you mentioned, Tristana, Kevin has been probably the best player to look after if you want to improve on that line, because he had astonishing results so far with it.
That's right. Dasu here has a chance to play into the Ambusher line, with one of the conditions being that +1 and the early start for it. One of the most successful rerolls across the entirety of the tournament, and I think a little bit underplayed. Only 4 of the players in this top 8 have played even a single game of Ambushers across the tournament, with the #1 enjoyer of Smeech being Tartman, with 2 different games. Both were top 4s as well.
We see already that Jedusor picked up too much value, hence the Daisy is considering if he wants to go in either of the lines. But given that he doesn't want to play some sort of contested board, has already opened that glove, might be looking into that ambusher line, given that it probably is looking uncontested, except perhaps jungler going into some artifact that would be enabling the ambushers.
For Experian going for more generic tank augments with the thorn-plated armor, but I think a very good medical. We've seen a definite lean towards AD across his tournaments with the Corki buff. We've seen a lot of Academy finding a lot of success, even Emissary Flex and Form Swapper leaning towards Jace as a way to cap out those boards. So having the extra armor will be very helpful.
Well, we see the jungler sword, he did get the trench coat, which is one of the big enablers for family, given how low, how efficient mana-wise is the Violet once you get that family online. So those clones, after split up, they actually have a chance to cast. If you pair it up with the items like Eon and Sterak, those clones actually get to cast even multiple times, with the Pit Fighter also healing them up. A pretty powerful combination overall.
That's right, and Trenchcoat, one of the best conditions being met for playing Family Reroll. A lot of the stats that were dragged down yesterday, I think we saw from Safo and a few other players, they were just playing for the wrong spots. They were trying to force into it. They were trying to hope that maybe they'd hit an artifact later. Wasn't usually the case, so it's important to have this clear direction and clear upside from the very beginning of the game. Wet Jungler already has this.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we had did see from the Experion Torn Mail, which might lead into some sort of academy game, given that we just got the information from production that we have Bramble and Infinite Edge as two first academy sponsored items, which could lead into having some powerful Leona 2 on stage 3, just enabling pretty much big win streak with the Ezreal as the main carry.
Here from Double, still on that Triss pair, has a Rage Blade slammed, has what could be potentially an IE and a Last Whisper, looking at his bench component as well. All in all, this is really going to come down to finding that Triss too early, getting those Sentinels online and trying to get those stacks going. We saw most games on broadcasts yesterday on day one, Alan, where players seem to be very far behind on Econ with the Triss, only 3 or 4 copies by Wolves, but then they still managed to find 3-star and come back into the game in stage 4 and 5.
Very interesting spot, because we can see Kevin's board. He's considering Zeri reroll with the BRB, I believe, yeah. And just playing an opener with the for now the upgraded units, holding on the bench pretty much 0 bows, which are usually the enablers for the comp. So if the BRB helps him with the items, that could be the angle. If he finds that Gunblade, if he finds that Rage Blade or Red buff at least. Or it might end up just being some conversion type of board into later on Scrap or Enforcer, which we have been seen that has been quite dominant across the weekend so far.
Would be interesting to see, because Kevin has not played a single game of Zeri reroll yet, despite being the player with the most reroll across the entirety of the tournament up until now. 12 games, 8 games that Kevin played were reroll across days 1 and 2.
We just see him picking up a Zeri, which will make it a Zeri 2-star. However, it's a Rod. So we might see some sort of just a Crown Guard slam for the defense if he gets perhaps that 2 components are crucial, like IE, Rage Blade or Gunblade, and just try to pair it up with the Crags drops for the final item. And we'll see if he's gonna decide to pop Anvils now, or just gonna go into 5 streak and pop them after he's gonna see the Crag drops.
I like it the most. I even like that also, instead of slamming the Crown Guard. I guess it's not going to be a slam regardless, as you mentioned, but waiting till Krugs, maybe, just maybe, you get 2 more bows, you get double Rage Blade, and then you can decide how to finish off your other items from the completed item anvils.
I think the ideal situation and most likely scenario is just getting like bow BF, you get Gunblade, Rage Blade, and you can finish off with one of the anvils, and then focus on the tank items instead, which is probably smart thing to do for the Kevin. Get that econ accelerated by going for the 5 loss streak, making 20 after selling probably Zyra. So it looks like Kevin is gonna be either playing some sort of fast 8 board, getting already that Zeri 2 and just itemizing her with the free items and then pivoting out, or perhaps playing some sort of sniper board, or he'll end up actually rerolling. But we see that Xperial is already holding also 2 Zeris on the bench.
Moving down to the final fight of stage 2, we have our clear indications on who are the players trying to continue win streaking. Experian and Chuso both still at 100 HP, whereas it's only Dasic that has that 4 loss streak enabled. Kevin just took a win in that last fight.
Yeah, we see that Experian ended up selling the Zeris for the econ. Holds pretty strong board because it's a 4 bruiser with the 2 Visionary Morgana carry. Morgana is one of the stronger units early on, given how what's the nature of the unit, just applying the debuff to multiple units, and the fewer units we have, the powerful she becomes, given lack of the AoE. So definitely a decent way to play around it. And when we're gonna see that he's gonna face, I believe, Tarte with the GB set, and it should be no problem for him to defeat.
And Chuso facing off against Dasic, so the 4 win streak against the 4 loss streak. The math should be mathing out towards Chuso's favor, and that will be a 5 win streak now for the Spanish player. For the win streak players in particular, Krugs will be especially relevant in terms of trying to high roll those components so you have slammable items to continue this win streak moving into stage 3.
You will see that Chuzo utilized even one roll early. I want to praise that a bit because there is a lot of pro players who often misplayed the Epoch, taking it and just preserving rolls for like some sort of level 8 roll down instead of just utilizing it early on for the board, for the streak. And Chuzo was got so many upgrades that he chose to preserve it on for the stage 3, possibly stage 4 later on. But it's crucial to utilize that Epoch rolls early on to just get stronger. On the other side, look at the Daisy board.
Looking pretty good in terms of the ambushers. If he's able to hit two Camille's, I was gonna say another Smeech, but 2 Camille's is something. Pings are coming through. The rage is flowing through our competitors with so much at stake in this very first game. Hopefully everyone will settle down for the start of this stage 3.
I mean, look at those components. Hodge, Titan, Spark, Half BT. Pretty much perfect items for the basic as well. Given that you want that Spark mid-game, it's good for Camille, given she deals damage based on the resists. So, like, shredding it with either of the sources is pretty beneficial. And then having that Hodge, Titan, which are pretty much beast items for the ambushers. So, Daisy looks really strong, and I would be surprised if he's not going to be stabilized throughout the stage 3 now. On the other hand, Tarted starts to get some upgrades finally on the board.
We're seeing now Experian and Chuzo still on those win streaks. Will they be facing each other? No, it will be a French showdown here. Experian versus Double. Double, who is still on the Tristana 1, has not found that third copy to upgrade to 2-star to maybe help with getting those stacks early on.
We see that Experian is pretty fortunate with the matchmaking, facing the player that is gonna be rolling on 6, just face him run before he rolls down. And we'll see if Chuzo opts to roll down with the Epoch on 6 to find a bit of the power to have a shot at the contesting Experian's win streak, because both players are still burning.
Gold augments coming through. Blazing Soul incredibly strong for most AP lines, but see what Experience considering here. Going to go for, it's like forward thinking instead. What's your opinion on the augment, Alan?
Oh, it's really busted. It's the most busted cases where you pre-level to 6, you take this, and there is pretty much no downside besides not being able to push 7 on like 3-5, and you can usually buy the units regardless. Like in the Experience spot, like okay, he's like I'm have already solid board. If I win next round, I can actually push level by selling few units, and his level 8 roll down will be so good. He might even opt into going a fast 9 from the spot. We know it's Prismatic Finale. It could be something like Prismatic, the Invested plus. So yeah, maybe even fast 10 into some 2-star 6 cost as we've seen from Jungler yesterday.
And because of the good work he's done in the start of the game with the 6 win streak and the preserving HP, it means that he's going to have the a little bit of extra time for that goal to come through later on in stage 4.
Look at the Chuzo's board. Finding already 3 item as real with category 5, very powerful. However, there is already 2-star Nami from the Tarta side. Probably rolled given that he's at 30 gold without streak.
That being said, Chuzo didn't roll too much. Of course, Epoch helped him out, but still staying at 6 above 50 at 3-2 means that he was maybe a bit too confident in terms of his board strength, or maybe just chose to, hey, I have a lot of HP right now. I'm going to now play it a little bit slower, not really push heavily for this win streak to continue, and then have a much bigger level 8 roll down.
Yeah, we see that Kevin ended up going into the Zeri, and it looks like it might be both reroll and push levels. If it's going to be push level, I would be surprised if he doesn't pick the Vi, given that he's still open to play some sort of 4 enforcer mid game, and the unit is pretty strong for now. And I would like him to play actually Vi here and Medi over that Cog plus Echo.
See the recently buffed Amumu as the main tank, which is an optimization a lot of the Zeri players have been going for really after the buffs, making Amumu a bit of a better early game tank.
You see the Rumble on Leona too. It's putting some work, but again, it's a Zeri 2 with 3 items. Pretty strong so far. And again, that Ezreal with category 5, once we get to 2-star, should be putting a lot more work for the Chuzo. But there is Echo, perhaps. Yeah, Daisy gets it.
Big pickup here for Tartman if he can go for the Garen. He is leaning towards Emissary's Forks now. thinking if he wants to go for the Garen just for the Garen itself, or maybe a different component does go for the Garen in the end. One of the biggest pitfalls we've talked about, Alan, across this tournament is the idea of playing for 4 Emissary and then just missing one of the 4 calls on your roll down, and that making it a little bit awkward in terms of what board you're able to assemble. So the early Garen here really helps.
How often did you find yourself missing just Tristana? Like, not Ambessa, not Garen, not Nami, but actually Tristana on your level 8 roll down, and just being stuck there on 3 out of 1.
As a PBE Tristana enjoyer, she was very, very visible in my shop, so that was never the case for me. Stage 3, I was always happy to pick up the Tristanas on the way.
We see that the jungler managed to find pretty much Beast Violet items on top of hitting her pretty much ahead of tempo, because again, Krugs were pretty low on the gold, pretty shy, and hitting already that Violet should stabilize him. The only question is how deep will he decide to roll, given that he's 2 of Draven and 3 of Darius.
I mean, the conditions are certainly being met here for what jungler. Uncontested, check. Very strong artifact with Violet, check. And now it's going to come down to, is he able to hit on tempo? If so, I'll go ahead and say I think it should be a pretty clear top 4 for White Jungler just from this current position.
But you find often yourself in the situation where you have to decide if you actually want to roll versus push the levels, given the comp you play. But we see that he's very close to Draven. He has already itemized Draven, so he'll probably end up going for it. I would be very surprised if he would try to dig for Darius, which is itemless. He would probably maybe try to finish at Tate when he's gonna be rolling for that Vi, for that GP, but probably just gonna end up stopping at that Draven.
Yeah, completely agree. I think Draven and Darius were both kind of passes early on at the start of the set. It was really all about Violet, and if you could get other 3 stars, great. If not, it is what it is. But in this case, I think Draven has risen up a tiny bit in terms of a pivotal part of the DPS in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, we see that Tarte having already 2 Garrus at the bench, being stable with the Swain 2, Nami 2, solid items. Do you think from this spot he'll ever choose to reroll the Swain Nami, or it's just a classic go 8, play 4 Sorks for Emissary?
You can have to scout and see if there's any other players, even if they're not re-rolling Swain and Nami, they can sometimes be found on certain boards, depending on emissary players, of course, depending on if there's form swapper players later on, even if it's towards an AD angle. We've seen a bit of both of this tournament. Horox yesterday, famously, in one of the last few games, went directly to 8 and then tried to hit the 3 stars there later on. We saw when players were contested, they were happy to skip level 7 roll downs, go to 8, and then wait for the contester to die, and then trying to find retroactively the Swain 3 and the Nami 3.
Yeah, we see the Jet support already hitting with the too much value, the Akali 3. The players are going back and forth on itemizing Akali primarily over the TF. This is like the big thing people are disagreeing on. Usually try to prioritizing the TF, but more and more people, we can see that they're actually going for the Akali first, given it's easier to hit, and they actually roll for her on 6 instead.
This first game is a really good example of conditions being met for certain rerolls that seem to not have success in the first 2 days. We saw players playing Quickjacker from pretty terrible spots with very little econ, with not really the right augment setup, just trying to hard force into it. Whereas in this case, it's the opposite, right? Too much value is one of the perfect setups for this, and Ditador knows it.
Double is struggling to hit the Tristana. He's still pretty far off, and he's trying to go for the Ezreal. We'll see if Kuzo might hold him a bit on the Ezreal, given that he's leading towards the Academy. But just a second ago on the Jedusa board, we've seen also Magic Roll hitting the 4 bells from the augment. And now we see the final prismatic augments. Ooh, Gamba?
I mean, we saw a lot of Gamba on day 1. We'll see. And I think it was Double himself who picked it in one of the games. It will be Belt Overflow instead. Garen in the shop, maybe potential holder, but we are going to be leaning into the Sentinel variation of Tristana instead. So it will just be, who do you think will be the main tank here, actually? Just Alawi later on?
Definitely Loris. I think Loris too might be, like, if you are not playing some sort of Rebel board, even free Rebel, I don't know if the Loris is just not tankier. It a lot depends on the timing on the casts, on the Eloy, and if she can actually time it with the big casts, then it's obviously Eloy. But like the most consistent tank is probably right now in the game Loris from the Sentinels.
And a really good setup here for quite a few players. And this is the idea around knowing the Prismatic is going to be the augment tier for Port 2. Something like Max Cap, very strong here to make sure that they can stabilize his board, can start hitting his Smeech 3 earlier, and just has a lot of gold to work with.
I mean, look at this board. Echo 2, Rumble, Smeech 2, having not too many copies yet, but again, he's max cap, so he certainly will be able to hit, but usually that comp does not go beyond level 8, so there is no real drawback to it, except just hitting faster, hitting on tempo, and then being able to preserve that extra gold for the anomaly. Which one is like your favorite one to go for the Smeech or Echo? Do you have any preference?
I think invisibility is always a safe bet for some of these hyper melee carries in terms of just having that extra chance to lose aggro and make sure you can continue dealing damage.
Absolutely, and like as if you don't want to tunnel into one anomaly, you can go also for stuff like Brutal Flow for the Smeech, or you can even go for the Last Chance, which is probably the best out of any after all the changes to the anomalies.
It's going to be kind of a scary stage 4 and 5 for some of our competitors, considering the lobby complexion with the rerolls especially. A lot of hyper melee carries in this case with the Akali, with the Smeech, with the Violet, with the Trenchcoat as well especially. So positioning puzzles for sure going forward in terms of trying to not lose a fight in the first 10 seconds just because of a misposition.
Yeah, the problem for the jungler is the Violets, I believe they lose their immovable object buff when they split. So it might be a bit of the downside to go for it. However, he's still on the streak. He did hit pretty much ahead out of tempo, pushing levels now. Will be able to have a solid econ to find a good anomaly. The problem with the Trenchcoat is, if you try to put most of the anomalies on the Violet, they do not work after the Trenchcoat splits. So you're looking for something that works with Trenchcoat. So in this case, it would be something like Ultimate Hero, where if we don't see that, it's probably gonna be some sort of Draven anomaly at the end.
Maybe instead of Ultimate Hero, Ultimate Dizziness. Experian had infinite gold, went 9, has assembled a board, but it's a little bit of everything, right? 5 Enforcer currently available. We've seen Enforcer have insane success throughout this weekend, has like under a 3.0 AVP in the few games it was played, but most games relied on having perfect items for Caitlyn and perfect items for Vi, especially more bruiser-ish items with BT Titans and Vi just clearing so many different boards.
I think Experian got a bit baited by forward thinking, given how much rerolls there is in the lobby, and trying to go fast 9, and even though he hit some units, it's just not good enough. And like look at this loss. This is literally 0 units killed on the board.
This is one of the problems with having too many resources, too much gold to work with. You sometimes aren't kind of tunneling enough on one direction. You're too open to too many different paths, and then you end up with a roll down that is a little bit of everything, but not stable by any means in stage 4.
Yeah, so as we spoke about the jungler spot with the Trenchcoat, went for the Draven anomaly at the end. Bully might be a questionable choice given how many rerolls there is in the lobby. So I don't know if I like it. He had pretty good amount of the gold to look farther, but he ended up settling at the Bully.
The French at the very bottom here, double, and I mean obviously Experian on loss streaks need to turn things around for the stage 5 when a new amount of spiking will occur for players who have the econ to work with. What jungler being that key player is still 40 gold to work with, will start now pushing levels, trying to find the Vis, the Savikas, and really make this family comp even scarier, especially with the possibility, Alan, of certain emblems coming through in stage 5 and 6 carousels.
Yeah, absolutely. If perhaps the Experian could live up until there and get the Enforcer emblem, maybe that could be a bailout, but now he's gonna be facing the jungler, which he'll be looking pretty much doomed against the Draven, with Bully being fully enabled against the non-reroll board. And Experian, in fact, looks like he's gonna go down with, going fast 9, when not being a very optimal strategy for the first game.
Unfortunate, and it's going to be something that Experian has to turn around mentally coming to the next few games of the day. Not let this loss really bring him down too much in that sense.
we see that Daisy is pretty much was greeting the econ here until 50, decided not to send it yet for the smidge, given that he cannot level anymore, and he's holding on extra echoes to go for another echo on the board, possibly just cutting out some Garen that is not doing too much. And yeah, after the creeps, he'll probably send it to 0, try to get the final upgrades. The Camille does not matter too much, it's just about second echo, getting that final smidge. And has a pretty good anomaly because it's a Avarice incarnate.
And this is where I think Max Cap makes so much sense with amateurs, especially because one of the alternate kind of ways to counter the downside of Max Cap, which is actually not having a very high cap in the lobby because it's more of a bailout augment, is the fact that you can play for a 3-star 4 cost as your win condition, even if you are on level 7, if you play your gold right. And you want to be playing 2 echoes anyway in the ideal board for this ambusher comp, so it makes perfect sense for Daisy to try and go for.
I would like to see him go a bit deeper because again, like whereas keeping gold because of the argument, but he has a lot of potential here to cap. And the problem is we are also having Echo anomaly just because we didn't have Smidge yet, and Echo is not as good as the Smidge free as a final carry, and that will probably bite Dejik, given that he just started losing to Tarte that was sitting at a fancy 50 gold, level 8, going 9, and even after hitting, it was not good enough to take him down.
You're not really reading into the board strength of his current matchmaking pool as well as he would have liked. We'll see if now that will mean a time for Daisy to roll down. He's still sitting on 50 gold. Yeah, I think it's going down a little bit now. So understanding that he is on his last life, doesn't want to die with 50 gold in the bank, wants to make sure to get as strong as possible ASAP.
We're just in double having the share energy on Leona free. A reminder that Anomaly gives you all the resist, HP, and damage based stats. So given that she has double warm-up with the belt overflow, that's a good chunk of HP to your whole board. I wouldn't be surprised if that would be like around 800 HP to everybody extra, while providing also solid AD to the Tristana, given that Leona was just a 3-star unit.
Daisy does have Avarice Incarnate actually as his anomaly, so I guess that's why he's staying still at 40 here. Just that's really the strongest he's gonna get at this point in time. Has to hope for the right matchmaking double. Equally so, he is on his last life at 13 HP. This could be an elimination in the game 1. Smeech is taken down. Echo is still up, but can the Echo clear through this? A Powder should not be doing too much once the Echo's taken down. That'll be a loss. Big enough loss here as well. Just 7 HP for Dasik.
Yes, with the power of the share your energy with the 3-star unit so well itemized, there was so much HP to go through, even though that was just level 6, not too high cap. He did hit a lot behind the tempo, but it did not matter. The combination of the combat arguments with the good anomaly just allowed him to beat the ambushers, which is technically a very good matchup for the Tristan overall.
We're seeing the Academy board here for Chuso with category 5. Runans being on the Corki and not on the Ezreal. We're seeing the sponsored IE and the sponsored Bramble, 2 of them on this Alawi.
Was probably the reason for not having enough removers to fix the items, because the Hurricane is so much stronger on the Ezreal. Ideally, we would like to see that Last Whisper, IE, and Deathblade on the Corki, and just Rage Blade double Hurricane on the Ezreal, given like how the items interact between each other, even though the IE is a sponsored item. In this case, it will be slightly better to have it on Corki, and Chuzo will take another L.
Very close fight, fighting up against his prep partner, Kevin Parker. In this case, a win for the German player, and Chuso now also down to 1 life. So double and Chuso on the chopping block, and that would lock out our top 4 if these 2 players get eliminated in the rest of this stage 5.
Having opted to not go for the reroll Zeri and then end up just playing 4 Sniper due to the nature of the items he had, he didn't have the ideal items for the Zeri, so he said like, okay, I'll just push level, I'll play Snipers, they look uncontested, and it ends up working out pretty well for him, given that he's at solid 45 HP still.
Picks up a Rumble. Black Rose emblem, but no Black Rose players. Really not that much AP in this lobby compared to what we've seen in other days.
Yeah.
Ooh, early Victor. Could be the saving grace here for Chuso.
We see that there is, like, you kinda want that extra item that...
Academy, yeah.
So he ended up not picking it up. a probably correct decision, given that, again, you need as much damage as you can. The CC might help, but it wouldn't be the saving grace. And double
fake swap from Double on his last life. We'll see who he hits. It will be Chuso versus Double. We will have another elimination here. Spain versus France in the end of this stage 5. We'll see how much this triple Warmog Leona can tank, if the Runon's damage can come through, but the Gunblade helps so much with the extra chip damage. Tristana has now so many AD stacks as well off of her ability. Can this allow you hold on for long enough is the question.
Yeah, the double like definitely did not help for the double case, and it's gonna be oh my god, that cast!
My goodness, so close at the end. Just one final catch from Tristana takes down the Ezreal. Unfortunate for Chuso. Interview
it's
buff
like
not helping him out. Yeah, that's gonna be it. 6th place.
Yep. On that side, like, I don't know if you paid attention there, but on the HP bars on the backlane units, like how much this Leona provides you HP. This is like around 1200 HP at this point, just from sheer your energy. Not talking about like the raises you get like from the Sentinels, and then buffing it further your teammates, and then having all that AD and AP shared as well. Crazy value from Anomaly.
And these are these micro knowledge-based optimizations that top players at this level are aware of and execute on in games like this, where you have this combination of augments and anomalies that really puts you ahead of the rest of the lobby once you can pull those things off.
You will see Jungler picked up the Mel and utilizing pretty well her, given that he has the summoning facility, I believe is the name.
Cloning facility.
For the argument, yeah. Cloning facility. Having double Mel already proc the Banished Mage long time ago, and he will take down Kevil just barely with the glimpse of HP. Meanwhile, double will go down eventually. Don't think he was high enough HP to secure 4th. Tartar should have been a bit higher HP wise, but we'll just see in a second. Yep, Tartar will secure 4th, double will go 5th. Pretty good for the double, given that he pretty much low-rolled this game. He hit so late the Tristana, so late Leona. Yep. You can't be sad about this.
Our top 3 is locked in for the stage 6 is coming up right now. And good job, Alan. We gave a little good luck to Wet Jungler. He's popping off in this game 1. Caster blessings confirmed. 2 German players in this top 3. Great news for the German TFT scene to have such a great start in this final day.
And makes must be glazing now. Oh, the analyst desk will have a field day after the game.
We're seeing the 6 Twitches now available. Kevin Parker trying to go for an alternate win con here without anyone realizing. The Rat himself trying to ascend to 3-star status, maybe win the game off of it. But
that's
not too much more gold to work with.
Yeah, just a bit shy on the gold. Holding this as an option, just seeing random maybe double Rat shop next and then sneaking in one from the carousel is definitely a viable line. However, we see that Jedusor did pick up everything.
6 allows as well for Jedusor, so all players here trying to find any way they can to get a win in this game 1.
Yeah, but we see that Jedusor is really capping very high with everything pretty much hit. We have the Ambessa 2 itemized, Akali 3 itemized, TF 3 and Loris 3. Given that there was pretty much the only icon argument was too much value, but it might be just the strongest reroll argument right now in the set, and we see the great use of it.
One overflow as well to make sure you have your full items for both the Akali and the TF3. Again, it's just a perfect example of what a quick trigger game from a good setup looks like, and how strong the comp feels compared to a lot of the bad setups we saw executed in days 1 and 2.
We see also Magician Loris. I think I'd like to see the Death Cap on TF instead of Morello, and just put Morello on somebody else. But it's just a small optimization. No matter if he had some spell removers or he didn't, or he wants to apply that anti-heal precisely to the back lane with the red card when the units are some sort of clump. But we see that Akali snipe on the Rat. He had no chance, absolutely.
And Akali now onto the back line. That should be another big win. for Jedusaur's Quick Strikers up against Kevin Parker here. Is it big enough to eliminate Kevin Parker is going to be the question here. The answer is yes. The German player taken down in what I assume is going to be a third place. And now the two healthier players that remain, Jedusaur and White Jungler, both on reroll, both on melee carries in terms of Violet for White Jungler and this Akali for Jedusaur.
You'll see that different take from the Jedusaur to the game. Prioritizing the Akali early on and rerolling on 6 instead of rerolling on 7, just to put some more pressure in the lobby, and it ended up rewarding him, because normally we've seen across the weekend Quick Strikers really fall off and pretty much collect 7-8 every here and there, and here we have a very successful run from the Jedusaur.
Ooh, look at this wrap potential from the Akali onto the Draven after her first dash. And this is so important for the outcome of this fight. We talked about it. The mispositioning in the first 10 seconds, you might lose the fight because of it. And that seems to be the case here with the secondary DPS behind the Violet being taken down so early. An absolute wash here.
Yeah, keep in mind also Jedusaur's Anomaly's Vampiric Affinity on the Akali, which is pretty much all-time active, versus Bully from the jungler, where half of the board from Jedusaur is upgraded to 3-star, so that Bully is just pretty much minimal value, and definitely hurts him a lot, and overall the board quality also hurts. I think jungler can't be said about just grabbing second here. I don't think he has enough fighting power against Jedusaur.
And it makes sense, right? You have two upgraded 3-stars or 3 costs with Loris and TF. Just everything has gone to plan for Jedusaur. It's really a perfect game. He's been stable now for 5 rounds in this late game. And for White Jungler, we talked about it. It would be a guaranteed top 4 from his econ position and the artifact combo he has on the Violet. But I think the top 2 is more than happy. You'd be more than happy if you're White Jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. Sitting still on 2 lives, given that Banished Mage has been online for like 2 stages already, and we'll see if he can somehow have a.
We see the adjustment here, right?
Yeah.
Draven onto the corner, making sure that Akali cannot just immediately wrap onto him. There's going to be more units between that Akali and that Draven, allowing the Draven to DPS just a tiny bit longer. We'll see if that changes the outcome of the fight at all, with Violet already taken down.
Fight looks a lot closer now after the small positioning adjustment, and he will in fact take down Jet. So you can see how positioning is important for those kind of fights, where you don't get an early important kill, where you don't get the dashes with the Quick Strikers, keep resetting the shield, you can actually have a fighting chance.
Now we'll see. This next fight will be the evolution of the matchup, right? Both players have seen what positioning works and doesn't work for each of their game plans, and we'll see how now White Jungler will respond, trying to dodge that Akali yet again.
You look at the last fight, with when the Violet popped, she was literally next to TF. There was a 50-50 targeting to go for the between Irelia TF, ended up going on the Irelia, but maybe this time it can go towards something else.
Akali on the right now.
Look at the Violet and the backplane on TF. Can she
Violet's
take it?
on TF, and the Akali is still alive. The TF heals also helping here. Akali resetting after every single ult onto the Draven now. Looks like a much more dominant fight on the side of Jedusaur, and that could be elimination for the German player. It will be. Jedusaur, our point leader from the first day, is now eliminating White Jungler into his final chance. The Mel has procced.
Yep.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, we'll see if this is gonna be a final fight, given it's gonna be stage 7, so pretty much both players are in the lethal range. And we'll see if the jungler finds a way to position himself, roll perhaps a bit better TG on the Mel to find a win.
Akali started on the left, now on the right. We'll see if White Jungler wants to pivot or mirror his comp positioning to the right side entirely. Last minute.
What do you think would be the... Oh, this TG is not very hot. We might need to see a remover to put it on the Sevika instead and perhaps get some better item here. We do have Gerald Gauntlet that could be moved there if there's like... Or perhaps on the... Powder might be better, because given how many units there is, that extra AoE damage might be the most efficient, but he chooses not to. Chooses to re-itemize the Vi.
And the Shojin on the TF instead to get, closer to that best in slot for TF in this final fight. Eyes on Violet, eyes on Akali, especially as the melee carry is trying to break in. Akali's almost taken down, but she manages to reset her HP back up to half. and now it's starting to clear the backline, but no, taken down with a burst of damage. It's just the Draven really left alive at this point in time. It should be a clear for Yedizor, who wins yet another fight. Both of these rerolls, though, played to perfection from the French and German players in this game one.
Absolutely. We've seen that Akali was on the mirror of the dying there, but Vampiric Affinity just keeping her alive, bouncing the HP from 0 to half non-stop. And the other got to drain tank so much that TF had time to just throw those red cards at the back lane and decimate the rest of the board.
And it's a clear example of what the best of the best look like on a day 3. They know exactly when to play for certain rerolls. There's not going to be a spot where you see a player in this day 3 playing a reroll and trying to force into it like we saw a lot in day 2 still. And really it shows the pinnacle of the rerolls when everything is going right.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you hit, you can see how powerful those comps are, and salvaging sometimes spots when you don't hit, as we've seen from the double spot, is also extremely important skill.
We have a quick break ready. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Analyst decks to break down the rest of this game one after these few minutes.
I'm gonna show 'em. I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here at the analyst desk. And honestly, there was a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in the day yesterday, Counterfeit, with who ended up on top here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, I think the big picture thing for us coming into this one, which we didn't expect, was just how much our players will be able to defy the stats and bring out a bunch of compositions that certainly in day 2 had dropped off pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to see that there are so many comps that we expected to maybe not see so much, but I think these gold augments to start off this game was really huge to actually give more power to some of these compositions, like Too Much Value, like Portable Forge, being very powerful to make sure that they get into the top 2. You know, Jedisor and Wed Jungler, 2 of the top players coming into day number 2, carrying on that momentum now into day 3.
Yeah, I was really excited, you know, having both Wet Jungler and Kevin in these top 3 here. Somebody said that I would be cursing the German players. I would just like to remind the class that I said that and then this happened, and therefore your argument is invalid. With that though, let's talk a little bit about how Kevin and Wet Jungler both made it, and let's start with Kevin here.
Yeah, for Kevin, I think he had a very interesting spot. I think Be Right Back being his first augment is not an augment that a lot of people would take, but for Kevin, he's a player that's super comfortable on these reroll lines, and I was expecting him to play towards that Zeri reroll. You know, Alan and Panda explained it perfect. The extra components and the extra completed items could allow him to complete the Zeri items. He had a good spot early on to be able to play the reroll. Decided to go for the more vertical Twitch route, which we wasn't expecting to see as much, but I think he piloted it really well into a top 3. He used them extra items early on to give that Zeri 2 more power, but unfortunately wasn't able to outcap some of these incredible boards, with which, as I mentioned, from the likes of Family and also Quick Strikers.
Yeah, let's go a little bit more in on Family, because top of show we were saying like, oh, Family's not doing too well anymore. Well, all of that changes if you get a trench coat from your Portable Forge. So Wet Jungler correctly seeing that and saying, yep, that is what I needed to see, and that is where I'm going, showing us that family board there, going all the way to second place. But in the end, Counterfeit Jedusor ending up on top here with those quick strikers.
I mean, and it's the same idea, though, exactly as you're saying. You know, our players are seeing this spot, say that too much value is just ridiculous in terms of getting this board online very quickly. And I think that's been one of the very eye-opening things for me in this tournament, just seeing how impactful that Akali can be, particularly as we saw with the positioning being experimented with, you know, and kind of counter strategy being put in place. But ultimately, she's a huge difference maker in buying the time the quick striker board needs to get the job done.
I think some of these augments are going to be very important going forward as well. We talked about the portal as well, the prismatic right at the end. Dasik, one of the players that went for more of an econ route with the max cap. Everyone going for this more power in terms of giving you extra rods for Jedusor, extra power with the Randuins. And in the end, unfortunately, a player like Dasik wasn't able to cap out as much as what he wanted to. And all this extra power that you get from the items and the units itself just was way too much.
Well, standings are the same as that last game because we only have one lobby with our top 8 players. So we're going to toss it right back to casters, right back to the action here. Impetuous Panda and Alan once more.
Thank you so much, Makes. And as we move into this game too, Alan, I have my eyes on one player in particular and how he bounces back. And that's Experian, because this is a player who was on a 6-win streak going into the 3-2 augment pickup, picked up forward thinking, picked up coronation later, had infinite resources in terms of, you know, board space and gold, and was not able to execute. And it's one of the worst feelings in TFT when you know that everything was in your hands to do well in a game like this. You had a great start and you end up 8th.
I mean, I think he fallen in the classic bait of going fast 9. Cool, you can reach that 9, but you have left over 20, 30 gold. Like, not only you have to roll with that gold, but you also need to buy units. And his board was pretty bad. So, like, in this type of scenarios, players should more likely look for the spot where they just go 8 and they roll for level 8 board instead with that all that gold instead of pushing 9. And he got heavily punished for that, given how good spot was at the stage 3, and then he ended up being 8th from the spot that should never be the case.
Especially considering the lobby complexion, right? Where it was a lobby that a lot of players are going to hit their close to maximum board spike a little bit earlier with the rerolls. And it means that stage 4 is very scary if your board is not strong enough.
You can get away with this such a strategy that Experion went for when you know that lobby is usually weaker, there is more players going for fast
9ing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're not gonna hit their 2-star 4 costs, so like you can get away with it. But when you see that the half lobby is rerolling, then you're gonna get taxed pretty much right away unless you're gonna hit everything. You have to be aware what kind of comps can actually deal with those rerolls efficiently, and there was just not enough gold to get there.
Looking, the default game plans for this game too should be adjusting a tiny bit considering the encounter. It will be Victor's reality, so 6 cost will have a much bigger part of the late game, and having a flexible spot open for 6 cost is going to be very important in terms of what comps players decide to go for in this game too.
I mean, we'll flex a bit of the Warwick perhaps on 4-1, just get that 5 experiment quickly.
Stop.
Why not? Like,
Well, Jungler also saying why not. Yeah, you give me a sword, you give me a chain, a Violet 2, a Draven, well, 2 Dravens rather, and a Vander. Let's try and roll it back into family reroll. Why not?
Oh, how good could be investment strategy? Family once again. Given it's an econ opener, we've already that Violet 2, he's thinking about it between BRB and investment strategy.
Also has to be scouting, of course, to make sure that no other player in this lobby has a better spot for family. I think with this caliber of talent in a day 3 of EMEA finals, players are much more respectful around, hey, you have a better spot. All right, I'm not going to contest you, and make sure we go 7th and 8th like we saw yesterday sometimes.
Yeah, we see already from the choose of picking up what doesn't kill you, which usually leads into some sort of scrap game. Double goes for the combat right away, and Experion has a very interesting argument, which is heroic grabback onto one, because there are two different angles you can play it with. You either have some sort of free cost and you just Nico it right away for the immediate spike to go for that 5 streak, or you just hold it back to play a reroll all the way.
We saw it yesterday with Loris upgrades to 2-star and was kind of a mega tank all of stage 2 and 3. Swain is one of the classic ones as well. We saw a bit yesterday with just a Swain 2 is almost unkillable in stage 2. There just is not enough DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what kind of real he'll opt for, but we see Tier, we see Rod. It's probably some sort of AP, given all the swords he's holding. So the second he sees Swain, it might be just instant Swain 2 without going for the reroll. Just push that Swain, itemize it, and go fast 8 based off that. And given, if you think about heroic grabback, it's except of the double Nico, it also gives you that 9 gold, which is like raining gold kind of a gold injection on stage 2. So great tempo plus econ argument in one. Players often are not utilizing properly.
We'll see if Experian feels comfortable with that game plan, because he's the player out of this top 8 this final day that has played the least reroll across the tournament. Only 3 games of reroll in the 12 that were played in day 1 and 2. I'm sure he has experience on reroll, but maybe not as many reps as players like Kevin Parker, for example.
How do you feel about the gloves of Vander? Given that we just seen Jungler...
Let me do my 5 minutes speech on this comp, because it's alongside Build Different, one of the very, very conditional, very unique lines that you obviously have to have the augment for it, that have had so much success across this weekend. I think Kevin Parker himself got a win with gloves off Vander in day 1 with Luden's Tempest on the Vander, just creating a fireworks show basically for anyone that was watching. I think another player in this top 8 also got a win with gloves off Vander, not just a top 4. So it is a comp that I think is probably the best hero augment in the game right now, especially for winning games outright.
Yeah, it has definitely highest cap, especially if you can get your hands on, as you mentioned, on the Ludens, which is a true beast on him. But usually players opt to go for some Titan on him, which is not very optimal. All you want to do is just go big bomba, that IE, Hodge, and one more healing item perhaps, or just that Luden, and then he can do a miracle work.
I think we saw it yesterday in NA as well. Dank memes, the game that he managed to win to make into the final day and make it to Tech Crown, was off of gloves off Vander as well, deleting a Vi 3 in the process. So I mean, that's all you have to know that gloves off Vander is definitely a very viable line to choose in this game too.
Yeah, once he get those watchers online, family online, the guy is pretty much unstoppable, and unless you have a good concentrated damage, it can be definitely an issue. But we see there is also a sniper player in the lobby. I believe it's Jedusor, and if a jungler decides to stay on the family, then it would be rather awkward for the Kevin Parker to hit that Thunder free.
For Jedusor, we saw this sniper +1 yesterday in the very last game of the day with Lakoko, and we also saw Glemify as the 3-2 augment. We'll see if Jedusor, who I believe preps with Lakoko, is going to try and emulate his prep partner's game plan coming into this stage 3.
Oh, you know who also would like to see Golemify on 3-2?
You?
Yes, Arcane.
I know. I know you're a major enjoyer of Glemify.
Oh, if Tartek gets Golemify, he just wins. Like there's just no
built
shot.
diff is a crazy combo in terms of the stats that are given, the attack speed that are given. We talked about built diff a little bit with gloves off Vander being mentioned. It's the other alternate game plan with the gold augments that is very, very good this tournament. 5 different games were played across the first 2 days. A 3.0 average. We saw Double playing it yesterday with a very unique take, playing for Irelia 3 and Zeri 2 as the anomaly built diff holder in stage 4 and 5. So really interesting augment in terms of how different your boards might look depending on how you look at it.
You skipped about the most important part, hitting Corky free on that board with the PD.
Oh, did I? Whoops. I was trying to trick our viewers into thinking that Zeri 2 and Irelia 3 is the answer to win a game with PD.
Nice try. I'm on the watch. I can't let viewers get baited that easily. However, we see Dejik get the Sword +1 and Sentinel. A very good combo, given you can go for very high cap on level 8, level 9 with 6 Orcs.
And 6 Orcs, of course, the problem or the question that has to be answered in that late game is always, what's my front line? How am I able to buy enough time for the Orcs to do their thing, for the Swain in the backline to do his thing, and maybe the Sentinel +1 is the answer to that.
Yeah, and if you end up having some sort of a Crown Guard item or BT, you can also slam those for tempo and play around Rumble instead. Not only getting some frontline, but also another spike of the damage.
Looking at our win streakers, it will be Daysik who is clearing Experian here. So Experian no longer that 5 win streak player he was in game 1. And Daysik looking like he's going to have a very comfortable spot coming into stage 3.
Yeah, having that dummy, like Rel 2 is absolutely a demon stab. Getting that early GP definitely does help scrapping the Shojin. It's just like, you cannot compete with this on stage 2. It's just way too much. While we see jungler Tristana reroll.
Look at the Urgot. Had the Trist 2 already at 2-1, and has the Urgot 2 tucked away in the shop. Just needs to make sure he has infinite bench space, so he'll buy that later on.
Do you even buy it? Like, he'll replace it with the Ezreal, and like, I think making Hikon is a bit more important than getting 1 Urgot just for the artillery.
Yeah.
Or even 2, and just not upgrading it. Yeah, I like the line, because you're gonna end up selling it for Ezreal anyway.
Oh wow. Alan, if you would have shut up 3 seconds before, I was gonna say he's gonna get the next Urgot anyway in the next shop, and he did in the end.
No. Just... If I let you say that, it wouldn't. Don't you know how it works?
That's how it is. Let's get into quantum physics maybe a different day, Alan. But let's move into this.
Just a quick alternate universe, anomaly shifting the existence.
I see. The observing of the Urgot being hit by my words would change the outcome. Surely.
Yeah. Buddy, haven't you watched Arcane? What Echo has been doing there?
Spoilers. Only 6 months have passed, Alan, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad. Alright, meanwhile, jungler sitting did end up getting that Urgot 2 from the next shop, and that should pretty much seal the deal for him and break the Daysik streak. And we'll see if jungler decides to push levels, but I'll be very surprised given that he has already 4 Tristanas, he's stacking up, has a pretty good items. So jungler feels comfortable in another reroll line.
Ooh, Prismatic's coming through here. And Daysik could have pumped a 6 there if he wanted to defend the win streak. Probably looked at his matchmaking pool, took the risk of not doing so to try and greed it out, and ends up losing there to what jungler. But that is, of course, player agency. He had the chance to waste resources, let's say, to try and defend that streak a little bit harder.
Yeah, we see some pretty good choices from the Daysik to go for the Sorks, Piercing Lotus perhaps. I'm not sure if he slammed already. No, he doesn't have a Shred slammed just yet, so he could avoid doing that by picking Piercing Lotus. And I'm surprised he's considering Sword over Overflow. How is this not rerolled yet? Okay, there you go. I was concerned for a second that it wasn't the first reroll given his dummy. Perhaps he had something else to play in mind and just ignore completely the Sork part.
I go for quality over quantity in this case.
It's really good with Sunfire and Shojin slams. It's like those are premium items to go for. And I wouldn't be surprised. You know what? I know. This is a Rebel game.
All right. Everyone in chat, take notes at home. If Alan is incorrect, we will banish him from the caster desk for the rest of the tournament. No wrong analysis or predictions are allowed here.
Hey, relax.
Can you take it back? Are you less confident on your call?
Oh no, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident it's gonna be a Rebel game. Like it allows you to go for like 7 Rebel with 4 Sentinel and Sork.
You knew because Alawi was gonna come up in the next shop. This guy's cheating.
I mean, sorry, buddy.
Who else is cheating? Maybe Yedizor, picking up a little bit of anger issues, a little bit of an angry French man with the triple Rageblade Zeri locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, very good spot for Jedusor. Like, can you even imagine a better outcome? You just pick up Sniper Emblem, then the Prismatic shows up, it's anger issues. Like, Jedusor has a plot armor today.
Maybe he deserves it. He's been absolutely popping off the last 3 sets, putting in so much work, and I think one of the most improved players when it comes to moving up from the A tier to the S tier.
Speaking about the consistent players. On the other side, we have Double picking up Epitaph into Lucky Gloves, having already 2 TG slams. And the best comp to play from Lucky TG is, guess what? Torx.
That's because it just fits really well on form swappers. It fits really well on emissary units. You have a lot of unit quality in general with the emissary Sork board, or just Sorks as a whole, in terms of getting some extra frontline while still having some great damage items on some of these Sorks.
On the other side, we see that Tarte unfortunately didn't see the gold argument, which would allow him to see Goldenify. However, Infinity Forces are pretty good for the BD, because you end up having multiple focus on the board, and just having more items to itemize them is pretty efficient overall.
Quick assessment of the lobby as we see most of the board on the bottom third there. Chuso locking into Quick Strikers from a low roll spot in terms of his HP, in terms of just the spot as a whole. We'll see how it pans out. Very different to what we saw from Jeduzor in game 1.
Yeah. So I'm really curious how the Kevin spot will turn out, given that he has already pretty much beast items for the Thunder, even double healing, having the Hodge IE already, getting the Sword Overflow to support those extra AD carries at the end. It's just a matter if he's gonna be able to hit the Thunder on tempo, given that there's quite a few players that are actually holding Thunder, including like Tarteman, including Jedusor.
And Jedusor getting a taste of his own medicine from game 1, facing off against his Akali now. Zeri is good here, but I'm going to assume not good enough, and that's going to be the answer. Chuso did roll down a tiny bit more, hit those last few upgrades, hit really all of his key units are upgraded now, and the Garen 2 find that was really, really fortunate.
I mean, there's everything. There's Akali 2, TF 2, Garen 2, and 30 gold left. You can't be really complaining after seeing so many upgrades with that much gold left over. Meanwhile, Parker, 5 Vanders. The thing, is this average spot when you are rerolling 2-star hero, 2-cost reroll argument, Vanda, without extra icon arguments?
I would say so. It looks pretty average to me. Doesn't really jump out as incredibly strong, and we're seeing the HP kind of reflect that, sitting at 64 for now. But it's a 2-win streak, so now that you have a 3-item Vander, thanks to the belt or the sword overflow, you're in a much better position to have him just 1v9 really throughout most of these fights.
Looks like he's also angling due to the items to go for Zeri, given that there is a Deathblade, Red Buff, and Gunblade. The swords are providing a bit of the extra attack speed as well, so the Zeri can definitely use it. But you have to sacrifice something, because you can't play both 4-Watcher, Family, and 2-Sniper, so we might end up seeing some sort of...
Okay, that doesn't clear. Vander almost resets after every single kill and clears that Swain in the end, but Experian gets a big win. 2-win streak now, level 7, 50 gold, so a lot of econ that Experian has been able to work with, and tempo off of the duplicators.
Yeah, the second he has seen that Swain, he used it right away, and we can see it's pretty much paying off, because it preserves him the HP, it stabilizes your board against all the rerollers, so while maintaining yourself a solid econ that you ramped off extra gold from the heroic grabback, and just Nicoing for the upgrades instead.
Do you think Experian stays on 7 and rolls for Swain or Nami, or tries to push to 8 to fit the board, the full board, let's say, and then roll on 8?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he can't be rerolling, given that Double is playing also Sorks. He's gonna be pushing levels. I don't think he want to be playing contested Swain and Nami. And Double is not pushing level now. He can do that, but like he wants to make sure he hits everything. Perhaps he's waiting to see if he gets some sort of invested ++, maybe go fast 9. But on the other
this
side,
is a double. It's a double special, right? Where you're able to preserve so much HP off of just being very good at knowing how to build the best possible board in stages 2 and 3, and then using that extra HP to end up with a very high cap, being able to push to 8 into 9 with a lot of gold.
How long do you think that Garen will stay on the board? The second Chuzo sees Ambessa, will he get rid of the Garen eventually?
I would assume so. Maybe not Ambessa 1, especially if you're the one deciding, Alan, as an Ambessa hater. But we'll have to see.
It's for
also,
Quick Striker.
It is very important, and Ambessa, at least helps her allies if she doesn't do much herself.
I mean, she's a great moral support, as always. Can't hate her. Meanwhile,
Silver
we see
augments
silver
to finish things
arguments.
off.
This is the only combination of the previous arguments, gold, prismatic, where it can actually spawn silver one. We'll see if someone chooses to go for something spicy like recomp.
No
So
3-star,
far-
3 costs ahead of curve, so that would be the one big thing that breaks Recon Populator at 4-2. Not the case across the rest of this lobby. We do have an early Savika, 4 Sniper, 4 Watcher
Oh.
locked in here, 4 Deduzor. Twitch 2 is big. Is this gonna be
Oh.
Savika with a Sniper emblem? Thank you, Deduzor. I don't care if you win or lose, just I want to give him a congratulations for allowing our viewers to maybe experience one of the biggest high rolls in this set. Flamethrower Savika at the start of the fight with his Sniper emblem is absolutely insane. It's an absolute treat. Everyone fingers crossed.
Well, we have some cinema. She's walking out. No problem.
Right. If she walks up, it's
It's
already a
time.
bad sign.
Oh,
It's
not
time,
quite the
baby.
jackpot. She's
She's doing some help, some work.
do something.
Trust, guys. Trust, viewers.
Bro.
Look,
Okay,
look,
hold on,
easy clear.
Zeri. Okay.
All Savika.
Surely, buddy. She did some burning and Zeri could just clutch it up. Who cares about that? Yup.
Absolute
Pretty good
cinema.
argument for the Jedusor getting the extra Omnivamp, given that all his items are gonna be Rage Blades now.
There's also the Rumble in the shop for the Rumble Sniper emblem that I saw early in the set from Appy. That was absolutely insane. A lot of cooking available with Sniper +1.
Is Kevin greeding until the players sell the extra Wonders? Is this what's going on? Like, what are we waiting here for? Keeping Zeri? Okay.
Trying to find the Vander Wave. It's 2 copies in one shot, but isn't able to finish it off just yet. 42 HP for the German player.
This is not a very good spot. You're not having your main carry reroll on for free. Like, you need desperately to go pretty much level 8 so you can cap out with the proper, like some sort of Twitch, Zeri at least, to use the items that he's holding on the Scar. However, he still did not even hit the Vander. This is absolutely brutal, given there is 2 other players that are still holding onto Vander.
And something is definitely wrong with these gold counts. 2 players who need to use this gold to get stronger are the 2 players at the very bottom of the standings, Kevin Parker and Chuso. Chuso on 50 gold and only 6 HP. So has to do something to increase the board strength here and try and stay alive.
Chuso is just getting a maximum value from what doesn't kill you, right?
Surely. And he is so good at the game, he knows he's not going to lose a single fight moving forward. That's just Spanish
he
TFT.
did ended up cutting Garen for Ambessa 1, as we talked about it. Oh, now Ambessa 2.
2, you mean?
Remover quickly on the Akali, surely.
6 TFs away. 1 more. That's 2 now remaining. It's
One
an uncontested
TF away?
line. There aren't any Enforcer players. Should be relatively easy to hit. Skipping over all the other
there
upgrades.
is
Now
TF3.
only 1 copy off. The duplicator is on the bench, as you mentioned. So
Yeah,
that's at
he's
least
trying
1
to
major
bleed.
upgrade. Yeah.
Yep.
He still needs 3
from
copies of the Kali.
Remover, quickly. No! I mean, okay, I am Ambessa hater, but like, come on. It's Akali 2. Hello? Okay.
Facing off against Hartman, facing off against a Jinx.
Look
One
at the
facing
sword.
it's
Never mind.
It's the build diff board. Can the TF do enough here? The rest of the team has mostly gone down already. The Jinx rocket comes through and clears a lot of it. Corki and Jinx versus this TF3. The TF3 should be able to do it here.
Yeah, he's clearing all the frauds, but like, how do you feel about not moving those items from Akali? I feel like cannot be correct.
He just knows he's going to hit a triple Akali shop.
I mean, you have second remover then.
That's true.
Oh,
All right,
center. That's an easy pick.
Only
I mean, he's on
13
one
gold
life.
to work with here. Yeah.
Center
least
is
for
really amazing.
The next 2 fights, you have to be removing and swapping over the items to the Ambessa, most likely. Vander 3 for
The thing
Kevin.
is-
50 gold still to work with.
I think Chuzo loses now to the Kevin. I think there's just not enough damage. Like, unless we move the items, that Akali gets one shot, Ambessa can at least a bit denser on that Vander and CC him later, which could be important. But like if you do not move items here, I'm pretty confident that he cannot beat Parker.
We'll see if this will be the matchup in the end. Chuso on 1 life for sure. Kevin potentially on 2, sitting at 15 HP.
Did you notice what was the anomaly from the Vander? We just swapped.
No, I haven't checked it yet. Once we go to the full HUD, we'll see it on the left.
Really curious, what did he end up getting there? We'll see if he faces Chuzo. No, he actually Chuzo actually dodges the Kevin. And Kevin should have no problems dealing with swords whatsoever. There's very little frontline except like Elise with just a double cargo.
Similar case for Chuso against Eduzor here. Just not enough frontline for Eduzor still. It's one of the big problems with this full sniper setup. You have a lot of damage, yes, but you need to buy enough time for that damage to come through. And that has not been the case. Very quick fight on the left.
I believe Kevin would have lost this fight if there was a bit better positioning from Xperion. Zoe being in the corner instead of LeBlanc. However, like that positioning hits the corners, so like it's not like Xperion misplayed positioning there. It's just he was targeting different players, and a bit unfortunate that he ended up facing Kevin.
And now some extra gold injection going to come through from this PvE round. Chuso will have one last chance to try and fish for that Akali 3, with maybe around 30 gold to work with. So it's definitely a possibility for the Spanish player to stay alive in this lobby going to stage 5.
Yeah, the problem is now for the Kevin that like any items he gets extra from the creeps that are pretty much redundant.
Not as valuable.
Yeah, so like the lobby spikes and he's just still gonna be behind. He has itemized powder, which is not the worst, but like that's not something you would hope for. Meanwhile, Chuzo will continuously to get stronger because he can use all the items, he can use all the tank items, he can use all the DPS items, and he's still
looking
looking
roll
for
down.
Akali too.
Finds 1, holding onto 2 costs, trying to maximize the chances. There it is. Akali 3 has been found. No item swap needed. Ambessa, stay free. And Loris now gonna get 1 component extra to help him do his job. Tank for a little bit longer so that Akali and TF can break through the sides of these boards that he's going to be facing.
That matchup might be actually bad for the Chuzo. Like Tristan is extremely good at dealing with the Akali, and I think this could be rough.
Yeah, the moment she targets onto Akali, it's just too much burst damage onto a single target, and Akali's coming up next. She's on the chopping block. Tristana will be going to be 2-hitting here, but just not buying enough time. Chuso down to just the TF, taken down in what I assume is going to be an 8th place position for the Spanish player. Not a great start to this day. 6th place in game 1, 8th place in game 2. Now has to make a big comeback for the remaining 4 games to try and make it to the global stage.
I mean, if there is a Spanish player that can make it, it's most certainly Chuzo. I'm sure he'll be locked in, he won't let the tilt get into his head, and he'll come back stronger in the game 3. However, we still have one of our rerollers that hit pretty late, still in it. Even though inefficient with the items, because how late he hit, he couldn't go for better units, he's still holding on that powder as secondary carry, which looks horrendous.
Looking at Tarman here, a BD player is playing the more cookie cutter BD game plan with Mordekaiser as one of the key units. Corki, after those AD buffs especially, becoming a very relevant unit for just this pure damage output, and we're seeing why here. Jinx's tertiary carry not really doing too much, and Corki I think is not going to clear here. Tristana wins.
You see that Morde bonked Irelia like 10 times and couldn't go through her? What's going on there?
I was trying to ignore because I was just hyping him up, but yes, that was a little bit sad.
Bro, Irelia 2 just tanking Morde forever. That was a bit unfortunate. Meanwhile, it's 6 Sentinel, it's bulky bodies. This Irelia is no joke. And also Riven after the HP buffs. Oh, who that?
Ooh, that indeed. Victor's Reality or Victor's Vision is the encounter for this game, and we're seeing the effects of that now coming through in this stage 5. Warwick, very angry Warwick. I think he's usually angry, but even angrier in this case.
it's a great use of the angry issues on the Warwick, given that it both benefits him damage-wise and the resist-wise, given that he has a great self-sustain, and we'll see a sniper Warwick.
For Civica.
He's online.
Lasted, I think, 1 round, but Warwick coming through in a big way. The Blood Hunter, we'll see what he can do if he can buy enough time, which is what the sniper board needed. Just time for the Rage Blades to scale, for Twitch to do his thing, and it looks like it's more than enough. Big win for for Jedizor, who absolutely needed it.
Yeah, we see that finally there is some board that can take down Jungler's board that had just enough damage to go through it, even though it's 6 Sentinel against no Shred, the snipers. 4 Sniper, just been barely enough.
And Tarman taken down, unfortunately. The build diff not really working out. I mentioned at the very start of this game that it's one of the strong alternate paths. Had a very good AVP across the first 2 days at 3.0, but not working out for the French player here.
Yeah, it's just like lacking the eventual upgrades. Corki doesn't scale well with attack speed. It's not something you're looking towards when playing BD. You're looking for this Mordekaiser, you're looking for Twitch, those type of units. And yeah, just lacking higher quality units, you're lacking upgrades, and not having good arguments at the end, even though like we just had Morde with Prismatic argument. It's just not it. We've seen that he was struggling with dealing with such a small thing as Irelia tool.
Kevin on a 4-win streak, so still looking very good. I think he is going to start falling off a tiny bit. There isn't anything that is screaming to me that this Vander might win the game. There isn't some kind of crazy artifact combination. As you mentioned before, the next few items he's been getting haven't been as valuable as they have been for other players who do have a real third carry to itemize.
I think he might fall to Jedusor. It depends a lot on what will Warwick show, and we see a quick swap against the Vander, I believe, while being pretty well positioned into the Sorks. And this board, I'm not sure if like it's triple Lucky Gloves, Sorks, but like, okay, never mind, there is so much damage.
Victor stun onto the Vander. The Victor stun going to be coming through here as well. Does that lock off Vander for enough time?
This Warwick deserves another Rage Blade. No.
This Vander is just clearing. LeBlanc can't do anything here. Not enough damage.
Mel Sork. I mean, Udaro's like Mel stacking at least, or Xperion. That's something that will potentially give him a placement or two. Maybe Kevin can actually win out. The lobby is not very high capped. I think the only person that's in threat right now could be Jedusor and Dejik. I think everybody else, Kevin should be clearing for now. Double still struggling, even though it's 4 TGs and finding Thieves' Gloves of the Silver Argument. The spot was looking really solid before the stage 4, but like struggling to stabilize, even though he found all the upgrades he needed, playing the Emissary Sorks.
Still LeBlanc 1, the upgrade there would be pretty big, but yeah, Donkey rolling at level 8, can't really find too much more, feel the pressure of the lobby, but isn't really able to make it work here. Double on his last life. Can this Tristana delete this tank in time before Swain's damage comes through?
Holy ball from the Tristana.
Tristana on the Swain now. That should be lights out. Taking out the Nami. Just LeBlanc left alive. Double eliminated. As we move into stage 6 as well. Unfortunate for the French player. And Vander close to being taken down, but just barely able to heal back up every single time. Can this Vander actually take his gloves off? Maybe shirt off as well and clear?
Oh!
No!
Actually,
Vander gets taken down at the very end.
That was such a close fight. We see the power of the quality over quantity clearly being higher than the Vander's board, where it's still Powder as secondary carry, which eventually did end up biting Kevin back. But hey, top 4, gloves off, while not hitting well on tempo. I think
it wasn't a high roll game for sure. Yeah, I think it was like a pretty average game of gloves off. We talked about it being one of the stronger unique comps you can go for, but even Kevin himself, he played the Luden Tempest game in day 1 that was just absolutely insane to watch. And really big flip in terms of the French side of TFT here. Experian went 8th in that first game. I think played fairly poorly. Needed to really come back into it in game 2, and he has. And on the flip side, Jedizor, Double, Tarman, the other French players in this top 8 end up with a bot 4 in this game 2.
Okay, we can see the power of like having early Tristana with 2 items while having cool the weak anomaly now that helps with the executes. If you are wondering what kind of stacks do you need to reach that size of a ball, it's 80% already on the jungler's Tristana. Is this the highest you've seen so far?
I think so. I think usually the around the usual range is like 50 to 60. 80 is definitely on the high side for this point in the game.
Experion ended up finding the LeBlanc 2 on 8 with the Pandora bench, which is pretty big. If he manages to win this fight, he can comfortably go 9, but it does not look like winning comfortably.
Big loss.
Mel will
Oh my goodness. And White Jungler Tristana still doing her thing. Vander by time off of all the Omni Vamp. And the Gunblade from the Mel also helped. The stun was so big. Vander gets locked up, and that should be Tristana clearing the rest of this board with absolute ease. Kevin Parker, a top 4. Not a win here, but still a great game from the German player.
Kevin tried to get his own Mel proc, but not quite enough time to stack her up. Definitely a great find to replace Mel as a secondary, to replace the Powder as a secondary carry with the Mel, but did not have enough time to get in there on time.
And we're seeing now the relevance of the 6 costs of the Victor's Vision encounter. Both Victor and Mel on the board here for Experian. Most of the players that are still alive this late into the game are slotting in these 6 costs to try and swing the fights in their favor. We're seeing the Victor on White Jungler side as well to try and buy time with the stun for Tristana to scale the Rage Blade into infinity.
The biggest issue for the Experian is just lacking frontline. All we see is just a bunch of backline items. That's very cool. But the only thing I think Experian has to show it for is just a bunch of meat on the front lane, and then Victor CC and try to kill the opponent's boards faster than his front line dies.
And you just don't buy enough time to get the Tristana stuck on a big tank, triple item that really holds down the line for 10, 15 seconds. Tristana just blowing through every single unit one by one makes it so that you just don't have enough time for the Sorks to really get the damage out.
Another top 2 spot from the jungler. German player definitely came prepared to the day 3, showcasing double different reroll.
And I'm not surprised. White Jungler is a player who played most flexibly in this tournament across the first 2 days. So 12 games total. He played 11 unique comps, only doubled up on 1 comp, which was, Twitch out of all things. Not really the best combo in the current meta. So he is a player who's very comfortable playing into almost anything that the meta has in store for him.
Yeah, remember how we talked, who do you want to itemize from the Sentinels, and it's just being Loris into the Leona? Like, he even has the 2-star Illaoi that he did not move items from the Leona, which is kinda crazy.
And Tristana just snowballing, getting stronger and stronger with her built-in scaling. It won't be strong enough to win this fight. White Jungler will be taken down to 1 last life, and it's not surprising. Day 6 on a 6 win streak now throughout this stage 6. Looking at the emblems, anything that jumps out to you, Alan?
Rebel, perhaps, for the... just probably more frontline for the jungler, but the problem is there's just too much damage, quality over quantity, having so much value, having spread it out throughout the whole board and maintaining another extra carry with the 3 items. And keep in mind, Radiant items are having, like, you usually have the value of 2 full combined items. So if you manage to find a carry 3rd item while having itemized everything else, it's an amazing spot to be at. While Daisy had pretty much all the premium choices from the slums, because it's Shojin, Guardbreakers, Spark, even Shroud, Sunfire. All those items are amazing as the Radiant items.
Yeah, checking off all the boxes when it comes to utility. Then you have, a lot of DPS coming out from the double Runons, Ezreal, despite it not being the Academy-sponsored item. So all eyes on Tristana. Can she chew through this front line quickly enough? Can she start, one-hit KOing most of these units is the big question, but all the extra HP makes it that much more difficult.
This is 100% stacks Tristana. If she cannot do it, no one can.
Just a dummy holding on now. The Mel trying to dish out some damage as well. I think that Tristana might get this. The stun is so big from the Victor, comes in at just the right time, and that's a big win, and the win streak finally cut on Day6 side?
The difference was definitely a slight positioning diff, and the moving items from the Leona to the Illaoi, getting that extra warmer, getting her redemption, and giving a bit more time towards Tristana, enabling also Victor to stun the whole board, utilizing the gunblade pretty well. And keep in mind, jungler is still stacking the Tristana. She's keep growing, he keeps getting stronger, while Dejik doesn't have much to cope with. He will try to go level 10 at 7-1 if he doesn't get to finish off the jungler right now.
Dejik still on 2 lives. If White Jungler wins, we have at least one more fight left. Maybe a chance for White Jungler to find the Leona 3 that could swing things even further in his favor. Can the Victor stun in come at the right time again? Can the Tristana break through this front line in time? The backline's still healthy for Dejik, but finally the front line is going to be breaking now. And
Look
the
at those
Victor
redemption
stun, I
procs,
think.
keeping that Illaoi alive for so much longer. The redemption proc at low HP like 3 times there, with a combination with the Baltiga buddies giving her the shield. That was such a close fight where the redemption just kept her alive, providing extra durability, extra HP, making that fight so much closer.
The Tristana getting stronger and stronger. We're going to have a gold injection from this stage 6 PvE round as well. Maybe, just maybe, a chance for White Jungler to find the final copy of Leona to make his frontline even tankier.
We see that we have already 115% on Tristana. This is the biggest hammer ball, wreck ball I've seen in my life. I don't think it ever came close to 100, and this is 200. And jungler is still looking for the 3-star Leona as an extra tank, while Dejik pushed level up, got a Warwick. We'll see if it manages to help with this against those redemption, to execute the units so they cannot get so much value out of it.
A chance to get a Warwick item potentially here for Dejik. We find a final Leona item as well, but no Leona 3 unfortunately for White Jungler. Last minute positioning here, swapping the Tristana now towards the middle, but more on the right side.
Sniping the Rumble.
Onto the Rumble right away is really big news here for White Jungler to stop some of that frontline damage coming through.
The very big problematic part for the Dejik is he has a bunch of hurricanes, which splits up the damage. It doesn't allow him to focus fire. Ooh, that
Tristana taken down, and yep, Tristana taken down. Very, very different fight here. Big win for Dejik. No Mel for White Jungler to have one last chance, and that's going to be one of the OG competitors in the EMEA finding success all the way back in set 3. Still an absolute menace on the convergence in this game too, winning this game.
So utilizing perfectly the dummy for the extra trades, getting that 6 Sentinel online, having such a tanky board, finding all the upgrades, and just finally capping out that with that Warwick Radiant Hurricane, enabling all the executes and just being able to push a bit last of the damage that he needed.
And really good showcase of all the different prismatic augments and what they add to some of these boards at 4-2, with quality over quantity being a big part of Dejik's success in this game.
Yeah, he had an option to lean towards other things, but the second he has quality over quantity, while having proper slams, Shojin, Sunfire, he went right for it.
We're going to a quick break, but our analyst desk will continue breaking down this game number 2, and we'll check out the standings and see what players have to start adjusting their game plan moving into the last 4 games of today. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna show 'em.
I'm a believer. Yeah, I'm born for more than a thing. I'm going deeper. Yeah, I'm born for more than a thing. Watch me work harder. See me walking through the flames. Yeah, I'm a believer. Born for more than a thing. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. We are
Welcome back here at the analyst desk. And honestly, that was a crazy game here. I didn't have a Sniper Warwick on my bingo sheet just yet. I loved seeing it though. Unfortunately, it didn't make the cut, only a 5th place for Jedu though. In my heart, the wolf woos on, I will say that much. But talk to me a little bit about Wet Jungler's forward counterfeit.
Oh yeah, I mean it's interesting because it's Kevin Parker, the fellow German player in the top 8, was the one who really kind of highlighted for us how ridiculous this board can get, and to see the ultimate version here, and also interesting to see it actually falling slightly short of the end zone was great. But honestly, for Wet Jungler, this is a fantastic game. He came into this one with 2nd place. He left it with another 2nd place. That's great for him.
It absolutely is, and a big part of these high-stake tournaments, right, has to be your mental. The way you approach this game is so vital. And we did see a little tweet after game number 1 from a friend Experience saying, I trolled in game 1, he got an 8th place. It's fine though, 5 games left, the mental is strong, don't panic. And he did exactly that, making his way to a 3rd place here, despite being a little bit contested in the early there. A couple of players maybe angling that Sorks comp says, no, this is all mine, you guys back off, and I will claim this 3rd place. Great to see him make a comeback.
I mean, it just shows that how you can come back in one game and it can change the whole aspect of this last day. I mean, it's so important for every one of these players to try and make it to the Tactician's crown, also be crowned the EMEA champion. It just shows that one bad game is not going to be the end of it. You can still come back afterwards and have a great result. But another player that came back and had a great result was also Dasic as well, winning out in that lobby after a very unfortunate max cap in the previous game. This game went for quality over quantity with the high rolling of the Wandering Trainer. We were wondering what direction he was going to go in. It was early Sorks into potential Rebel, but in the end, having this super flexible board, really playing around the Sentinels and the Academies and even the 6 costs in the end, getting so much value from all of these crazy items.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to see both of them make a comeback here, and honestly I think that was the most stacked Tristana I've ever seen. That was incredible. But with that, I believe our standings should be ready as well. So why don't we take a look together to see how it all shakes out after game number 2. Keep in mind, 4 more games. The AVP matters. A couple of these players are already locked in, so it is going to get dicey on who makes it through, and of course who is going to be our EMEA champion. Right now with 2 second places in 1st place overall, Wet Jungler looking like he's on a great track.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic way to start. I think as well, Digital going bottom 4 in that previous game really opened up the field. If we see a 2nd first place from him, then the entire rest lobby will be chasing him for the rest of the day. But as it is, I think there's still plenty of room to see that board dramatically change by the end of the day.
That 2-point lead might not seem like a lot, but it's actually quite a lot considering it's just 2 games in, that little bit of a lead that you can get. And though we talk about mental and a momentum as well, Wet Jungler going 2nd into 2nd. Another big thing as well, it seems like rerolls are definitely becoming more popular for this day number 3. We saw the top 4 in the previous lobby having a lot of rerolls, and the same this time as well, with things like even gloves off, which I wasn't expecting to see today, to be fair, but maybe it's one of the crazy strategies that Kevin Parker has up his sleeve. But I'm really excited to see what else is going to be cooking up in this game number 3 and getting into the back end of the day.
See, the thing is, Stuart, there is something called a deer list for anybody that's not familiar. It's the German reroll tier list. And of course, Kevin Parker knows the deer list and knows that gloves off can be good situationally. So if there's a lot of reroll coming your way, you always know from where it's coming, and it's probably going to be our German representatives bringing that to the table. But I'm also curious to see some of our French players make a comeback here on the overall scales. Like Experience just did, the rest of them will have to follow. In that last game, they unfortunately took the bottom 4 places, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. The amount of times I've seen double 61 drop really low in game and then claw his way back to a 1st place, I'm sure he could replicate that on the leaderboard as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's absolutely got a plan right now to bring this one back. I think it was really well said as we get into game 3. Looks like if we haven't seen a reset from last time, we will be seeing another Victor's Vision coming into this lobby as well. So we should be expecting this one to cap out very high, just like last game. Oh,
it changed. I think that was from last game.
I got baited.
You got baited by the production, not changed yet. But yeah, Prismatic Prelude, we saw the Heimerdinger just at the start having a little bit of a dance. So this is going to be different to the other Heimerdinger portal that we saw before with the Prismatic ending. Now this is going to be Prismatic starts. So things like Ghost of Friends Past, we've seen it before on broadcast. I'm pretty excited to see if anyone cooks up anything with that. We saw like the AD variant of it. We can also see the HP version of Ghost of Friends Past, but also Prismatics allow you to get that +1 online.
They absolutely do. I'm really curious on what we're going to get, and of course how the rest is going to fall out. But you're right, those prismatics first are always a lot of direction for some of these players. So a good thing to do very early on is try to keep your options open. Wit Jungler is doing exactly that. You can even see him kind of split up the units on the board saying, you are visionaries, you are Zeri, I'll try to find a way to kind of, depending on what I get, I know who to sell. But Day6 says, you know, a rebel, I wouldn't mind that.
Well, this was something that was really missing from the previous games we've been seeing so far. We knew coming into today, the Rebel stats were absolutely crazy. I mean, still, I feel like they were strong enough to suggest that people were finding a lot of different ways to play the composition.
I think it's about trying to reach the cap of Rebels, because I think in general, when you're trying to reach towards like the Alawi 2 and the Zoe 2, that makes it very difficult to try and outcap some of these boards. But if you can find the Jinx later on down the line, it can be very good. But Prismatic Opener is always an exciting one. So many crazy ways to get things online. Already seeing Worth the Wait, investment strategy, upward mobility, wandering trainer. Talking about +1s, that's a lot of +1s.
Wow. I'm not too enthusiastic about this combination. Every single one of these can work well, but as a group of 3, and usually you'd like to use at least 2 of your Wandering Trainer, it is a bit iffy, so I'm curious on what Jetazor is going to go with in the end. All of them could be an option here.
I mean, certainly Enforcer, again, has been getting, like Rebels, has been getting a little bit underplayed today, and we know Enforcer can be a very reliable composition now that, you know, Jetazor has the guaranteed path through to the 8 later on. Certainly in the early going, he's got himself a solid enough start, but I'm noticing as well, Wet Jungler on the side there with the Determined Investor. We've seen that be a very powerful one for those early rerolls to make sure they keep scaling throughout the game.
That definitely
I'd
helps.
love to see Seri. Going to be checking in with Wet Jungler here as well. I also saw a quick Ambusher crown at the very top from Experian being picked up, so that is going to be an interesting board that awaits us as well.
Yeah, some of the reroll lines that we're going to be seeing, you know, things like investment strategy just help you out a lot. We see Worth the Wait for Tartman. Oh no, it's not Worth the Wait. It's the Exalted Adventure, actually.
Oh, Exalted Adventure, yeah.
Yes, the Exalted Adventure. We just got word that it's Urgot, Tristana, and Nocturne. So that is...
Wait, really?
Yeah, I mean, if it is that, the Tristana and the Urgot combination already, the big thing with Exalted Adventure is that you only need to 3-star 2 of them. So having 2 that have the synergy already to start things off is great for Tartman. And, you know, a player that needs a bit of a bounce back from the previous game going 7th.
Yep, checking in with him, and you can see them already there. Honestly, I think you're very happy about this Exalted Adventure, and I'm ready to get on board with this adventure as well for Tartman here. Had a little bit of a rougher start into the day, so I wouldn't mind if he's a little bit blessed by Mordog here this time around.
Yeah, I was under the impression that you could, you know, for Exalted Adventure, you were pretty much going to nearly always end up with 3 things where at least one, you know, sort of the 2 of the 3 were things you wouldn't necessarily actually want to play, but we'll see. It's going to be something of a throwback composition. Double 61 though, on 7 points overall. He does need to make a comeback of his own. course, in the early going, I think he is going to get pushed around. We are seeing players like Juso who are bringing in the buried treasures, some pretty aggressive early augments to make sure that their board comes online quickly.
As mentioned, the upward mobility normally means that Double is going to try and look for reroll composition, as well as the investment strategy from Wet Jungler, and seeing his board, getting a few Sentinels and Visionary online could be that direction. So Double needs to find a way to try and make this upward mobility work and try and reach a cap, which allows him to come back in this tournament. Of course, Double could be breaking records today if he can win the EMEA Championship 3 times in his career. Would be one hell of a result.
It would be. I mean, he's the current record holder as well, so truly the record he would be breaking is his own, but yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I think that would be a great story here. Notably, no Tristana on this carousel. I was kind of looking out, you know, with Tartman already being on the Tristana up here, that would have been a nice pickup, but doesn't come together here.
So let's quick word about some of the other augments which we saw briefly over the other side as we get deeper into stage 2, pumping up from Dasic's side of things. Looks like he's on perhaps an Ezreal line. We did take a glance at W61, of course, the upper mobility. But yeah, I mean, with what Dasic's got putting together now, we did get word, I think might have been mentioned already, what the Academy items were: the Bramble Vest, the Giant Slayer, and the Bloodthirster. So we've got some potential for Dasic to get some real work done. We can already see the Bramble Vest in place.
I think that Giant Slayer can definitely help out if you're able to get up to 4 Academy. I think the options are still open though, especially with the item slams that Dasic has done, that Guard Breaker in general, one of the most flexible items that can work on AD units, AP units as well. So with this Academy start, it's definitely going to help out and going to help Dasic win a few of these rounds. But for now, his options are open. You see a few Akalis on the bench as well. So seeing what natural shops he gets. And I think this is so important when you go into this stage of the competition in a final 8, keeping your options open, making sure that you don't funnel into one composition, and seeing what the blessings of Teamfight Tactics give you in the shops before you direct towards the line.
Would you count the Ambusher crown as blessing? I know Ambusher and her stats have been kind of here and there throughout the weekend.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we're seeing it work even at this point for Experience. It's both of these players on the win streak right now, and they'll even duck each other heading into this round. I think having this kind of start for both of them is great. I think Experience, you were pointing out particularly before, a player who does need to go for a bit of a reset here on 7 points, and looking like he might just be able to hold on to the streak. That Darius is scary.
Yeah, not going to be able to take down the Darius. Unfortunately, the Titans and Sterix too strong. And maybe the damage actually from the Draven might be enough in the end. That 2-star Draven
is
and the Twisted Fate in the back as well. It is enough in the end. Experience, another win for him in these early stages. But on the point of ambushers, we saw at the start of the day, Dasic going for the early ambushers and unfortunately went for 8th place with that max cap. Be interesting to see what the next augments are. Of course, we already have our portal with the Prismatic Prelude. If we have other Prismatic augments, we can definitely see this board get online. But it's all about trying to hit that Smeech 3 and trying to get the right anomaly online for the Smeech to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that's going to be a big important factor, and we'll keep an eye on that as we are checking in with Chuso. Currently in not the greatest place in terms of overall points, but is keeping some options open. We are collecting some family units. I'm not really sure why we decided to go for this with the buried here. With something like the portable forge, like we were mentioning in that previous game, families suddenly become so much stronger if you can find something like a trench coat. The extra items for sure can help, but I'm not convinced it's enough to keep up with some of the other comps that we have right at the moment.
No, and it's certainly not doing so well, at least in the early going. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a rearrangement going on. At least we've got the 2-star Violet to work with. And, Chuso's got some money, but I'm with you as well. I think the buried treasures, we can see the inventory is actually bulging with items, but Chuso hasn't been able to put together a win streak using those items.
Yeah, double teardrop is not the best for Chuso as well. You would want some more items for the Violet and everything. And as you mentioned, Makes, sometimes you need that extra power, like from the things from Portable Forge, like trench coats. And there still is that possibility that you can get Portable Forge at some of these next augments, depending on what we get. But Definitely the item drops not helping her out, and the same with the roll down as well. I think only 4 violets this early on, which again, Chuso sitting at the bottom into another prismatic.
Oi.
The power's only going to get stronger.
If everybody else gets stronger, are you actually getting bailed out? It has to be kind of on the mind of players here. For some of these players, some very good pickups. I'm seeing Jedu, who was on that Wandering Trainer, also finding the Enforcer crown. That for sure is a big cap increase that just dropped there, but also players like Kevin Parker, who can find that +1 here on the Sword Crown, have to be happy with what they're getting.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what we kind of expect. We are getting into game 3 of the final day of the entire competition. Again, the players here battling for the chance to call themselves a EMEA champion. Winning out the Golden Spatula here will be something that will stick with them forever from this point forwards. And right now, Kevin Parker is dominating the lobby. Jed is still falling a little bit behind. But I think, yeah, having that Enforcer emblem, or those 2 Enforcer emblems rather, in pocket means that his long-term future is assured.
Could we be seeing a prismatic trait in this game? The 10 Enforcers. Still believe he needs another one, if I'm not mistaken. Still needs another +1 to get the 10 Enforcer online. But the possibilities are endless in this game. And, you know, talking about that Wandering Trainer, we were wondering what direction Jadasol was going to go into. The game, we're talking about blessings. The game blesses itself with another Enforcer. So your direction is already there. And look at that. Maddie 2 online, double Infinity Edge. You even had the Enforcer crown on the front line. So a brilliant start there.
Honestly, you just have to love to see it. And I'm now nervous for this next carousel because, of course, Jedu would love a spat there. Not sure it's going to be in the cards as he's currently last pick priority. But somebody that does have early pick priority is Tartman. And we mentioned earlier this Exalted Adventure pickup very early on. Now also got the Hextech upgrade here on to the Gunblade on the Tristana. We are still missing one very crucial item for her to really go stonks, but at least Tristana 2 is online, so she should hold herself fairly well.
Yeah, I mean, having the upgraded Hextech Gunblade as well means that hopefully that frontline stays in place for longer. We've certainly seen for enough competitions that having a good frontline makes so much of a difference because it takes a while for the Tristana to work through the units one by one, but it's good enough for Tartman. We'll see what he picks up on the carousel because he will be out second, just creeping ahead of Wet Jungler.
Question is, does this Tristana stack more than Wet Jungler's Tristana from last game? I believe we went up to nearly 120% for Wet Jungler in the previous game. So Chuso's like, hey, hold my beer. I'm ready to go. Give me give me a Tristana. Give me the time to shine for Tartman. And I mean, Tristana 2 this early on, as you mentioned, with the Radiant item already in the back pocket, can be a great opportunity here for Tartman to potentially get over 100% again for double games.
You have to keep our eyes on how that adventure unfolds for our players. All of them, arguably. I do want to quickly check in with what Double is doing here because right now it looks like we are planning to go long on the Kemp Barons with an 8 loss streak. And that is, to me, the KC Cousins masterclass. Bleeding out early, getting strong econ, and then in seconds assembling a strong board that stomps the rest of the lobby is where they are most comfortable, both Double 61 and Canvas. Let's see if he can pull it off one more time here as he is managing to move through these early stages.
It's really fascinating, and yes, this is the situation you want to run in the Kemp Baron when you find the Silco very early on. But sure, we've got to remember that from the beginning of the game, Experience has already been on this ambusher line. He already has Smeeches of his own, so the Double 61, who's got very little HP to work with, this does feel like a very risky route to travel.
I think we spoke about all the way back in day one about the different approaches that you can take with Kemp Baron, whether you try and look for these sort of cash outs, you know, the lesser Shimmer duplicator to try and get, as you mentioned, you know, the Smeech 3 and also the Rennie 3, but with someone already playing ambushers, makes it very difficult. Someone's also already playing Morgana, so both of the variations of the rerolls with Ken Barons is already out the door. So you're expecting this to potentially be trying to go for a 400, 500 cash out for double and try and play around the Silco carry. But he's only at 120 stacks in stage 3. So I think he's just going to go for a lower cash out here and try and still play around that Silco and later on down the line.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how that works out for Double there. I agree with both of you. It's not the best spot right now, but I am not one to doubt Double 61. Many a times he's proven me wrong with where his position was and how he was able to recover it. So I'll be cautiously avoiding jinxing him in that regard as we are going to Wolves right now. Quick look at Wet Jungler, who's currently playing around the Visionary line. Still missing some more Morganas if you're wanting to carry her here.
Blue buff being one of the most important items for Morgana. What's better than a blue buff? The blue blessing, the radiant version as well, just giving you more damage and more area of effect damage with Morgana. So an incredible item to get. Getting up to that 3-star is going to be so important to try and get that extra cap on down the line. But as you're seeing, the Visionaries are being contested though, with Day 6 staying on this line with Academies and already has the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, that's going to make it just a little bit tricky to hit the high end, especially when you're spending so long as Wet Jungler is at the lower levels. Across to Experian, who now has discovered that he is going to involuntarily be contesting with Double 61. You can see the board is coming together pretty well, though. It looks like we're in the transitionary period of bringing in the Watchers. And this will allow for, you know, a lot of concentration of power for this comp.
No, looking over to Chuso, we were talking about the family board, saying, I'm not sure if it's good enough on what we're going to be getting here, if he can keep up with the rest of the lobby tempo, but we are on both the Darius and the Violet and the Powder 3, so at least the units are upgraded now, and we are starting to slam some onto Vander as well. I am still cautiously optimistic with this board and where we are at right now, but it looks better than the first time we checked it.
I mean, there are so many items again on his bench. I think this Buried Treasures has definitely put a bit of a spanner in his works for trying to figure out where these items are going, what's the best suitable items. I think he had like 6 or 7 components on his bench that he wasn't able to build at the start of that round, so it makes it very difficult.
All right, will be silvers to close us out here, so our players pretty much got what they want to. We will be seeing a few sneaky ones squeaking here, like Jejisaw, who's currently on the top HP, picking up a late game Pandora's bench is always pretty terrifying, but Double, he's going all in.
It's a transition.
Yep, that is exactly what we were looking for as these silver augments come on through. We rushed here. He did go level 9 just now, and in comes the roll down. Goes for the 7. Rebel says, Silco is no longer my friend. I never really liked Smeech after all. And instead, I'll play around the Zoe. I'll play around the Rebels. Has a beefy front line. Still lacking a little bit when it comes to actually finding that Zoe upgrade. And the items are, I would say, good enough to go for the Jace here. Maybe needs one more if we are wanting Zoe to also participate.
I just want to bring up the stat which we had at the beginning of the day just to show why Double 61 has made this decision. A nearly 40% win rate yesterday from the Rebel boards. If there's any board that can save it from this point, it's Rebels.
I have to say though, Counterfeit, level 9, extremely big roll down, no jinx.
It's an econ loss.
0 jinxes online for Double 61, and honestly, that might be the big difference. I think one of the main reasons, as I mentioned at the start of the day, why Rebels are so powerful and why they have such a high win rate is going towards level 9, rolling down, hitting a jinx, and playing towards jinx as your win condition. But that big roll down, you saw, had to play a Jace instead of the jinx, and just not enough power for Double 61. 12 loss streak as well, and Double 61 has already started today with a 5th and a 6th, so an 8th place could give him a real big distance between himself and the top of EMEA.
Now we also are checking in with Tartman here real quick, because Exalted Adventure has been found, both that Urgot and that Tristana. upgraded. Looks like we got a second Radiant out of that, as the Tristana is now holding Radiant Gunblade and Radiant IE, but I am fearing for double. He does actually manage to turn it around, and looks like that is a win, unless I'm being pranked by our overlay once more. No, okay, he's still in here. No Jinx in the carousel, though.
That's got to hurt so badly. The thing is, at this point as well, we bear in mind double 61's tournament position. He's on 7 points overall. The day could go one of two ways from this point. If he goes out in 8th place, it's going to be massively harder for him to come back. He is already going to Crown, to be clear, but his chances of becoming 3-time EMEA champion could evaporate.
So difficult. It's going to all come down to this next roll down for double 61. Might have to try and sell some units and try and potentially play around the Jinx and hope to find a Jinx. There's the Zoe 2. That is a decent upgrade and can help you deal a little bit more damage. But there is a Jinx on the board now as well. But the items are still on that Jace. Does use a remover, puts the items on the Jinx. So there is potential, but I still don't believe, unfortunately. I still don't think that this board can be strong enough, but there is a lot of attack speed on that Zoe.
You are a Debbie Doubter, is what we call that, Stuart.
Well,
so
I want to believe. I want to believe. Prove me wrong.
He goes up against Kevin Parker and his Sorcerer board here. The good thing in favor of double is that there is no LeBlanc yet. A lot of the items are still being held on that Zyra in the backline there on that 6. That will be a very easy snack for the Jinx to take away. And we are going to be going into this anomaly. Thankfully, Jinx has been found before the anomaly, so we can make her even greater then.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. And we see the power of just a 1-star Jinx without even getting full itemization as of yet. So it will get scarier from here, but we have to keep looking out, particularly for other boards that can just get that single win over double. He's got 1 life left. Any board that can beat him puts him out.
Some really big anomalies that he's rolling past here. Infectious might have not been enough. Decides to go for the Fireball instead, so just more damage onto Zoe. Jace 2 upgrade. So now do you swap the items again, or maybe you have the decision of going for frontline Jace and instead keeping these items on the Jinx, since we saw that when you have 7 Rebel, you get this crazy amount of attack speed, which allows Jinx to cast more often and go for the big rocket. But hey, I might be a believer now, mate, so I might have to change my mind. The stars are aligning for double with this board now.
Well, I am a little bit worried about Wet Jungler on the left-hand side. We were calling out currently at the top of the leaderboard, 2 second places, 2 points ahead of everybody else. Decides to go for the Morgana carry Visionaries. Could, of course, always carry the items over to that Heimerdinger if Heimerdinger 2 does come around and you actually want that. But other than that, we are lacking items. We would really like both of them to carry some, and Wet Jungler has been losing a little bit, sitting on 32 gold here. We'll have to see who comes around in the matchmaking.
Yeah, not having a third item here for Wet Jungler for that Morgana, and you see with the third augment, missed connections. Might have had to take that because he wasn't able to hit that Morgana 3 and Sims 3 in the front line, but not being able to get that that third item for Morgana could be a disaster here for Wet Jungler.
Yeah, and it's so painful to have to give up a whole augment just to correct some of your low rolls in the game, but we do get to see what we were talking about before. Even with just the 2 items, admittedly one of them Radiant, that Morgana, given enough time, will knock out absolutely everybody.
Absolutely will. Both of these players hanging in there at the very bottom, close to the chopping block on their last lives. And with that, other players are starting to drop. We're checking in with Jedu on the left-hand side. We were dreaming about the 10 Enforcers would need 1 more emblem to make that come through. But thus far, no emblems are coming his way.
No Caitlyn's as well, so actually deciding to go for the Enforcer +1. Oh, that gold drop. Wait, there's another gold drop. Hold up. Oh, just more components. I mean, Genesaur was so close. 2 gold orb drops and no spatula, unfortunately. And as I mentioned, no Caitlyn yet as well to really get the power that you really want with this Enforcers. Has the double Infinity Edge Enforcer +1 on the Twitch. So we're going for a sniper. There's the Caitlyn I was talking about. So I has to clear up the bench to try and get that Caitlyn online. What else is there going to be, though?
I mean, I think Enforcer 10 was always going to be a bit of a pipe dream, but it's still amazing to be able to get up and cut some of the junk Enforcer units to make your board overall much stronger. So we've got the 2 items, Twitch there, and now we've got the Caitlyn in the mix. Unfortunately, on the other side of the field, Tartman's board is already hitting. This is not just going to be a loss. I think it might be a complete rout. This Tristana is incredibly strong. I don't think this Vi's up to it.
Not too sure if the Twitch is going to do enough damage. It doesn't. Jedisor loses. But as we were watching the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, Double 61 hits that Jinx 2 in the end. And now makes, I am a solid believer that Double 61 can make an insane comeback in this game. Rebel, if you can hit that Jinx 2, if you can hit that huge cap, and Jace 2 as well with this board, I don't see what board right now can take down Double 61.
Yeah. So now you're a believer. Now that he's made it through the trenches, that's when you come around, Stuart.
You want day one.
Ha! I will say we did see something really interesting for Jeru there, because it looks like he's aiming for the Twitch 3, rolling 2-star forecasts on that Pandora's bench to maybe hit the jackpot and solidify his placement here. So that is something we'll need to look out for as we are taking a look at how this Jinx can really dish out some damage. I mean,
I just want to put it out there again.
It's definitely blue for now.
Around 40% win rate. That's just astonishing stuff. The thing is, I'm just checking to see. So, Experian is in first place and does have a Smeech tree. Also has enough enhancements to make that Smeech very dangerous. For me, Experian feels like the player who's in best position to hand out that final loss to Double 61 if he can get Smeech onto that Jinx quickly enough.
Left-hand side, we're on a Kate one. We're on 6 Twitch and 2-star forecasts for Jeru on that Pandora's bench. He's so close, but his HP is incredibly low. And on the other side, we are going to be seeing our family player come on through. I'm not sure that's enough with just the Kate one and basically 1.5 item Twitch, but maybe the dream is still alive for Jeru.
I don't know, this Caitlyn is struggling to break through the front line. The Violet versus the Vi. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. Is Jedisor gone? I think he's gone. The dream, who was so close.
Wow. And Jedisor could shrug off that one bad game from before, but a second one in a row, at least a second one less than hoped for, is going to shrink his chances dramatically. Remember, he was second highest coming to this lobby on 12 points overall after his strong early start, but he's going to be plummeting down into the pack again.
I wonder if it's almost a little bit of a bait on that second Enforcer emblem from the crown. If maybe the way wouldn't have been to just go for Zeri, but you have to believe in the dream, right? You have to play for the highest cap, especially if your overall points are already looking a little bit less than. Somebody that's not in that position is Wet Jungler, but he did lose the previous round and now trying to get that Mel online, save himself one more placement, perhaps, depending on how it shakes out.
Well, I think one of the things that makes a big difference with Wet Jungler's board here is getting the Malzahar 2 so incredibly early. I think we're still at level 8. To be able to bring that online and get the secondary carry, Morgana's got a lot of spread damage here, so we need the secondary damage source.
And that third item for Morgana is going to be super important as well. But coming up against the family, this Violet, I thought the Violet might be able to wrap there, but it's going to be stuck on that Singed.
Going to be just that, and Morgana will try to chew through. The backline has found that Graves and is on her way to maybe also get the powder down. We'll do exactly that. Wet Jungler moving through now that he has that extra upgrade there, and we do have another player eliminated from the looks of it. Seems like Dasig out in 7th here after first place in that previous game. Will have to claw his way back up on top.
Wow. I was thinking Dasig was looking pretty good, had the pumping up, and it did have a Heimerdinger too. Stuart, you point that out as being a potential, hamstring attempt on Wet Jungler, but now at least those are out of the way. Over the right-hand side, though, Double 61 has hit level 10 with the Jinx 2, with everything he needs. I think you guys are right. He's going to be. It looks like he's going to. Well, he's got to try for the win streak for the rest of the game.
Oh, so now it's the collective of us guys, right? Because Stuart was a believer from the very start, is it? You guys, incredible.
Hey, you guys. I was always a believer. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, sure. Like, all of you were a believer.
Wait.
Roll the clips.
Is the jinx
fine.
Okay.
No, he doesn't get there.
He's so fine. It's a jinx.
It's a jinx. Jinx is a jinx. I mean, I saw that first roll down at level 9. I saw the 0 jinxes. I wasn't a believer, but hey, if you natural some of them jinxes and hit that jinx 2, that's that 40% win con right there. That jinx. Find jinx 2, play rebel. GG. Game's over.
I mean, to be fair, Makes, as a long-term believer, I think you can recognize the kind of play that Double 61 is going for here. He's done this kind of thing more than a few times before.
Yeah, and I mean, that is what I was saying earlier. Every single player that you see in TFT, when they drop this low, when they have an unfortunate position, you start to freak out. You start to panic. You're like, oh no, how are they going to make it? What are they going to do to maybe save themselves to a 7th, to a 6th place? Not Double 61, not Canvas. Too many times have I been pranked, fearing for their lives in game, and then they come back with something like this. I'm over it. I will say though, Chuso unfortunately going out here with the family board. We were talking about this one very early on, just not able to keep up with the cap of the rest of the lobby with 2 of these prismatics coming up here.
Getting some more items now for that jinx, trying to make her the real carry, taking off the Nashers, putting that guard breaker for Double 61 instead. Victor pair online as well. And I have to mention that upward mobility, the extra health that he got from upward mobility has allowed him to stay in this game and reach this insane cap that looks unbeatable.
We just see it demonstrated again and again. Kevin Parker, who's the same result as happened before, he always set out Double 61, just calmly takes a drink. He knows that his path is set for the rest of the game.
On the left-hand side, it looks like Wet Jungler got eliminated there. That Mel was not enough. Also, Experian and Kevin Parker following. And we find ourselves in an upside-down lobby. I was talking about the French players, unfortunately, getting the bottom 4 placements in game number 2. This time around, Tartman and a Double 61 on top. We were talking a whole lot about this Jinx. And I feel like maybe because it was so obvious, the Exalted Adventure didn't get as much love from us, so I just want to shout it out one more time on the left-hand side by Tartman here as we go into what could be the last round potentially. What is stronger, a high-stacked Tristana or the Jinx 2 with the Rebels?
Tristana, way too powerful. 2 top 2s in a row for Tristana.
Wait, no kill.
I think the Jinx is going to be enough. Hold on, Tristana.
The healing.
We're going, we're stacking, we're going. Oh,
boom.
Tristana again.
I was always a believer from the very moment Tartman entered this game. I said he's got what it takes, taking down Double 61, seemingly unstoppable board. I mean, to be fair, for Double 61 fans, you couldn't have asked for a better game for him.
I mean, could have gone first. It could have been better.
Okay, listen, Stuart, you're not allowed to talk about Double 61 anymore. That's it. I'm forbidding you to mend it. We're done with that. I will say, Tristana 3, pretty good unit. Even better unit when you have 2 Radiant items on her. And even though she, quote-unquote, only had 60% in comparison to what we saw before, this was absolutely crazy. And I'm curious on what our analyst desk is going to say about this game. We're going to go to a very quick break, and then we will be back here with the final day of EMEA Golden Spatula, so don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna show 'em. Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh,
gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here to analyze the game 3 that we just witnessed, and pretty spicy start. Prismatic augments both at 2-1 and 3-2. A lot of scaling augments, especially. We saw the upper mobility finally paying off later in stage 5 for 61. We saw, pumping up. We saw investment strategy. Even things like buried treasures for Chuso, where you spike later in the stage 3. What do you think was a key for the success for the top 4 in this game, Alan?
Yeah, that was a crazy game, especially from the double POV, given how crucial was his rolldown when he missed the initial Jinx, and he had to play around Jace, which resulted in dropping to 1 life, but ending up finding Jinx later on and allowing himself to actually just snowball off that position, finding later Jinx too in the stage 5 and stabilizing. While on the other side, we had like reroll Tristana, another top 1. Like Tristana has been definitely one of the comps to highlight that has been overperforming overall. And besides that, we had just a classic ambusher spot, and we've seen Xperion dropping 4 total chains. 4-1, there are 4 chains at the bench. Like, he had to feel so bad when he has seen that.
Certainly not ideal. Certainly, I think, reduce the tempo a tiny bit in terms of experience game plan coming into stage 4. Touching on Double's game, it was quite unique how he got to the spots that he was in with the Jinx roll down. Playing Chem Baron in the mid game, not to fully play into Chem Baron, just trying to get some extra resources, identifying that he was losing anyway, might as well. But he played the classic Rebel game. We could have already expected it in stage 3, seeing the Shojin and the Rage Blaze Slam and upper mobility. I think almost every single time on broadcast has been played into Rebels because of all the extra econ you get, and because it plays perfectly into the strengths of trying to go 9 quickly and find the Jinx too. I really love the Fireball anomaly onto Zoe instead of trying to get an anomaly on Jinx, for example, where she still had only 2 items and she was still 1 star as well from Double.
Yeah, and on that note as well, he did not have anti-heal or burn source. It does not quite give an anti-heal, but it does give a burn source. And if you think about what the rebuild does struggle against, it's just those high HP melee units that can drain tank. And there was a Smitch in the lobby. So like Double was trying to solve that issue, and we could see even a big heads-up play later on when the Smitch was in the pool. What he did was remover Ilaoi to get Declo out, and whenever when he actually hit the Smitch player, he put that Declo on Victor, so Smitch cannot target him before other unitemized units are not dead, guaranteeing a cast, which is a very rare case for Victor to cast into the Smitch matchup.
That's right. We have game 4 ready to go. The players are hungry to get back on the conversions to prove their skill with 3 games remaining in our region for this set 13 into the Arcane. Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, guys. I am very, very excited, and it is going to come down to the wire. Everything culminating in the last couple of games, and with the halfway check mark, it's always a moment of, if you've been doing well until here, you try to keep going. But if you haven't, this is where you start to go for the high risk, high reward. And we did see one version of that with the try of getting to 3 encounter emblems there in the last game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but I'm curious on what else our players are going to go for. Any portal wishes, Counterfeit?
I mean, well, to follow on to your point as to players like Chuso who need the high variance, I think for Wet Jungler, as we have the Artifact Amble coming in, I think this is reasonably high variance here, because we can see some very different game plans being put through than we would normally see.
Family.
I am thinking high rolls from these artifacts. I mean, the 2 comps that stand out straight away from these artifacts, as you mentioned, makes Family with Trench Coat, with Prowler's Core, Ambushers, and also Nocturne with the +1 potential with Sniper's Focus. These are the 3 compositions, and these are some of the artifacts that we need to keep an eye on. And some people might actually decide to pop their artifact early as now, really, to see what artifact. And hey, there's a Nocturne already for double 61.
Yeah.
Question is, does the artifact have well, matching item for that Nocturne in stock? I do think it kind of makes sense to see what you're working with in terms of units, because players will usually try to build a strong board anyway, so we'll get a glimpse if anyone decides to pop that early for sure.
Let's see. So no range extender.
No.
I mean, Death's Defiance isn't terrible, but yeah, it's probably not what Double was hoping for.
These are not good options, I tell you that. These do not look, I mean, Double 61 does not look happy as well with these options. Just has to go for the gold. Just has to try and take the Mogul's Mail, try and stack some gold, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised if maybe he just sells away this Nocturne.
He was opening that anvil, and in his face there were just like 3 question marks going like...
You didn't need to look at the bottom of the screen, you can just read his face.
What was that? That's not what you want to see in a situation like this, but something that you maybe want to see is golden augments, as we are getting some potential direction coming on through, and Dasik insta-picks the gloves off on Vander Hero augment here.
Apparently impressed by what he saw from Kevin and running that one before, but
well, they're in the same study group, so
yeah. I mean, it was a little hot stopping, I have to admit, Kevin's approach to it before. It looks like Double 61 will keep his options at least slightly open and have that enhanced red buff for the rest of the game.
No 2-star for his front line, unfortunately. So this Mogul's Mail, most likely not going to proc for the most of these early stages unless he finds that potential of the Singe too, but it's going to be quite difficult. Does have the good combo, though, of the Stone Plate plus the Mogul's Mail, so maybe that can come in handy and help out.
Does get the Ludens here as the artifact.
Oh, that's a good one.
I am very excited to see this one
Trench
play
coat
out.
as well.
I'll also mention Kevin Parker here sending a second artifact onto his augments. So we are going to see double power from Kevin backed off on that augment.
Oh my gosh, and it's double range extender for the Nocturne as well. That is extremely filthy.
He got 2 of the best ones as well for Nocturne. Oh, Kevin has got to be feeling good after that one. I mean, trying to look at the other artifacts that got chosen as well, as you can see, fish bones, rapid fire, +1 range, and 2 Nocturnes. Kevin Parker, you can just sit back and chill, hopefully, for the rest of this game.
See, the fun thing is, when we got to his board, he did like a side-eye moment of like, oh look, I'm getting away with this. I mean, yeah, this is pretty woke. I thought the Vander Ludens was going to be the most exciting thing, but Kevin's board, for sure, quite a treat that we are going to be getting. And you can see them go up against each other here for now. We will need to check in with everybody else, though, because we did also see the trench coat come up by a wet jungler here, so he's for sure going to try and find a family board for himself. And I am trying to see what everybody else is on. I'm not sure if I can see the experience. Hold on, we just switched. Okay, yeah, no, tank. We're just going for Martyr.
Yeah, well, to follow on to your point, Wet Jungler's already slammed the Sterix in there, so pretty much doubling down that immediately. It's worth noting, Chuso is the lowest points in the tournament so far, 12, a full 5 points behind anybody else in this event, so he absolutely has to get the first place finish now here in Game 4 to have any chance of climbing back up to at least a good finish.
Another artifact to keep an eye on as well throughout this game is going to be Jedusor with the Prowler's Claw. Really good if you want to try and play towards these ambushes, but you're kind of seeing already the variance of this portal of trying to get that early artifact anvil. Things like trench coat, things like +1s, and can make a huge difference. And you was talking about earlier, makes how something like trench coat can allow these compositions like the family comp to go from being a 5.0 average to potentially winning the entire lobby.
So you know, I don't want to be in the role of the Debbie Doubter, but I find myself in a similar situation to last game, where in a normal position, if you find that trench coat on family, you're like, yep, this is very strong. I'm going to have a high cap on this board. But now you have players like Dasig with a Vander Ludens, or you have Kevin Parker with the RFC just absolutely fishbone sniping everyone. And I fear a little bit for the potential of that family board. I still think it is pretty good, but it's not like bonkers good in comparison to how it would be in a normal lobby, right?
I mean, this is what you're talking about before, that we've got the extra variation creeping in here. And again, just to reiterate, as we get further into stage 2, Wet Jungler coming into this game a full 4 points ahead of anybody else in first place. So if he does well here, he will be on the fast track to become a EMEA champion and win the Golden Spatula. But you're right, it feels like the odds are more stacked against him in this game than they have been in others.
He's Wet Jungler hopefully trying to reach the highs that we was able to back in Runeterra Reforged, back in set 9, where he had the crazy run at regionals, the crazy run at the Tactician's crown as well, and hoping to go one further. If he can go one further and secure himself as the EMEA champion for Enter the Arcane, it's going to be big things for Germany and Wet Jungler in general.
It will be, but gentlemen, while I appreciate the attempt at caster curses, there's 3 more games, including this one. So
all part of the plan, mate. All part of the plan.
Let's maybe chill a little bit on calling the EMEA champions out. Yeah.
If you're not going to do it, we'll do it for you.
Enthusiasm, but
that's why we're here, mate. That's why we're here.
I'm excited as the next person, trust me, but maybe a bit too early for those calls. We are seeing one of the issues that will come up though, because both Family and Basic with the Vander hero augment are going to be looking for that Vander 3, are going to be trying to look for those family units. So that is a little bit of contesting. And for Jeru, we finally found ourselves an artifact that we can make work. So looking for the Smeech, trying to upgrade that one as well. While some of the other players arguably still looking for direction in the long run.
Seems to be a lot of people in this lobby playing reroll, and that's actually going to help out all of them. In general, you're taking out some of the 1 cost, you're taking out some of the 2 costs, and it makes hitting these 3 stars a lot easier in this lobby. But I really like your call out, makes on the Pandora's box with Jedusor finding one of the artifacts that he would want. Also allows him to get better items onto Smeech as well. Already had, I believe, the Hand of Justice and the Bloodthirster as well. So a great position for Jedusor to be in, and that's one of the ways that if you do low roll that artifact anvil, that Pandora's box can give you a bit of helping hand.
Oh, I like it as well, and certainly when you see the Smeech go off with the Prowler's Claw, he goes absolutely crazy jumping from target to target, but Jedusor will need the big finish. He started off the day well, has dropped off considerably, and now there's a big pack of players around 13, 14, 15 points that hopefully we'll see separate out over this and the next few games.
Yeah, hopefully that is what's going to be happening there. But for now, we're going to get a little bit of an upgrade from Krugs. It's been a while since somebody lost to Krugs, and I think this game will also not be the moment where we see that. I just wanted to, you know,
who's cast the
kind of like complimentary mentioning it, because it's been a while. It really has. And Experian and Daysig also making it through that one, checking in with Experian, one of the players that went for the support item here at the start, and is looking like Visionaries will be the call for him.
So now you're just praying for the downfall now, Migs. I mean, I didn't have belief last game, but you're
I was praising them.
You want people to lose the goal? Is that what you wanted?
No, I said it's great that no one lost to Krugs in a long time. That's a praise.
Yes, I would say nobody in this game has ever lost to Krugs. Let's just leave it at that, because I do want to talk a little bit about
lose to Krugs in EMEA finals.
I wasn't gonna say that out loud, Makes. I was saving his dignity.
Now everyone knows. Saul knows.
I was just being nice, but we are going to be getting our next augment here coming in for our players, and it will be gold again.
Oh, I do want to take a moment just to point out what we were seeing from that previous board, and we'll see again in the second. Experian does have the blighting jewel, so if we're talking about artifacts that enable different kind of compositions, we know that Morgana Visionaries is already playable, but this can let it go completely off the charts.
Trying to get his options here. Gloss Cannon can be a really good option that works well with Visionaries. It is going to be the option as well. Normally you'd want to try and pair the Glass Cannon with something like Gunblade. So even if you're losing the HP at the start of the fight, Gunblade allows you to heal back up and still allows you to do a bunch of damage. But Experian here still sitting on not so much gold, but sitting on level 6. And Dasik, we are slowly getting online with this Vander. Ludens, i.e. Bloodthirster, and the spread damage that you can deal with this Ludens with gloves off, just punching the front line off the face of the map is going to...
See, I'm surprised Dasik is not even smiling right now. He didn't even pay it any mind. He's just like, yep, that's how we're going to be going here.
I mean, I've heard from a very reliable source that cool guys don't look at explosions, but I think it's very easy to miss with Luden's Tempest that, yes, it will work with anything, though it does magic damage, just overkilling. And I mean, Gloves Off Vander does a lot of overkill damage, getting spread to the 3 closest targets. We saw what it can do there, just wiping out a lot of the other units behind the one you're getting.
I think if this was my choice and this was Twitch chat's choice, it would be a case of we're watching Dasik for the rest of this game and just enjoy the Luden's Echo on Vander. I think Twitch chat would like that, right? Am I right, Chad?
Drink a boom.
It's a bit of a tuber moment. I do agree with the combinations we are getting from this game here, but another win coming on through for Chuso, who has decided to go for Conquerors. So let's talk about that a little bit, since it is more of the, I would say, unusual situations you go for when it comes to artifacts.
I really do like it, though, because, again, Chuso's in a position where he needs to get the big win. We know that the later game cash outs for the Conqueror board are very, very good, and finding 4 Conqueror early on allows you to stack up massively faster. Now having the executes as well, as long as Chuso gets, keeps his momentum up, keeps winning the rounds like he's doing right now, he will get a lot of stacks, and then he'll start getting the big rewards ahead of schedule.
I think it's going to be difficult, though. I feel like in this game, as you were saying earlier, Makes as well, that with this lobby just being so out of hand with all of these artifacts, the only way that I feel like Conquerors can really come out on top is trying to reach level 9 and trying to at least get like Mordekaiser 2 online, try and get some of these legendaries to help you out, because before that, you only really have Mbessa as your carry unless you can try and get a Draven 3 from out of nowhere. It's an interesting choice. We haven't seen a lot of Conqueror this weekend, mainly because it's pretty weak, and as you mentioned, Peter, trying to get that 4 Conqueror early for the stacks is important, but Chuso needs to get something, needs to pull something out of the hat here to try and come back.
I mean, right now, we are still quite away from the next carousel, but Chuso could potentially just keep this win streak going that he is on right now. The Noxian Guillotine for sure helping a little bit with those executions, just taking out a bunch of units left, right, and center, making the Conquerors even stronger. But we'll see if maybe there's a Mordekaiser waiting in the carousel that he can join, because not very many other players will be looking for that unit. So that to me is kind of the saving grace to there is a chance of a Mordekaiser making it to this board.
Yeah, and I think that's why we see people being more encouraged to go for that line when you've got the Conqueror Animals. You don't need the 5 costs to come fully online. Unfortunately, there are a lot of individual pieces of comps being contested here. Double 61 bringing out the 2 Swains, one to the front line, one to the back line. We've seen how good this unit is with Mogul's Mail, and currently Double 61 is looking real good.
Potential for that Swain 3 as well, with that Blazing Soul, can be really good. The extra attack speed and AP that you can give over to that Swain just gives you so much power. Unfortunately, hasn't really found the front line yet to actually keep up with this Swain, but if you can find the likes of Swain 3 and also Nami 3 as a potential as well, can be very strong. And speaking of Mbessa, it's on Tartman's board, but that's the wrong board. That's not the Conqueror board. So a bit unfortunate there, as Double 61 is going to lose this round. But at the moment, Tartman's staying pretty nice up with 65 HP, and Judgesaur and Experian down at 48 and 46 HP at the moment going into walls.
Going to be checking out how our other players are doing, because slowly but surely we are seeing some bigger losses coming in there. Both Jeru and Experian have dropped below the 50 HP marker. Still some to work with, but they will need to stop the bleeding. And for Experian, he has found that first Heimerdinger. He has moved the items over, so at least trying to bring it together here. We're also hoping to maybe get those items off of the Singed or upgrade the Singed, although I think I would rather have a real tank. Singed not that strong anymore, and he seems to agree, moving them over to Rennie for now, even though she's not upgraded just yet. So a lot of potential that is awaiting, and we are seeing upgrades come on through for Wet Jungler as well.
Wow, yeah, we were worried we wouldn't be able to hit enough of the long cost quickly enough with, again, some of the Conqueror parts of this competition being contested, we saw from before, but we will get to see some of the unleashed power, being able to bring out the multiple versions of Valla. It's just absolutely ridiculous. We see it rip through doubles board. I think Wet Jungler, from this point forward, should be pretty stable. And again, as a player in the league, he just needs a stable game to stay ahead.
Wet Jungler. Oh no, is he going to do it again? Another Portable Forge?
Oh, well, we've seen other players decide to go for both of these, but maybe this late in the game, too much of a risk, too much of a gamble. Can you really find anything that would give you even more than if you already have the trench coat? It has to be what he's considering right now. Big upgrade for Experian is coming on through. Heimerdinger 2 just found as he goes level 8.
Oh.
Yep, it is going to be the Forge.
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah, maybe Ludens for Powder. Yeah, I think that was probably his best option there. Ludens for Powder, just to get the extra spread damage with Powder 3. Was hoping to get another one there for Violet, which would have been insane, but I think Wet Jungler getting them 2 lesser champion duplicators in the second augment really helps him stay on curve in this lobby.
Oh, I love it what we're seeing here from Genusaur's board though as well. Well, yeah, we've got that Prowler's Claw again. It'll be tough to keep track of Smeech as he leaps around the board. I do wonder if maybe sometimes he leaps a little bit too much and ends up not actually killing people on some occasions, as we saw there.
I also picked up the loot explosion here as a last augment, so we'll get benefits if his units start killing other units. So a lot of that is riding on making that come through and get the potential, which I'm not sure we're there just yet. He is rolling down. You can see another Smeech 2 has been found for Jedu, but can he get the Smeech 3 as Dasig? I believe this pop-up, is it already the Vander 3 that we just saw there, or is he also on 6 Vanders right now? A lot happening at the same time. Okay, hasn't found it yet.
Just a bit of an overview on this lobby. A lot of re-rollers actually just not hitting right now. You know, spoke to about Dasik, hasn't hit Vander 3 yet. Kevin actually hasn't hit Nocturne 3. The same with the Ambusher board as well, which I believe was Jedusaur. Also not hitting Smeech 3. So we're still a little bit behind, and the benefit of this entire lobby right now is Wet Jungler. Again, mention it again, that second augment giving him the 2 lesser champion duplicators. He's hit the 3 stars, whereas everyone else is still falling behind with these 3 stars. You can see on the overview at the bottom, Jedusaur no 3-star, Dasik no 3-star, Kevin Parker as well, and these players are sitting in the bottom 4 at the moment and losing HP rapidly.
And I was kind of worried seeing, Wet Jungler having to give up an augment to get those units online, but I think I'm more online with you now, given the overall picture we're looking at. I mean, the HP totals are starting to drift away fairly quickly. Kevin Parker in particular, down sub 30. Experiment, Jedusaur, and Dasik, all on not too much more. And if they don't hit their units quickly, they're going to plummet even faster.
Yep, absolutely right. Somebody that has hopefully stopped that plummeting. Experian, I was calling it out while we were looking at those 3rd augments. Found the Heimerdinger, now also found the Malzahar. So big upgrades on that board. Not too surprising that he was able to get 2 wins in. But Jedu, digging deep, finds the Echo 2 and also has the Smeech, does he? Does he not?
I heard the sound, but I don't know who hit the 3-star. Oh, it's Kevin.
Nice.
You can hear the sound effect, but you're not too sure who it is because so many people re-rolling. I didn't even mention Chuso as well, playing that Swain Nami re-roll. So some of the players are hitting the 3-stars now, but it doesn't look like the damage is there for Kevin.
Wow. Even with the Nocturne on everything, that wasn't close. The Experian just rips through him. Kevin Parker's got to be disappointed with that one. He's been waiting a while for his board to come online.
Well, a big factor has to be you don't have 4 quick striker. You're missing the last quick striker. Who did Alan talk to that Abessa is not showing up for Kevin Parker at the moment? Come on, something has to be at fault here. But here is a quick look on Jedu. He did not find that upgrade just yet, as we are going through anomalies. You can see them pop up on the right-hand side, but very, very tough for Kevin after such a strong potential start, not being able to get the quick strikers in there.
Really big anomalies here as well. Last chance for Jedusaur. Comeback story for Experian as well on that Heimerdinger. So a lot of damage. Center of the universe here for Kevin Parker. Normally you don't use center on the center of the universe, sorry, on Nocturne, but with that +1 range, it allows you to do so much damage. Day6 still hasn't hit that Vander 3. You're seeing how some of the momentum this game is slowly falling apart for some of these players. Chuso as well also still hasn't hit the Swain 3 and the Nami 3. Kevin's still trying to hit Akali 3 and Rel 3. No one is hitting in this lobby but Kevin Parker, Wet Jungler, sorry, who is still sitting pretty in the top 4.
Well, we do get to see.
It's so interesting because all of them are taking units out of the pool, but somehow they're not finding their own.
Yeah.
How is that playing out? Something is not right. And Dasik down to 8 HP, 1 copy off. We know that his units are being held by Wet Jungler, who's also on that Vander reroll with the family. So probably not going to have a good shot of finding them.
No, that's got to be so frustrating. Again, remembering this is game 4 of the final day of the Golden Spatula for Into the Arcane. The title of EMEA champion for whoever comes out first place, but so many players in this lobby are on basically the same points as each other. You know, even just having that one bad game could be the decision point, the difference maker. Jedusaur, of course, one of those players who has been hurting a little bit recently. Do want to point out, though, an early find onto the Jinx is huge for this board's potential power.
Still needs to hit that Smeech 3. I hear the sound. Who hit their 3-star? Is it Dasik? You hear the sounds. There it is.
It is.
It is. Has found it.
Another sound. Another one hit a 3-star. They're all coming now.
Find it as well. 2 copies off, but the Smeech doesn't want to show up in the shops here. Oy vey.
Definitely very difficult right now. Maybe that 5 ambusher can give a helping hand. It's actually Kevin Parker, the other player, hitting the 3-star, and this time it's the Rel 3-star. So has that front line now to help the Nocturne create space. The Smeech can try and jump on through onto the back line, but it's going to be hard. The last stance does get propped there by the Nocturne, but I don't think the damage is going to be enough. Kevin Parker doing a lot of damage here onto Jedusaur. Meanwhile, the left-hand side, is that Dasik being knocked out? Dasik being knocked out. 8th. Just didn't hit the Vander in time.
And Dasik was one of our lower points players coming into this one, so it's definitely going to be hurting feeling that, as Jedusaur couldn't have left it any later, but finally finds the Smeech. She said before, the last chance, you know, being able to resurrect a Smeech 3, so much more powerful than resurrecting a Smeech 2.
This lobby is just so fascinating with how many rerolls there are and how many people actually missed, and it's so low on HP. Dasik already going out in 8th. Kevin Parker and Jedusaur, they've hit their 3-stars, but they're so low on HP. And it means that players, you know, like Chuso, who, again, still actually given up now on the Swain 3 and also the Nami 3, it means that some of these players can save the HP, and makes it so difficult now for these low health players to try and creep back up.
Well, good news is that both Kevin and Jedu seem to make it through this fight. Yep, that's exactly what's happening here. So despite cutting it so close, despite finding their upgrades this late, at least they are finally rolling in. And yeah, you're calling it out. The Akali will help there, as well as the rest of the lobby is moving closer once more.
Oh boy, we've seen how much of a tank, it's going to drain tank that Akali can be. Having her at 3-star again is a huge difference. The tank itemization being moved to Alawi as well, as Kevin Parker makes the decision. Jedusaur on the right hand side though. This 3-star Smeech needs to pull some weight. It is going to be on the right side of the board to potentially get onto that Corki relatively early.
Jedu on the right-hand side does lose his Jinx here. She is down. It's all hopes. Banking on that Smeege, making it through.
Oh!
Taking a big hit. And Jedu will survive here.
You're seeing when these re-rolls come up against each other, it just comes down to positioning in the end. Kevin losing by one single unit. So because of all the HP that these players have lost in the early game, when it comes to these stage 5 and stage 6 fights, the position is all but important, because when the re-rolls come up against each other, anything is possible. And you're seeing that hurt now from Kevin Parker, losing against a wet jungler with that trench coat on the Violet.
I think that's what happens when you pump so much power into these individual units. You've just got this much more concentrated force than you would have from elsewhere. But down to 7 players, Genusaur and Kevin Parker on a single life apiece, and Experian up at the top of the table on the win streak right now. That Visionary board has kept itself out of trouble for quite a while.
It is doing quite well after having all of the upgrades being found there for Experian, but I'm still worried for both of our players on their last life here. Both Jedu and Kevin don't have any more HP to give, and we are seeing the Visionary board roll around on the left-hand side. Can that Nocturne find the Heimerdinger first? The Akali is giving some helping hands, but will not take down Heimerdinger for now. The center of the universe at least hitting into the backline, but the Heimerdinger still alive and pumping before the Nocturne can eventually find it. Does not.
Whoa.
And Kevin gets knocked out here, unfortunately, with what looked like a very, very promising board, but everything coming together too late as he takes a 7th place.
No one better in the end. I think the big difference for Kevin Parker, that four quick striker would have made such a big difference for Kevin, but a 7th place for him. But he is not going to look forward to that one after his 5th place in the previous game. He's going to be a little bit behind. We're going back to this lobby now. Tartman on the left-hand side, try and get some upgrades onto this board. On the right-hand side, the Conqueror stacks, as you can see, only 264, so hasn't even hit that 330 cash out yet to get the 5 costs online. So unfortunately hasn't been able to hit the peak of what Conquerors can reach.
Yeah, and I don't feel confident with this Draven as a kind of to line him up directly against the Corki in terms of his ability to put damage out across the field. We can see, of course, Corki there and the Vi just individually so much stronger, and that's a heartbreaker for our Spanish player. A 6th place is not what he needed to climb back in.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Another heartbreaker of an elimination coming on through for Tuso, like you mentioned, Counterfeit. But we are taking a look at our top 5. Of course, every single placement here matters, and somebody that just seems to personify that, Double 61, in a great position once more. Currently on 18 HP, could still take a bit hit and not too far off the other 3 players below him, but the board is looking beastly.
What players like Double 61 have been able to do in this lobby is just keep pushing levels. I don't think you don't really need to get a strong board at level 8, since so many players were playing reroll and so many people were missing in terms of the reroll. So it allowed Double 61 to get to level 9, trying to find the potential of the LeBlanc 2 with the 4 Emissary and the Sorcerers online. But Jungler, though, on the other side, has hit that 6 Pit Fighter, sells away the Darius 3 now just to fit in that Pit Fighter to try and buff up this Violet even more.
So fascinating to see where Jungler finishes here again on 19 points, ahead of the pack by a long way. If he gets knocked out here, he will shrink his lead considerably. We can see the Visionary board, the Sorcerer board on the other side, the Emissaries kicking in. We can see the Ambassador, which was stolen away before, chewing her way through, trying to defy the bad reviews she's gotten so far, and Wet Jungler will be dropped.
Another elimination. Both sides are coming in, and with that, our lobby group is going to be cut down to very few players remaining, unfortunately. Left-hand side, Jedu being kind of the player that has made it out of the pits. You know, all of these players reaching, grasping for straws to maybe make their board stronger, to maybe put something together. And despite not even having that Jinx too, Jedu was able to turn it around, is on a 5-win streak, but how much longer can he go? When is Experian as the boogeyman gonna roll around and maybe serve one more blow?
Oh, I think it's going to be the Ghost version on the left-hand side, so I guess we'll get at least a little taster of what's online. It's how Experian does against the doubles board, I believe, on the right-hand side. Certainly, with the 6 Visionary in place and a fully itemized backline, this is a crazy board. Experian just rips through again.
Jedu getting eliminated by the Ghost. Even the last reset did not come in here for him, and both Double 61 and Jedu taken out. You can see Experian celebrate here. Did not have the greatest spot at the very beginning when it came to those artifacts. We're talking about the very high potential of the very high caps of what some of these can do. And Experian was kind of just like sneaking under the radar, thought about going for the Morgana, then went for the Heimerdinger instead and ran with it all the way. With that though, we are going to be going to a quick break. Our analyst desk is going to tell you more about how it all shook out in this game. We'll be right back after that with our very last games of the EMEA Golden Spatula, so stay tuned.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Myself to the bone, left over in the dirt. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down.
I'm gonna show 'em.
It's important in TFT to never be too confident in your spot, Alan. I'm not sure if you'll agree with me because we saw some Exodia artifact combinations early into stage 2-1. Some players, big smiles on their faces. Next thing you know, Ludens, Vander, 8th place for Dazik, Fishbones, RFC Nocturne, 7th place for Kevin Parker.
I mean, those were the contestants to win out the whole lobby, given their situation with the artifacts were pretty much BIS, but hey, there was some defense played in the lobby. Jungler holding 5 Vanders didn't go past that. He could have, but he didn't bully Dazik that much. And yeah, Kevin was just hitting behind the tempo, not being able to push A, which pretty much bite him. But hey, the player that we expected the least to make it to win out actually got there with Blighting Jewel. That was Experian.
Yeah, really insane combo, really insane win streak as well. And we saw the triple or double elimination at the very end there from Experian. So a really, really strong combo, and playing into the Heimerdinger Chem Baron variant that I think is a comp that you can't play every game. Obviously, you can't force it, but it's a little bit underrated in terms of the extra Chem Baron cash outs, the chance to hit, you know, a Rennie 3 as a major frontline upgrade to buy time for the Visionaries. Really clean game from Experian. And sad game for some players. I think Chuso especially needed a big result, played Conquerors, had a good, strong win streak in stages 2 and 3, and then completely missed his stage 4 and 5 roll downs. No Mordekaiser, I think, the entire game. A very late Mbessa 2 down to 0 gold. So frustrating game for some of our competitors.
Yeah, on top of the playing Drave and carry 2-star on the stage 5-6, that's absolutely egregious. But hey, Xperion, as mentioned in the tweet, that first game was a bit misplayed, but it didn't get to him, and he ended up actually clutching it up and getting to the top 2 in the standings right now.
And another French player, well, really, all 4 French players ended up in the top 4 this game. So the French players locking in when it comes to the last few games of a set championship here in EMEA. Nothing new for us or for our viewers or for really competitors as a whole, and that are inclusive. But very, very strong finish for Xperion and for all the French players. Double, I think, very fortunate. We talked about at the very beginning, a bit confused with the start of the artifact ample he got, but then I got a Swain 2 in stage 2, and that carried the entire game for him pretty much. Very stable until the very end. And look at the standings here. Wet Jungler playing defense. Defense does win championships, Alan. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, saved a bunch of placements, didn't allow Dejik to scale up with the Vander, and then he hit everything himself. You take those. And then it just followed up by whole French army from 2nd to 5th.
From a French invasion into maybe a British invasion as we move into the Game 5 cast. Thank you, Alan, for the breakdown, and welcome once again, Stuart and Peter onto the desk, ready to break down, or not break down, but rather narrate these next 2 games, and we'll decide who will become EMEA champion for this set 13 into the Arcane.
Well, I'm glad to welcome you to Breachness, Impetuous Panda. Lovely to have you along for the ride. But yeah, I mean, it's been, as you're saying, it's been an incredible thing after that last game in particular. You know, just to see how everything is crunched up together. I think, you know, for Wet Jungler in particular, definitely going to be sweating over these next 2 games because the gap just isn't there in the way it was in the previous game. There's very little room for error.
Big thing now for Wet Jungler is just trying to stay consistent. You know, he's just got 2 more games left. As you mentioned, Panda, he's kind of holding the fort at the moment, but just behind him is 4 French powerhouses, which are also looking to try and take that EMEA championship. So it's going to be really important to see Wet Jungler's position in this game and to see if any of the French army behind him can try and take over.
And really going into these last 2 games, there's 2 questions being posed. One, who's going to become EMEA champion? And there's really 5, maybe 6, including Kevin, players contesting for this trophy at this point in time with just 2 games remaining. And the second question is, who are we sending to the TAC crown? Who's going to be representing EMEA on the global stage? Chuso has been having a pretty terrible day of TFT, let's be honest, only on 10 points after these 4 games. He has to essentially fight Dejik 1v1 to try and get that very last spot to make it through.
Yes, we still don't know how it all play out in the end, but we're going to go back and try it again because we enjoyed it so much the first time around. All right.
Oh my!
For me, the big takeaway from the previous game was, of course, we came into expecting to see that we get the Nocturne items coming in, and that would be the big difference maker. For me, that not performing as well as I would have expected, the 7th place for KP, really opened my eyes to some of the other possibilities here in this portal.
And I think this artifact anvil is probably just Kevin Parker. He went 7th with RFC Fishbones, and he called Mortdog. He said, you know what? I think this is not okay. I think I should have definitely gone first this game. Can we run it back, please? Thank you.
I mean, not finding that full quick strike, I think, was the big difference there for Kevin to not be able to hit that huge spike. Curious here to see if anyone does pop their artifact anvils now to see what that possibility could be. But again, the big ones to keep their eye out on, we saw in the previous game, Blighted Jaw actually performing very well with the Visionaries. We have Trench Coat, the +1s, and also Prowler's Claw being up there as well. So keep an eye on that right-hand side to see what the items are going to be cooking up, and also the first augment.
I'm kind of really curious if we do see anybody going hard into the repeated ones from before. But again, just a reminder, heading into this one, Wet Jungler with a 2-point lead. Double 61 Experience tied on 21 points each, with Tartman just behind on 20, and Jedgesaw just behind him on 19. So a very, very close lobby with only 2 more games to go.
Thinking about some artifacts that we didn't see last game that could be very impactful in the current meta. One of the low-key ones, I think, is Light Shield Crest, tank artifact that works really, really well on Sentinels. It makes for some almost unkillable tanks that really help something like a Tristana reroll get things together, especially throughout stages 2, 3, and 4. We have a chance for Crimson Pact from Double 61. One of our competitors across the first 2 days did play this augment already. That was Wet Jungler, finished 4th with it in day 2. So it's definitely a hero augment that I think can be played after Gloves Off, maybe the second best in the current meta.
Well, I mean, the items are looking pretty solid on the left-hand side. Definitely, you can see Double 61 is being tempted.
Big thing here as well, Jedisor actually going for the same plan that he did in the previous game. Artifact Anvil Portal into Pandora's box. So this exact same thing that Jedisor did in the last game and rolled into the Prowler's Claw. So keeping his options open and available. But here we're seeing the Ziggs 2 already to start things off here for Kevin Parker.
Picks up the Zhonya as the most AP synergistic artifact that was offered there, trying to play around this early Ziggs upgrade, which can be an absolute menace in terms of putting out damage if you have the right front line.
Yeah, we can see Wet Jungler on the other side, though. He's decided to go just for raw bodies on the board, duping up the Singed. You see, especially with Slamming in pocket as well, Wet Jungler is coming out of the gate swinging here again as our current tournament leader.
Look at the right-hand side here. Look at the artifacts that got chosen. No real big standouts. A few Spirits, a few Trickster's Glass, a few Zhonyas.
Well, more than a few. I think it's 4 players in this lobby that consider themselves to be, the joking kind. They want to play some tricks on their competitors, get some extra units on their board. We'll see how that'll be impactful later on with a 4 and 5 cost especially.
I mean, we've certainly seen how powerful the Akali can be with regular items, but invincibility frames can be exactly what the doctors ordered. The Dasic's got the trade sector to bring himself back in. As you said before, Dasic and Juso going to be fighting it out in this game to stay out of last place. It's not guaranteed the last place player today will not be going to Crown, but it's certainly much more likely that will be our player who will be missing out. So good to see Dasic come in with a strong game plan from the beginning.
I wonder if the previous game actually made a difference to what direction players wanted to go for. Maybe just going for more generic ones, trying to play towards being more flexible could be an option, because last game was all about the trench coats and the +1s, and oh my, that is one hell of a shot for Dasic. And with that trade sector is going to be able to keep the rerolls and trying to go towards that Akali 3 as soon as possible.
Actually, a great upgrade after that 1 win last round. Dasic maybe hoping to lose streak the stage 2 and then have the extra econ to find those copies later on with an econ augment.
Oh, I like this one, Tart, man. Again, it was one of our players who is in position to challenge for the title here today. Choosing Prize Fighter is a bold early claim, and having these completed Gwynsues means all this tankiness in the front line gets transferred directly to more damage.
And not surprised, it's a really good stage 2 setup. The item slams here are for immediate, power, the Sunfire, anti-heal, but also just the damage coming through. The burn damage is impactful, and there is literally a little damage in stage 2. Similar for Rageblade that can stack so far. The Zhonya proc is not enough to save the Ziggs, and a 3-win streak now for Tartman.
A couple more wins for Tartman, and he can get himself an extra component which can allow him to try and get a secondary carry online. Experian going for Starry Nights, we can see at the bottom of your screen, going for potential Visionary. Could be a reroll option there for the Morgana. Not too sure if we've actually seen what Experian has got yet from his artifact Anvil. I don't think he's actually used it or slammed it on any of his units yet. So interesting to see what he's picked up.
Yeah, I presume that he's going to be sitting with this one out early on. I mean, certainly Starry Night becomes very scary once you've got your economy really online. Hope he'll get a chance to see what he's got for us in a little bit. But again, Tartman dominating through the early going. Wet Jungler in a similar position as well. The prize fighter for Tartman. The slamming from Wet Jungler means they're both very strong out the gate. And Tartman is slamming everything he can as quickly as he can get it onto the field.
Another upgrade for Dasic we saw on the side there as well was set 2. So now 2 upgrades, maybe going to turn that win into a win streak for the rest of this stage 2. And blue buff slammed on the Morgana here for experience. So already the right start for this Morgana Visionary setup.
And Stuart, we were curious about the route Experian would be going. Certainly having the Trickster's Glass when you've got 3-star units on the board, that's going to be a huge amount of value.
And it gives enough time for these Visionaries to keep casting in the backline. You know, units like Morgana being able to deal damage over time. And with that Starry Night, it's going to make it even easier to hit 3 stars. And this exact same well, I wouldn't say exact same composition, but the same traits that he's using in this game is what he just got a first place in the previous one. So playing comfort here for Experian, know that he got a first place and he really needs another first place to try and overtake Wet Jungler. But this is the reroll version of Visionaries compared to the previous game where he was playing more towards the 4 cost with Heimerdinger.
And Chusa playing a very unique game here. Not the first time we see Build Diff today. They didn't find success in one of the earlier games, but gonna be playing Build Diff off of this Trickster's Glass. 2 Singe 2s, just giving a lot of extra attack speed to that backline carry. Similar case here for Wet Jungler. Same exact game plan, Trickster's Glass on the Singe, making sure that Zyra is pumping out infinite damage in stage 2.
Yeah, I like it a lot. We'll see Wet Jungler up against Dasik in this round. As noted before, Dasik has been hitting a lot of very good early units. The trade sector kind of being a substitute version of too much value, the indication to get into this line, and it looks like that Kali is going to be very, very hard to shift. We'll be able to soak most of the damage thanks to the Zhonya's. If he gets one more cast off, then that will be the end of the streak. Wet Jungler wasn't quite expecting it at the Kali this fierce, this early.
The early upgrades for Dasik here making such a huge difference. And the great thing is when you have this stasis plus healing combo is that when the stasis procs, it allows the unit, in this scenario, Akali, to heal back up as you're in stasis. So you're healing back up, you're gaining the HP, and also you're invincible at the same time as well. So a brilliant spot here for Dasik to be in. And you know, if he wants to make it to the Tactician's crown, he needs a really good result.
Very important component drops here from the Krugs for double 61. We'll want to try and finish off these last few items on this Vladimir. The rare Crimson Packing, I think it's maybe the first time we see it on broadcast, so we'll see how it pans out. We'll have our first look and first evidence of how strong this hero augment is in the current meta.
I don't think really the best item drops, though, to be fair. I don't think the item drops were too great, but here comes the roll down for Experian.
Yeah, this board shoots up in power dramatically if the Rel 2 can be found, but we see how quickly the Morgana will be able to come onto the field and start pumping out a ton of damage. See on the left-hand side, Experian's been holding off on slamming his items for a while, but his items are very good.
Very deep roll down. Would love to find 2 more Rels and not have to deal with these item switching to get the Trickster on the Rel 2, but a lot to work through and a lot to do on that one round for Experian.
And sometimes this can be the kind of trick with Starry Night as well, is that sometimes you actually don't want to get your 2 stars from Starry Night because you want to try and upgrade the units on the board, as you mentioned, with there's only a Singe 1 and a Rel 1 on the board. Had to actually bench the 1-star Morgana and use one of his magnetic removers to put it on the 2-star Morgana instead, but still has a lot of units. I believe that's 5 Rails, 1 away from Morgana 3, 2 away from Singe 3 as well. So if he can hit these units here, maybe here he can get something like Rolling for Days, some extra gold from like Placebo Plus. Exactly what he's going to go for. Probably going to try and roll down for the 3 stars.
Yeah, not a ton of money left in the bank, but it does feel like Experian, is now with the 3-star Morgana and ready to start moving back up the table again. Interestingly, though, looking above him on the score table, we've got Kevin Parker and Jejusaur both bringing out Pandora's Bench as our silver augment second choice. So we're keeping a close eye on how their boards develop. Note as well, Jejusaur, you were talking about this before, Stuart, with the potential to go deep into the ambusher line by re-rolling the artifact. That is what he has been doing, and he's found exactly the artifact you wanted.
Same. Some of these players just going for the exact same as what they did in the previous game, and I don't mind that in this sort of competition. You know, if you have a line that you feel very comfortable with and you can exceed, and has the Exodia combo as well, Pandora's Box, Pandora's Bench as well, means that he can get again the perfect items for these ambushes, as well as trying to hit these 3 stars earlier.
And I mentioned Max Cap being very good for the amateur line a few games ago, and for the same reason, Pandora's Bench is also going to be fantastic. You not only get the upside of hitting your 3 stars around Smeech a little bit faster, but you also have the chance to play for an alternate win con with a potential Echo 3 or even just 2 Echo 2s later on in the game.
Yeah, it's a very scary prospect. Jedusor is still level 6 right now, so way off of his ultimate power situation.
Oh, that's going to help.
I got you, Jedusor, don't worry.
The Caster Blessing is here.
Jeez.
That is crazy. Items as well. Builds another Hand of Justice on that Echo. Slams the BF Sword, trying to go for the BT again. Again, you know, for Jedusor, for Experian, we're looking at the same sort of compositions as last game, especially Jedusor, the exact 1-to-1. But player we haven't talked about too much, Topman, sitting at the top, 7 win streak right now, still sitting on 100 HP going into the late stages of stage 3.
Remember, that's our prize fighter board that's going on, so every 5 round wins another component, he's going to keep getting stronger. Here though for Kevin Parker on the lost streak with the Pandora's Bench noted from before, he's re-rolling. The Ziggs has been doing a decent job so far, but I mean, I guess, David, you did point out this is a lobby that has a lot of Zhonya's in it, so perhaps the Smeech will find himself with a harder time than normal.
Surely not. The Ziggs cannot be this much of a Giga Chat now. Okay, he gets taken down. trying to beat up on some very scared units by himself with a Zhonya's proc, but not quite.
Curious the direction actually that Kevin's going to go into. He could go into the potential of just going for dominators. Oh, there is a
Jedusor is like, yep, let me just walk forward. Oh, what is that? Is that a pan? Oh, thank you.
Oh god.
Is that an Abusha emblem we hear calling our name from over the hills? Perhaps. Jedusor's already got the 4 Abusha in place, so if you can just get that online, that's a huge upgrade in terms of power. Right now, 3 out of the 4 French players in the bottom 4, but I think that's going to be changing. We seem like we're getting more and more power online.
Big pickup as well by Chuso on the carousel, picked up a Quirky with a BF sword, so very strong combination of both unit and component, as well as Chuso playing build different. Going to find one of his key carries for stage 4 very early on.
Topman going to level 7, I believe, if I'm seeing that right. So going to be pushing levels even more, trying to keep that win streak. Needs 2 more wins to get that 10 streak, and that means he gets 2 extra components for himself as well. Chuso here on the other side, still playing towards that build different. Got him one of the lesser champion duplicators as well. So hey, we might be seeing a repeat. Zeri 3, GP 3 maybe for a reroll built different like double 61 yesterday.
I think it was mostly a tempo decision around probably hitting an early GP 2 in this stage, just to preserve some HP and to try and have more gold and just more HP to work with for the level 8 roll down.
Well, we can see on the other side, you need to bring your forces to bear quickly because Experian is picking up ahead of Steam as well. Topman still currently remains ahead of the pack and has been picking up some of the higher end units, has found an early Alawi and an early Savika as well. So the rest of the lobby, apart from Experian, don't have those big streaks, so they don't need to commit in major gold to try and take Topman down.
Mittens? That's... I don't even know what I don't think I've ever seen an interaction with Mittens and Crimson Pact. Have you seen that before, Panda? Do you know what double 61's cooking here?
I think the Vladger doesn't want any blood on his hands, so Mittens was a choice there. It's more a lore decision, you know. Crimson Pact is a bit too much.
Vampires notoriously cold hands. That's a lore dump.
Oh, there you go.
You got it. Topman, though, there's the 10 wins you were calling for, so even more power.
Wow.
I guess the question is, I think from this point, is Topman has been running an incredible game so far, and 20 points overall, certainly in contention for top of the table. My big question is, how long can Topman keep this going?
Looks like he's playing towards the snipers with the blue buff being slammed, the Rage Blade and the Runans as well. So potentially could try and go to level 9 here because he's been on that 10 streak. He can maybe lose a few rounds, which he won't mind at this stage. Try and go level 9, play towards some of these 5 costs, move that blue buff over to likes of Caitlyn. If he can hit that 3-star, it's great. But Jedusor Picking up that pan from the carousel means that he does get the ambusher +1 as mentioned, and really helps that you have the Pandora's bench plus the Pandora's items as well.
Oh my
God, it just
this
gives
is
you
not
an
right.
Echo 2 as well. Jedusor is living in dreamland this game.
5 out of 7, always a good sign when you're hitting these upgrades on 4-1. The rest of the lobby has to be scared of this current setup. More upgrades coming through, a bit of a roll down. Ideally, Jedusor wants to find yet another 4 cost to add onto the Pandora's bench, or yeah, a 2-star 3 cost to try and go for Smeech 3 a little bit ahead of curve.
And remember, Gen of viewers, only one more game to come after this. The results of this game are massive, and it's going to be Dasik who's the one who runs into this newly empowered Jedusor board. However, this Akali, we've seen it from the beginning of the game, be an absolute menace. 1v1, she should do well, but the rest of the board gets annihilated, and she can't do it all on her own.
Not enough healing, not enough damage in the end, unfortunately, for the Akali. Dasik takes another loss. Kevin Parker as well, sitting down at 34 HP, and Tartman, you can see there, taking his loss, but I think he'll be totally fine with that. His momentum's probably going to shift a little bit now, and he's probably going to lose a few rounds, but if he can try and do it, it could be insane.
Stage 4-2 gold augment coming through for all of our competitors. Some key roll downs will be coming in on this stage, or on this round rather. Chuso especially with a build different. Chuso does pick up reinforcement to try and guarantee he can hit at least 1 2-star 4 cost to try and eventually go 9, cap this built diff strategy around the 5 cost, but it's looking pretty grim for now.
Yeah.
Still, item holding, GP, and Nocturne, only 10 gold to work with. Has to pick up an Alawi as his reinforcement unit. Can't play the Rumble here because of the Sentinel. It's just looking a little bit dicey.
The roll down wasn't great. Probably trying to look for a carry more than anything for Chuso, and not finding anything is an absolute disaster.
GP3 build diff. We saw some unique strategies coming out from Double yesterday with build diff. Maybe Chuso showcasing he's got what it takes as well.
He's got the duplicator waiting for that to happen.
2 away.
All right, we'll see what he does against Jedusor. I have to imagine the ambushers should have the edge here by a significant margin. We can see Gangplank, he's doing his best there, but that round wasn't even close. He is spreading his damage around, and I wonder, even at 3-star, if it would be enough damage.
I think the problem with Chuso here, going for the reinforcement, kind of knew that he didn't really have a lot of gold to work with, but trying to find a carry with the 4 cost instead of the tank, but couldn't find it in the end.
And the GP being a major centerpiece of the build diff strategy now cuts out a few key units, right? You can't play scrap units, so Corki is no longer in contention to fit that board. You can't play form swappers, so that means that Elise is not really finding a spot on the board, so it's a very different build diff to what we're used to.
All right, down at the bottom of the barrel right now, 11 HP for Kevin Parker. He's on 17 points overall. If he has a low finish here, that will lock him out of any possibility of taking it home. The #1 prize here today, up against Jedusor's ambushers. At least, we've got the Zhonya's there to keep this Silco alive for a long time. But he's going to need to get his work done quickly because the ambushers work quickly as well.
Haven't jumped on the Silco just yet. The stasis is still online here for Kevin Parker as a possibility here, and the little minions are trying to do as much damage as possible. Maybe could actually do enough damage here with the stasis being intact, and does one more cast maybe from the Silco. Oh, it's not enough for Kevin. Wasn't able to get that cast off in time.
Big carousel, LeBlanc and Jace, the 5 costs that are offered up to our competitors. Chuso did hit GP3, we saw there on the side, and has Trickster's Glass now on the GP, so this is definitely a spicy game of build diff. Fingers crossed it works out for the Spanish competitor, because I mentioned at the start of the game, alongside Dasik, these are the 2 players fighting for their lives to try and make it to the Tactician's crown, to the global stage, via that very last spot, considering they're both at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, we'll keep it very close eye. Certainly Dasik in a much, much safer position on 53 HP, chilling out in the middle of the table with the quick striker ball we saw from before, which has at least got enough good matchups, less worried. But Chuso, this is gonna be do or die every round from here on out. At least the LeBlanc's in play, and we've got that duplicated Gangplank on the front line, but
is this the weirdest build diff board of all time? Let's be honest. I'm actually considering this to be, in a real tournament, official tournament, this might be the weirdest board of all time.
Did he just magnetic
Wait,
remove
what?
the tricksters as well, and he doesn't even get the extra unit? Oh no, he didn't even get the extra unit in.
He wants the third damage item, I think.
And he wanted to add it to the Lowy, yeah.
Lowy's for more frontline, but I don't know if that's going to be the difference though. The GP's still doing a lot of damage on the right-hand side. Double LeBlanc as well with the cast Morgana damage over time. And Chuso again takes another loss just as Experian still hasn't hit some of his units. You can see Experian's bench completely full, but he's still winning some rounds. It's not bad for Alawi.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to buy a little bit of time to scale up here.
Bully.
And come online. Yeah.
Not many 3-stars actually in this lobby.
Yeah.
And all of the damage is coming out. Oh, wait a second. I mean, the Mordekaiser is perhaps what the doctor ordered here. I mean, it's 1 star, though. I don't know if you want to be moving our items on here. Even if we need the damage for Jizo to get this board really rolling.
Kevin, I mean, just had a really tough time. Did win this last fight, stayed alive, but had an 11 loss streak before that. Player who we talked about was kind of in the middle between Daisy and Chuso on the lower side of the standings, and then the other competitors that were kind of racing ahead of him. In this case, a bad result in this game 5 keeps Kevin Parker in the middle. He has going to have a very low chance of trying to fight for that EMEA championship.
At least he's got the comfort of knowing he's already headed to the crown or whatever it was said. He did say yesterday, I think today was going to be one of the more relaxed days. We did wonder if perhaps there might be, with the pressure off, some increased performance, but I think happy enough with how things have played out. The Gangplank is doing absolute work, and there'll be a little bit more time for that Silco, and actually it's good enough. The Zhonya's is proving its worth.
Too much. Every time you try and burst down this Silco, it cannot go down. And I think with the upgraded frontline now for Kevin Parker, winning 2 games in a row is pretty important. You can see still rolling 4 costs as well on that Pandora's bench. Hasn't been able to find any other 5 costs to try and roll for this Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser 2, really the big win condition for this composition for Dominators. Normally the Silco damage is not enough, and you need that secondary carry online.
For our other reroll players, a player like Double 61 is now 6th place in the HP standings, hasn't hit the Vlad 3 yet, which is obviously detrimental when you're playing the hero augment, the Crimson Pact here. We saw the middens on the Vlad earlier on, which is definitely a unique artifact to have on the Vlad with Crimson Pact, but Double has to hit his upgrade if he wants to stay alive in this stage 5.
I was really impressed by how well Double was doing, at least, considering that he hasn't hit the Vladimir. But I think a lot of other people just incidentally taking the Vladimir as part of their composition, and perhaps recognizing that if Double 61 does hit the 3-star, he's going to be an absolute menace. Kevin Parker on the left-hand side, though, switching his board up. There's no more Zhonyas on the Silco. He's going for pure damage, and it's going to be the Mordekaiser who will rock down the front line.
Wonder if this is going to be enough for Kevin. The Mordekaiser does have to walk a long way, though, to try and get into the back line. Is going to try and do as much damage as possible. The stasis is going to mean that the Mordekaiser can heal over time, but I just feel like there's just not enough damage right now on Kevin Parker's board. And you're seeing, believe it's the Share Your Energy for Wet Jungler, the Sorcerer board. It's just way too much for Wet Jungler. Kevin Parker goes out, unfortunately, of this round.
No surprises, a lot of this was coming since already a stage back. Kevin did not look strong enough to hang with the rest of this lobby, and Double similarly so, but now has finally hit the Vladimir 3. Is it too little, too late? Down to 2 HP for the EMEA GOAT.
Remember, Double 61 and Experian, they're the closest contenders for Wet Jungler right now. If Double goes out early, and maybe Experian, well, Experian definitely not going to be going out early in this game, but if Double is removed from the field at least, that's one less drop of sweat off of Wet Jungler's brow. We'll see how Jizo does here, though. The Gangplank has been putting on a shift. We've now got the 3-item Mordekaiser. This is about as strong as it's going to get.
Not much stronger. Can it take down the Twitch, though, on the other side? The Experiment +1 was found as well on the other side for Tartman. The Spray and Pray is trying to do enough, but Chuso lives another round. Double 61, though, loses after hitting that Vladimir 3. The gloves, the mittens, not enough for Double 61, and he will go out in 7th place. That's one of the players that was chasing Wet Jungler for 1st place is out in 7th.
Not surprising, very, very far behind tempo, still level 6 in stage 5 because he's had to donkey roll pretty much every round to finally hit his key upgrade. Unfortunate, but that's just the way TFT is sometimes.
All right, settle in. I mean, Chuso has been looking pretty good for a little while. Has started to build up the win streak. I think having the Mordekaiser online, especially with the scaling power, is looking pretty solid. They'll actually get up against each other in this round, though. Keep your eyes close on that Smeech. If you can get on top of the gangplank, it will all be over.
Especially considering the anomaly on the gangplank is Bully, so playing up against comps that are reroll comps with the 3 stars, they will be doing a little bit less damage. And we're seeing that same exact thing plan out here. Chuso now down to 5 HP.
Ambush is way too powerful. You have the Infectious as well spreading on Jedusaw's board. So every round that Jedusaw survives, his board gets stronger and stronger. And now another item to help him out here get even stronger. You have the Titan's potential for the front line. Could go for that one. Does pick that up with the Jace. Also denying Jace as well in general is pretty good, since most boards in the late stages want to try and get at least one Jace on them.
Oh boy. So we've got Chuso on 5 HP. Everybody else is actually pretty much on the same HP with the exception of Jedusor, all around 40 or so. So they've got a little bit of time to work with. I'm honestly impressed that Chuso has been able to hold on as long as he has. Not, taking that last loss puts him on the elimination, but I don't think he's going to be able to find too much more out of cash and not finding any more upgrades. Does have the 2 LeBlancs.
And it was just an awkward roll down in stage 4. I commend Chuso for thinking outside of the box and finding alternate, conditions to try and build a strong board outside of just playing around 4 costs. In this case, the reinforcement into Lowy, playing around the GP3, but I think it's just not going to hang with the strength of this lobby, especially when he's facing against the Grim Reaper of this lobby right now, Experian, on the Visionaries. A lot of 3-stars.
You were calling this out before. Experience on this line, and it's just as terrifying as when we saw it last time around. It goes to the right edge.
Oh,
no.
Gigaplank.
Wow.
Online. I mean, if he can break through that front line of 2 stars, the bully damage doesn't really mean that much because he's doing so much damage to them Visionaries on the back line anyway. And the double Gunblade here, not enough for Experian to try and take down this board. And now Jedusor is the one next in line, and a player that we praised a lot last game for going for the Pandora's box, playing towards his proudest core and ambushers. Hasn't really found his mark this time around and could be going down here.
Doesn't really have much of a Pandora's Bend strategy anymore either. Already has 2 Echo 2s, but isn't really en route to find an Echo 3 at this point.
No cash left in the bank. I mean, yeah, the 2 Echoes is certainly worth something, but we can see this is one of the situations where the Quick Striker board is able to roll up the side of the board, and the Akali is proving very hard to shift. The ambushes are just not cutting through quick enough. The absolute massive quantity of Zonas is off the charts, and I believe it will be Chuso getting knocked out in that one.
Chuso and Jedusor both getting knocked out, but what was the positions? It was actually Jedusor getting the 5th place, Chuso by 1 HP going out in 6. So one point difference there for Jedusor might be able to help him out. It's probably still going to be out of contention with Wet Jungler still in that top 4.
And Chuso maybe locked out of the aspiration to make it to the global stage at this point in time. His 3rd, 6th place in a row. Not where you want to be on a day 3 like this. And Dasik on the flip side, who was at 13 points coming into this, in the top 4, maybe even playing for a first tier, has a chance to maybe almost lock in his spot as a 7th place at the very least, or above, coming to game 6.
Yeah, every spot he gets is a spot further away from Chuso's score, and Dasik even came into this one with more points than Chuso to begin with, so I think he's feeling pretty good about how things are proceeding. Currently top of the lobby with Wet Jungler, with a win streak as well. Experian, one who's in the most vulnerable position. We'll see how well this one does this time round. I do think that we have at least seen that there are boards that can beat these Visionaries.
The Akali needs to try and break through this rail as quick as possible, and you're hoping the Akali wraps straight onto that Morgana, and that is an absolute field day for the Akali, straight onto the back line. And that's the advantage that you have sometimes with these melee carries. If you can wrap onto the back line, get that extra damage onto them, it means that it's so difficult for boards like Visionaries to try and deal enough damage to these quick strikers.
I think it's just a too much burst there, but Dartman, we haven't talked about him for a little bit, but actually has managed to put together a really interesting setup. So we've got duplicated Jace too. We've now got Warwick as well. Actually going to be looking for, so we've got duplications, we've got stuns coming in as well. Tartman's got a real good shot here of making something special happen.
Facing off against so many 3-stars though on the side of Experience. So many units on this massive upgrade, and the Morgana especially pumping out damage. Still very safe. The Warwick is now onto that back line, back onto the Morgana, and the Heimer cannot clear. There's way too many units still left alive. A huge win for Tartman with a 5 experiment board.
I wasn't even close to the end. I don't even know if Experian even killed a single unit that time around. Now has the Elise 2 online. I mean, this board is looking crazy.
And the perfect Vow Slam here onto the Elise as well. Everything going to perfection here for Tartman.
Yeah, it's such a win more board. Now we've got the Warwick in place as well. You get those kills, you get the stuns, and it just chains off the rest of the board. Once you start getting his initial kills in, there's very little anybody else can do. Tartman currently on 20 points, second overall for our remaining players. See how he does here. Certainly Dacit's got a lot of HP and a lot of win streak to try and punch through.
The Elise will be crucial here. Do we get a stun onto the Akali and the TF? No, just onto the TF, and now the Akali has a chance once she gets this kill here to reset onto the Twitch, but there's just so many units they have to go through. It's too much.
That's the strongest, I think, arguably the strongest player in the lobby knocked down there. It does look like we might be seeing Stuart Tartman positioning himself to come out in first place. Second Warwick coming in.
Not sure why didn't they go for Picks of the Redemption in the end.
Oh boy. All right. Let's see what Wet Jungler's got for us. Is still fighting for every point he can grab for himself. I mean, his board is very strong, but sadly one short of that Swain 3 that could be the difference maker.
Players looking for just any amount of power spike coming into what could be the last fight for a few of them, considering they are on that last life. Mel on the board now for Wet Jungler as well, so the 6 costs are starting to come through, trying to support the comps our players have built up.
This will be huge for Tartman if he can get there. If he takes out Wet Jungler, he moves a whole point closer to catching Wet Jungler in the overall standings. We can see that the stuns are starting to change, as we were talking about before. Chain into chain, Wet Jungler's board is being ripped and torn to pieces, and that will be Jungler out in third place.
Tartman in
Not enough time.
2-point difference. If Tartman gets first place here, it could be huge. That 2-point gap becomes 0, and Wet Jungler and Tartman are going to be tied going into the final game of the EMEA Golden Spatula. Tartman needs to come up with a miracle in this last fight against Dasic.
One key thing to note here is the same side positioning for the Akali and the TF. Sometimes Akali, in the way that she does her ability, if TF kills the target she's targeting, the main tank on one of the sides there, she can sometimes break directly into the backline once she comes back from her dash backwards. So not gonna be the case here. Akali now up the middle, trying to not get targeted and having that Zanya proc right away.
He does cut through the Jace very quickly though. Tartman could be in a little bit of trouble here. The front line's starting to get torn down.
No Elise stun.
Yeah, and it goes right through it. That's an incredible finish out for Dasic there. Just destroys Dasic on 13 points. A small, grim bit of satisfaction for him. But Tartman's still, I think, very happy with that second place. There's the smile. We knew it was coming.
A smile in the end for Dasic, and for Topman and Wet Jungler now, their points are going to be so close together. I believe that Wet Jungler is still going to be in first place, but the points going into this final game here of the EMEA Golden Spatula, it's going to be a close one, and I cannot wait for this next game to start.
Oh boy. All right, general friends, we have one more game, and at the tail end of that game, we will crown ourselves a champion here for Instant Arcane in EMEA, and also confirm all of our players heading to the Tactician's crown in just a couple of weeks' time. So stay tuned, we'll have our analyst desk back, and then we will roar ourselves into one more game. Don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Cold heartless sinners out to play. Beneath the shadowed veil, upon the meek they pray. Fight to survive, let no one steal our fate. Nowhere to hide from these wicked games. From these wicked games. From these wicked games.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here at the Golden Spatula in EMEA, and it's all shaking out to come even closer still. After that last game, we thought, okay, this was the craziest ever, and then we just run it back, Alan. We have another set of Artifact Anvil's portals here at this game, just giving us chaos and creativity once more from all of our players.
We can clearly see how big difference is when every player gets a hand on the artifact, enabling a bunch of new rerolls or making them better. Throughout the weekend, we've seen quick strikers kinda struggle, but the second they get a proper artifact, they go play around more Akali than the Nocturne, it suddenly performs way better, like we've just seen in the last game. However, I want to highlight how well Dajik positioned in the last fight, because we've seen like just two fights previously, he lost actually the same fight. But when he actually positioned to kill Jace early, to kill Warwick early, there was no that extra execute and ramp up for Warwick, which allowed him to close the series with the dub.
I really, was hoping that Kevin would make a comeback here after having such an unfortunate game on the previous Artifact Anvils, but apparently maybe just a little bit tilted after seeing that once more roll around. Took a very early 8th, followed by a double 61, who we were kind of both hoping to continue a good trend. That has shooken up, as a little teaser for you guys, our standings already quite a fair bit, but in the end, we did see it with Jungler Tartman and Dasic come up on top. Which of these boards to you was like the most exciting?
I mean, given that Rat went second is always exciting. When this little guy can squeeze a placement or two. And when he is combined together with the Warwick, when which applies the pressure to the backlane, together here with the Hurricane, and then Warwick having another Hurricane, also applying that extra pressure, executing those units, it's so satisfying to watch.
It absolutely is. I love seeing those extra 6 costs come in as well. It's always a great finale. And honestly, I do also want to shout out Dasic on the overall performance for today, because it's been kind of up and down and come back and not, and that has been, for better or for worse, a good picture of how he's been in TFT competitive overall. has been gone for quite some time and now fighting his way back here. You can see a 2-8-2-1-8, so a little bit flip-floppy, but still trying to make it up there as we are moving into our very last game. Wet Jungler remains on top in a great position to maybe take it all and be our EMEA champion.
Absolutely. We see there are 3 main players that are in contention to win it all. However, there is some dream scenario where perhaps Double or Jedusor can take it, but most likely it will be Xperion, Tarte and Wet Jungler competing between each other for that EMEA Regionals crown.
Yes, that is what they're all looking for. But of course, there's also tickets for the Tactician's crown on the table, and everybody's kind of scrambling to see who can get that one. With the AVP coming in, it's always a little bit dicey on how it's going to shake out. So we'll need one more game to solidify who's going to be our EMEA champion and who's going to be our EMEA representatives at the Global Tactician's crown. Our casters are ready. I hope our players are too. So let's take it into that very final game.
Thank you so much, Makes. Thank you so much, Alan. This is the moment that everyone's been working towards for 3 full days. The last game, the last chance, the birth of a champion is going to be on the other side of this game. Gentlemen, how are you feeling?
Feeling absolutely pumped to see what I expect to be a new winner, a new champion when it comes to EMEA. Only Double can repeat out of this final lobby in this day 3. And like Alan said, he's a little bit further behind than I think the 3 key competitors.
A big thing now, I mean, with Wet Jungler, just making sure you stay consistent. No encounter for the final game. No more shenanigans. Just a standard-ish game of teamfight tactics to wrap up the EMEA Golden Spatula.
All right, let's head into the arena one more time. The throne awaits. The words written on that throne. Golden Spatula winner, EMEA Regional Champion. The moment is here for the players and everyone else who've had these hopes and dreams building across this whole time. As you said, Wet Jung on 29, Tartman on 27, Xperion on 26 are 3 big contenders. For Wet Jungler, he just needs to stay ahead of the pack.
Very interesting for Wet Jungler as well, looking at the bigger picture. If he's able to win it here, that would be the 3rd win for Germany since our Rising Legend circuit started back in set 6. 3 that France already has with Double, Cambiz, and Gobo last set, so would kind of have some parity between 2 of the best performing countries in our region, France and Germany.
I feel like for Wet Jungler as well, if he does cross over that line, well deserved as well, because I mean, throughout the last few sets, he's been one of the most consistent players in Germany and also just on the EMEA stage as well. You know, we go back to set 9, that incredible performance, Runeterra Reforged, both at the EMEA finals and also the global championship as well. So for Wet Jungler to come into this and to take it all would be a great achievement for him.
So again, Tartman, the one who's most closely able to catch up to him. It's certainly not impossible. 2 points, 3 points, potentially end up in a tiebreaker situation when it's all said and done. But yeah, having no encounter here at all, I wonder if that's gonna, how it's gonna affect things, as we're also gonna have a low-powered silver augment to join no encounter.
Thank you, Mortdog, for a truly competitive game 6. Variance 0, skill 100. Let's go, baby.
You love to see it. Looks like it was an econ opener as well, so players most likely going to be making 10 gold here and trying to get maybe a little bit more power from these silver augments in terms of more gold, more items. Every player is just going to have one component, so it's going to be a very interesting start to see whose board is going to be most powerful to try and keep that streak in the early stages.
Yeah, keeping our eye out. We can see Tartman going for the strong early play. Juso as well, picking up the Kingslayer, as we are seeing what I think I believe we're seeing for the first time, Dasik bringing in the trolling for this game.
First time we've seen it on broadcast at the very least. It's a hero augment that is a little bit lower compared to, I think, Gloves Off especially. Vander has been the most consistent across the tournament, but I would definitely say viable. And from the right spots with the right item components especially, can be a fake out 2-1.
In silver augments being added in terms of the hero augments, you have the singed one as well. The alchemist has been a really interesting addition to try and buff up some of these one costs with the silver hero augments, and to see it in our final game as well for Dasig, to see what power can come into this as well, because we've seen before that there's a possibility that this can work out, and there is potential that this could win the entire lobby. I believe it was back in Macau, I believe, that I remember seeing trolling being winning out some lobbies.
And one very specific thing to consider with this augment, or with the hero augment here, is that if you get a +1 bruiser emblem, you can drop stab later on, and the final board would only play 1/1 cost. So something like Greater Moonlight at 4/2 can be absolutely crazy in terms of just having a very, very scary trundle.
Oh yeah, no kidding at all. We do see on the other side, unfortunate for Dasig, we will be seeing at least one player running some trundles in his early game board. Tarman, again, one of the players we'll be paying the most attention to during this game, of course, did get the early board hat signed, sealed, and delivered to him because he was augment. But it actually looks like it's not going to be good enough. That trolling is doing a lot of work even without this trundle being itemized or stacked up.
This could be a really good loss for Dasig, but it seems like he is going to win this round. I would have preferred to probably stay on that streak, stay on that loss streak. A 1 unit loss would have been really good here for Dasig, but unfortunately does win the round. So he's going to sell away the Camille and try and make 40 gold. But this equal opener, as I mentioned, is going to benefit definitely the reroll players quite a lot, as Experian, again, selling the entire board, making econ, trying to guarantee that loss streak.
We'll try and layer out things as we go. There's confirmation, of course, of this being the final game. And this is going to be the case for a little while, but of course, Jiso, Kevin Parker, and Dasig all out of contention officially for winning the entire event. Dasig, I guess, as I said before, Stuart, the one who was closest to getting there, but unfortunately, it's slipped away from his fingers. All he can do at this point is play for placement prizes and for pride. On the other side, though, Kevin Parker, of course, came into today short of his placement at the Crown. It looks like he's still going to give us a pretty solid final game.
Looks like Kevin's going to try and lean towards the Enforcer line in this game. BT already slammed, has the Enforcer units right now on this board. We've seen how strong Enforcer can be if you're playing it from high tempo, if you have enough gold to hit your Vi 2, maybe a cheeky Caitlyn on stage 4 and take over the game then.
A cheeky Caitlyn, you say? Maybe a cheeky 6 cost here and there as well?
I was like, wait, this one's Caitlyn on this carousel?
I know.
A little too cheeky. You have to limit yourself.
I mean, sometimes you need some cheeky units to get ahead of the rest of the playing field.
Well, speaking of cheekiness, do you want to point out, as we can see at the bottom there, we know that Dasig is playing trolling, but Tartman and Jejusaur, I don't know if this is in response to the trolling being picked up, but either way, they are both playing 2-star Strundles on their boards, making it kind of, it's going to slow down the advance of the trolling board considerably.
I think in general, Trundle is still a very strong one-cost unit to pick up in the early stages, can still be very good as a front line. Of course, Topman here going for delayed start, so didn't have a choice actually with what units he was going to be picking up, so just got given the Trundle by the game itself. But in general, you normally see a lot of players keeping hold of Trundles early stages, because if you can find that 2-star early on, the healing and the extra frontline tankiness that you have can normally be enough.
And the setup here for double, leaning into Academy, getting an extra item for free off of the trait. Nashor's onto this Ezreal. We'll see if he wants to stick to Academy going later into the game. For now, just playing high tempo, trying to preserve HP and play strongest board.
Okay, so I mean, we've got Nashor's 2 for 3, which certainly is doing its work there in the early going. Heading into the end of stage 2 then, Jejusaur currently leading the pack, the only player to have kept a full streak. Do remember, he's on 23 points overall, so well behind our leader. But currently, this board is looking pretty damn good.
Hey, looking great to start things off.
Very start of the day in game 1, I believe it was Jejusaur that committed to playing Quick Strikers from a very, very good spot and had a lot of success with the comp, maybe trying to run it back in this final game.
Getting that random item as well, getting the shred and the anti-heal at the same time is definitely a big blessing as well. And you see the Twisted Fates on the back still doing a lot of damage and a lot of work, and having a pair of Twisted Fates this early on in the game means that you can kind of go towards that direction early on without really any direction from your augments.
Yeah, it's working very, very well. We can already see it on the bench as well that we've got some more brewing down there. I think Jedisor in particular, now he's sunk back down to 23 points from that early lead. Gonna be feeling a little sore about the chances that have slipped between his fingers, but we'll see how this game works out. Certainly a very, very strong start for him. Maybe we'll turn it into a strong finish as well.
Funnily enough, looking at the point standings coming into this, both Tartman and Experian, they try and go for loss streaks to then have a big first or eighth spike to maybe try and win this game 6 and win the entire tournament. Whereas Wet Jungler, very high tempo start. He's been doing this exact, kind of game plan and play style the entire day 3, and it's just trying to preserve HP and stay healthy throughout every phase of the game.
I feel like ever since them 2 second places right at the start of the day, right, with Wed Jungler, having that point lead, you see ever since then the Wed Jungler, as you said, Panda, just trying to play towards tempo, trying to play for that top 4, because he knows that if he stays towards that top 4 average for the rest of the day,
this is not legal. Shojin, JG as well. That's just not all right. We're talking about low variance stage 2s, but I guess Jedizor had other plans for the rest of our competitors.
It's like Experian Smeech 2 as well on the bottom of the screen that I just saw there, and yeah, some it is another one.
All right. I'm here for it.
Low variation, you say, huh?
Well, patience is a virtue, as Experian is teaching us here, so that is allowing us some unusual shenanigans. And we even got a pretty solid, not amazing, but a solid enough item set to get ourselves a tier and a bow. Then we're off to the races. I think even with a single item, this should be solid, at least softening the loss here for Experian.
See, on the other side as well, Wed Jungler looking to play towards the Sorks to try and just get a stable board and try and keep that streak going. Is on a 3, maybe 4 win streak now, thanks to that victory. And the big thing now is with Jungler, as long as he stays in that top 4, top 4, top 3, it could be the difference here for Wed Jungler. And again, trying to keep that standard practice of TFT is going to be important. Pandora's.
Is it going to be the French bench? The answer is no. Does not believe. Does not channel Voltairix through his veins.
Also getting some updates about the overall status of the game itself. We noted before, Wet Jungler 2 points ahead of anybody else. If he gets to top 3, then his spot will be secured as EMEA Regional Champion and Golden Spatula winner.
This is why Wet Jungler is just trying to play safe, trying to play around preserving HP early. If he keeps up this win streak, if he keeps up the pressure on the rest of the lobby, he can maybe just find himself with enough HP to bleed out into a 3rd or a 4th by the time stage 5 rolls around.
And Ambessa on the other side as well. What are these 4 costs and 3 costs? Where are they even coming from this early on in stage 3? Kevin Parker picking up an Ambessa, diving straight into the back line, and that's not going to help Wet Jungler with his streak. Unfortunately, that streak is going to be broken, but Wet Jungler is still going to be very comfortable. Level 6 with 50 gold in the bank as well, so going to again be trying to push levels. He can try and make a stable board with these sorcerers, anything like a Zoe 2, a Swain 2, even finding a LeBlanc.
Stuart. All right, we're going to do a duo cast for the rest of the game. Stuart is being banished into...
See ya. People bye.
He's got powers. He's got powers. This is what happens when you put 2 British people together. We form a coven.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the rest of the lobby. It's a blessing. That's very rare that I get a blessing, to be fair. Normally, I'm the complete opposite. So to get a blessing in the final day of the final game, I'll take it. That's my proudest moment of this weekend.
You've been setting up for it the entirety of the tournament. Yeah, we've noticed. Other players have noticed too, believe me, especially the British ones.
Oy. All right, Double, what have you got for us here? Eye for an eye, suddenly taking the long game. Yeah, Double 61 on 23 points, way behind. Well, very behind the front of the pack, but suddenly firmly in the middle. Again, just like Kevin Parker has got his spot already at the Tactician's crown, so playing for pride and for position. But as we head to the stage 3 carousel, Jedisaw continues to dominate the lobby, not taking a single loss so far.
No surprises considering the obvious TF2 upgrade we saw after Krugs, plus the perfect combination of components that was dropped for him, both the Shojin and the JG.
Note as well, Jedisaw Stuart went for the branching out and actually got an Automata emblem from that to help push his power even further.
Probably not the best option, I would say. Probably was hoping for something different. I mean, could definitely help with the damage for the likes of Nocturne, but in general, probably would hope for something else. But will be quite nice as we see the cash out here for Experian. You can see one of the lesser duplicators on the bench, the Chemparan duplicators. Already he's gone level 7 at 3-5 as well. 6 Meeches on the board. So this board is definitely looking very comfortable. Even a Caitlyn to come in handy. So these Chemparan cash outs to help out, try and get these lesser duplicators for the Chemparan units can help Experian accelerate this lobby.
Wanted to maybe find a Silco or a Savika to try and get 5 or 6 Chemparan online. Not the case, unfortunately, on the 3-5 roll down.
Doesn't look like Jedisaw's going to be giving any ground here. That emblem providing a little bit more tankiness. All those early slammed items paying off, and Experian, sure, he's taking the losses like a champ, but he's down to 35 HP. Again, he's one of the players who can challenge Wet Jungler in this lobby. He's going to need to turn it, at least early in stage 4.
All eyes still on Wet Jungler, 87 HP, second in the standings at the moment, as you mentioned, counter. But with Wet Jungler, a top 3 is going to be enough to secure that EMEA title. Playing towards tempo, playing towards them sorcerers are going to be so important. Of course, that Zoe helping out, especially with the mentorship as well. On top of that, buffing the Nami, buffing the Cassio, and also that front line as well with the Scar. So Wet Jungler looking in a very strong spot right now. Doesn't need that win out. He understands his position. Just needs to try and preserve as much HP as possible.
More than anything, it's I think all about Black Rose for this stage 3. Hit a very early Cassio for the Scion to come online and hit the upgrade on the Vlad as well, I think at the very start of this stage 3. So that helped by so much time for this Zyra to deal damage.
Wow, Jedisaw continues to handle the punishment. Wet Jungler will get knocked out of his burgeoning win streak, but something I do want to bring up in kind of a little bit of backstory for Wet Jungler come in. Of course, we were all astonished by his showing at the Reforged Championship to be able to get into second place. But interestingly enough, from looking at his history, Wet Jungler, I believe, and someone can maybe correct me if I'm wrong on this one, has never actually won an event. He's always been in second place and similar. This could be the first one for him.
Yeah, this is 6 regionals in a row. He got 3rd place back in Runeterra Reforged, and he's a player that's been so consistent for so long now in the EMEA scene, but he's just never gone that one step further to become champion. And it looks like now the red carpet is slowly creeping out. I don't want to jinx it just yet, but it's slowly creeping. You know, they're starting to peek around the corner. They're starting to become signs here of what's possible. But Experian able to use one of them lesser duplicators from that Chemparan cash out to help hit Smeech 3 on stage 4, which is very ahead of tempo.
So that could be a Reforger, yeah, we see it there. And Experian, we've seen mostly the just pure Ambusher Smeech reroll across the entirety of today and most of this tournament, but there is, of course, the potential to play for 5 Ambusher Chemparan instead if you've played an early game that has Chemparan items as well.
Well, I mean, this is certainly Experian saying, this is the time when I come online. If he slammed on the items, the double hand of justice means it's going to be very hard to put that Smeech down. Up against Troll, the Troll and Troll 1v1 though. I think this might be one of the boards he could have some trouble with. It's close, but I think not quite good enough for Dasik.
Dasik able to find set 3 on top of the Trundle 3 as well, so that's definitely going to help out. Oh, unlikely duo might be an option here just to guarantee that 4 ambusher. Sometimes you see people take this and that's exactly going to be the case. Leveling up straight away, doesn't even want to roll for anything else. Perfect scenario here for Experian. And sometimes you actually see, and I saw this over in the TOC over in China, that some people actually take this augment and sometimes don't even play the Savika. They prioritize just making sure that you can get the Jinx online and get that 5 ambusher in, or get the Rebel online, for example. But in this scenario, that Savika is also going to help out with that Chem Baron stacking.
And we usually expect an AD backline here for the Trundle. Something like a Corki, for example, after the 5 AD buff would have been huge. But in this case, for now, it's just going to be the Elise fully on the line with an Elise pair for Dasik.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Dasik has been slowed down. As we mentioned before, several other players running Trundle in the early going, so slowing down Dasik's ability to get the 3-star online. And it's, of course, scaling throughout the whole game. We can see Trundle does punch very, very hard. Goes right to the tail end and actually blows up the backline. These are the kind of rounds that trolling can pull off.
We love a bit of trolling counterfeit. That's exactly what Dasik is doing right now. Another round win for him as well, and that's going to mean that he's going to slowly creep up into that top 5 position. Topman and Experian still at the bottom right now, and these are, 2 players that can still be within contention of being crowned the EMEA champion.
Jinx pair for Experian. For what jungler, I was curious to see what he would be doing, because he found a few kind of free upgrades with both the Cassio 2 and the Blitz 2 after Wolves, but is now gone directly fully into Sorcerers, not going to consider Dominator. I think that's correct play, and does have the Zoe 2 already. So looking good for the German player on a 2-win streak now.
Is that a Savika poo?
It looks like one.
On stage 4-3? Where did that come from? Maybe that was I hear pings.
So there was a Golden Eco for Tartman very early on, and he purposely played into this full lose streak econ strategy to then try and 2-star 5 cost in stage 4. So that is that play, the reward for that play.
Wow, that's crazy, and be built for, Topman bringing Savika with double Sterax and the Bloodthirst. That means that she's just not ever gonna die and just be able to cast again and again and again. We'll keep a close eye on him going forwards.
Surely we don't get 2 Savika 2s on stage 4, right, Panda? I mean, Experian just picked up the pair. Surely, right?
You're the one cursing the players. Don't throw this on me. I want no part of this.
I'm trying to bless again. Savika next shot.
Yeah, but have you realized if you bless one player, you're cursing 7? This is not just free blessings. Someone has to lose here.
If I bless, okay, I didn't bless. I was gonna say if I bless twice, then I'm technically only cursing 6 and blessing 2. So
that's just good maths.
The numbers are getting better.
The numbers don't lie.
That's good enough as well. that's pretty good.
Oh boy, Experian was looking so frustrated in the previous round facing down that 2-star Savika, but he definitely can't make any claim at this point to say that no good luck comes his way. We've seen what this Jinx 2 can do before. She's not fully itemized as of yet, but she's still a massive threat.
Again, Chedizor here, who is pushing levels. It looks like sitting on 77 gold, all off of the early tempo spike that the TF2 gave him all the way at the start of stage 3. I'm curious to see if with this Automata +1, he's trying to play around Vertical Automata as a comp going into level 9 with something like a Malzahar. We haven't seen this very often or really at all this entire tournament, but it is a viable line that you can play sometimes in this current meta.
Interesting. No, I think you could be right. But certainly the Jace with the Automata emblem is going to be an absolute unit, but let's get our anomalies online. So you can see players like Jenny have got plenty of money to find the ones that they are looking for.
Ooh. Be Dragon's Soul on the Smeech here. One thing we've seen a few times already today.
He does change targets pretty quickly.
And the extra bounce. The extra bounce is going to help out a lot with the damage. You can see still rolling down as well, trying to hit some other units. Still has Echo 2 to try and find. Might try and go towards the Rennie 3 as well, as we Oh, could see a... That's crazy. Savika 2 being upgraded with
This
Anomaly.
is so brutal. That's maybe a little tempting. I mean, Topman's not got enough HP to play with. Remember, again, Topman is second place right now, 27 points. It's still possible for him to win out the entire event. So let's get locked in.
2 5-cost 2 stars in stage 4. What a way to end the EMEA Golden Spatula with some crazy high rolls at the end of this game. And again, keeping an eye on Wet Jungler on that right-hand side, currently sitting at the top on 67 HP. Needs to make sure he continues that momentum, but with so many players hitting other spikes on the board, and actually the Savika 2 might not even be good enough here to take down some of this form swapper board from Kevin Parker.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. It looks like we're still in for a scrap. Nobody maintaining a good win streak right now because it is all brawling face to face. Everyone from 4th place and below dropping down the HP 30s, 20s. And of course, Shuzo on just 7 HP overall. He will be fighting with everything he has. The Pit Fighter not quite up to Pit Fighter 6, and he is out of cash.
And Germany sending a message as we move into the true late game to stage 5 and 6. Wet Jungler staying healthy, 2-win streak, won that last fight, and Kevin Parker winning against one of Wet Jungler's direct competitors, also now at 63 HP and a 3-win streak.
He was to tell me to call it right now. This board from Wet Jungler, we just saw share your energy on that LeBlanc. Already has the Zoe 2 as well on the backline, as we briefly just saw. A very solid top 4 composition there being built up by Wet Jungler. As we take a look at Kevin's board here, trying to get a little bit more power. But yeah, as you can see, Swain 2 online, Zoe 2 online, share your energy and mentorship as well onto this LeBlanc. So the power that LeBlanc is giving over to the rest of the board from her ability as well is just absolutely absurd.
Looking at Didizor's anomaly, he picked up calling card on the Nocturne, maybe trying to hit Automata, hits Quick Striker instead. So we're going to have +1 Automata, +1 Quick Striker coming to stage 9, and still 50 gold to work with for Didizor.
Well, double 61, we haven't seen what he's been up to for a little bit. And it looks like we have got a more standard board coming out from him. Sentinels, Highway Digger, and the Ezreal. That is just raw power and raw tankiness across the field. It might actually be enough, and it just go down to the wire. It's by a tiny margin, but Wet Jungler takes the hit.
But Jungler is still pretty healthy though, and still has 62 gold in the bank, so can try and go to level 9, try and hit some of these legendaries, and just does it already. He doesn't even want to save the extra economy to try and roll down at all. He knows his spot. He knows his position. A top 3 is enough. Goes to level 9 at 5-2, trying to make sure that he can secure himself as the EMEA champion.
Just so unfortunate. Last game was already eliminated from making it to the global stage, the TAC crown. Spain once again will not be represented in the international stage, and 8th place for Tuso here.
He certainly gave us a hell of a show on the way there, but yeah, I mean, the competition is incredibly fierce here. Again, this is the last game of the entire tournament. We're battling to see who's the very best in EMEA right now.
My God.
They all get blown to pieces, and Loris, he's a hell of a tank, but he's the last one left standing. Surely he can't work his way through everybody else.
We just saw the power of Dragon Soul. Smeech immediately burst kills the 2 backliners, despite only having around 10% of his HP left.
Level 61, cooking up an insane board there with the Loris 3. As you can see, double Loris 3 as well with that clone in the middle. But just hasn't got enough damage, unfortunately, with this board to try and get online. And for double, one final straw left.
We just saw a massive roll down from Jedizor. 6 loss streak. I think he knows that he has to make something work right now. I'm not sure what his board ended up looking like. I wonder if he went into that Malzahar and the 6 Automata in the end.
Yes, I believe he's got 6 Automata online. Jedizor will be trying to turn his streak in this round. Double 61 though. I mean, he's got the world's tankiest front lines, plenty of time this Heimerdinger to stack up, but of course, getting stunned is no small thing. And Bessa dancing through. Ibrai out for the burst coming, but Loris does survive this time, and the backline stays safe. This front-to-back style fight, this is where Double 61's comp will thrive.
Enough in the end to take another win. Where Jungler, though, still getting 2 wins closer to the top as well. There is another Mouse of Hard potential on the carousel, but it does have
Caitlyn.
even Shroud, but which is not great.
Caitlyn for Tartman.
Caitlyn,
No one's
yeah.
denying. No one's denying. This is insane. It could. I'm not sure if it's a Caitlyn
That
pair,
Caitlyn
if it's
too?
the direct upgrade.
Yeah. Have to wait and see.
All right, let's take where we are. So again, remember, the win condition here for Wet Jungler, if he gets top 3, he becomes EMEA champion, winning his very first event overall in his career in spectacular fashion, and of course, leading the EMEA squad into the crown as our regional champion. There will be the 2-star Caitlyn, but money is a little tight.
Sells the
Nah,
Victor.
we don't need that. Just get the Caitlyn 2 online. It's time, baby.
I don't think he had the goal to sell the Camille, buy the 1-star, and build buy that Caitlyn. So selling a 6 cost, very surprising, but just kind of showing the power of Caitlyn and how it can be a real carry in these late fights.
Venusaur on his last life, or close to it, it looks like, with this Automata board, facing off against Wet Jungler, who's just trying to preserve HP. Every fight Wet Jungler wins is 1 step closer to locking in that top 3, to locking in his first ever championship. But Jedizor's plan almost works out there. Barely loses that fight.
But Jungler's still winning. He's still keeping his name up there near the top. And I feel like this extra HP that Wet Jungler has at the moment compared to the rest of the lobby is going to help him out immensely. As I mentioned, the share your energy on LeBlanc with that mentorship as well, giving so much stats to all of these sorcerers, just way too powerful. But for Tartman and Jedizor, one more fight could do it for them.
We'll confirm that Double 61 has been taken out of this game. Again, he will still be at the crown, irrespective of his results here today, but it does narrow the amount of potential finishes for the rest of the field. As you guys are saying, Wet Jungler, there's only a few scenarios where he doesn't become champion. Tartman is his closest competition. If he falls down here, that could really make it almost impossible for Wet Jungler to get caught.
Millie just buying so
Vika.
much time. The Caitlyn, can she clear out? It's just as Zoe left alive. The Caitlyn, the one last shot does come through. Big win for Tartman, staying alive in this race.
Tartman and Jedizor survive in the end. Kevin Parker goes low on HP. So suddenly the HP totals are getting lower and lower, but some players are still staying intact.
Oh boy. Experian has officially been eliminated as well. He was one of the 2 players along with Tartman who could conceivably catch Wet Jungler. And again, more and more spots being locked down here. We're even in a position here where Wet Jungler could even try to first place this last game to really cement himself as a dominant EMEA champion.
And Jedizor and Kevin both at 1 life. Potentially, both could get taken down in this next fight, and that would guarantee Wet Jungler finish in the top 3. So we could see this very next fight decide the championship.
Could be a double elimination. Jedizor and Kevin Parker could go out next round. Jace 2 is a huge upgrade for Kevin Parker, though, to keep himself alive. As you mentioned, Panda, 1 more step closer for Wet Jungler. This could be the fight for Wet Jungler that wins him the EMEA Golden Spatula.
Let's see if he's got enough gas in the tank. I mean, the board's looking pretty good. The share your energy from before pushes the power of LeBlanc onto the rest of the team, and he's going to rip through and take down absolutely everybody.
Kevin's
That's
out.
one more out of the field.
Jedizor Did he win this last fight? He lost as well.
Wet Jungler's
Wet
done it.
Jungler's our champion.
From all the way, the second place at Runeterra Reforged at the Global Championship. This is gonna be his first event win ever. What a time for German TFT. What a time for Wet Jungler. I don't know if he's even realized it. I think the moment just hit him.
I think now he's finally realized.
Player that really spiked, really improved his level from set 8 onwards, had a 3-set stretch that I think is still to this day one of the best 3-set stretches that we've seen coming out of any player from EMEA. Floundered a bit in his consistency in his last few sets, but now has reached that next level and so much confidence now going into the international stage in 2 weeks' time.
Incredible moment for Wet Jungler. Incredible moment for the EMEA scene as well. Wet Jungler, question now will be, can he go one further at the Tactician's crown as well in a few weeks' time? Because going back to set 9, he was the one that got so close to getting EMEA that crown at the Tactician's crown, and now he's going to be going into the Arcane as EMEA's best.
You see, it's really hitting him now. Like all of our players, has been something that's been working for such a long time. A chance to go back to the crown, to correct what went through before. I definitely feel like Wet Jungler sees himself as a potential crown winner, a potential champion across the entire globe. And, he couldn't ask for more momentum to go into that crown with.
I think this weekend and this EMEA Golden Spatula just proved that to these players, it's more than just a game. Kevin Parker yesterday, securing his first ever Tactician's crown. Wet Jungler today, securing his first ever EMEA Golden Spatula. And it means so much to these players. They've been putting countless hours, year after year, time after time. And you can see the emotions pouring out here for Wet Jungler.
Shout out to Daisik as well, trolling his way into this top 3. Across the last 2 games, Daisik has made up more points than the first 4 games of this day 3. So really solid mental from the OG competitor in EMEA, finishing strong in this day 3, and also going to enter the global stage with the right mindset, trying to represent EMEA to the best of his ability.
Small note about the game state. Both of the males have procced, so this should be over pretty damn soon. But it seems like Wet Jungler, he's got everything he could want. Not only winning out and becoming our regional champion, but dominating this last game. I really feel like this is a statement of intent going forwards.
There's one thing of winning the EMEA Golden Spatula. There's another for being so dominant every single day. Coming into day 3, he was second place overall on 67 points. Crazy performance here for Wet Jungler.
Tart been fighting for his life. The Caitlyn trying her absolute best, but it's just too much to handle there. I think this will be a double elimination. I have to imagine the board is just too strong from Wet Jungler, who dominated the entirety of the game, preserved the HP early. Everything was in his hands, and it will be Daisik versus Wet Jungler for that final fight. The Trundle trying his best to overcome this sorcerer board.
He's been doing work, this Trundle, for Daisik. So, honestly, I'm so glad to see Daisik back here in this position, even if it doesn't change the tournament results, to have this last moment of the Golden Spatula to share the stage with Wet Jungler and demonstrate he can absolutely hang with the best.
One final fight here for Wet Jungler. I love how he's still vibing, he's still singing away, he's still bouncing around with that smile as well. Emotions pouring out, but can this Trundle creep all the way into the back line, and can it take down this sorcerer board? Because this clump is not going to help the Trundle try and break through.
Unfortunately, he's turning back from the front, so this should be a done deal. And with that, we officially welcome you to the era of Wet Jungler. He's going back to the crown as the EMEA Regional Champion, the Golden Spatula winner. Everything belongs to him right now, and we'll see how much of an impact he can make on the stage, the Global Championship stage.
Really impressive game and really sad as well for the players that were in contention at the very end there. They played very risky strategies, which I think that they knew they had to really from the very beginning. We saw the difference between White Jungler streaking all of stage 2 and 3 and the other two competitors, Experian and Tartman, lose streaking 5 loss streak, trying to play for that huge win out, didn't pan out in the end.
Incredible moment. I think for German TFT, this is for Wed Jungler as well. This has been a long time coming, as you mentioned, Panda. One of the most consistent players in recent time as well. Going that step further, we know the potential that Wed Jungler has had for so long. Going that step further, winning his first EMEA Golden Spatula, it's going to be exciting to see what he's able to pull out when he comes up against everyone else at the Tactician's crown.
And it's wild to see Tottenham kind of in Wet Jungler's position in that game as being the one who had to hold back the tide. But ultimately, it was not to be today. Perhaps it will be on another. But for now, of course, we'll be going to our analysts in just a second to, of course, announce the official results overall and confirm who will be heading to the Tactician's crown in just 2 weeks' time. So, gentle friends, Makes and Alan, please do the final duties for today.
Hi guys, we're welcome back here on the Analyst Desk, and honestly, it was a crazy game. It was a crazy day, Alan, just looking at our amazing players. As always, it is a little bit sad when one of the bunch cannot make it, so I just want to say one more time, a great job to everybody that played in this entire weekend. We loved seeing you out there. It's been phenomenal. With that, let's take a look at our game and how that played out.
I mean, what an absolutely phenomenal performance from the jungler. Like, he knew that he just needs to be somewhere in the top 3 for pretty much guaranteed EMEA championship. And he just played a stable TFT, played for tempo, good arguments, and ended up getting Share Your Energy, which is absolutely above the line in terms of how good anomaly it is. And end up capping the board with just a standard Sork line, where we talked yesterday that we definitely think it's underplayed line, while Jungler just pulling it now once again and dominating lobby.
Absolutely right. Honestly, I also love seeing Dasig clawing his way back in there. He was the player that had kind of flip-floppy standings as we looked into this previous game. And this time around with something as cool as trolling, I mean, you kind of have to respect it. This is one of the hero augments we very rarely see. And Dasig just basically insta-clicking it, says, yep, I know the angle for this one. I can play to my outs. And he showed exactly how to do it.
Man, what a finish! What a way to finish the game with just a bit of trolling, right? And then the Tarte. I mean, there was a really cool moment. I don't know if we have the highlight of that, but on 4-3 or 4-2, we've seen Experion just slamming desk, pinging Sevika 2 from Tarte, killing his Smidge 3 in the fight where he shouldn't be losing fights at this point with this kind of board. And then after pinging, he receives Jinx 2 on 8. How? Like, this low piece was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was just, you know, serving it up. Complain and you shall be rewarded. Apparently, there's that clip actually right there. You can see him just slam his desk saying, this is unfair. Where's that Sevika coming from? And the next time we saw his board, yep, Jinx too. She arrived.
Dusty served.
That's right. Sometimes the complainers do get it. Don't tell Mortake said that. He's going to be upset at me for it.
Absolutely. But we've seen overall a way above average strength of the lobby, because we've seen things like 4-form swapper, Jace 2 going 5th. We've had Jedus or Barely going 4th from the crazy opener after Crux having like Shojin JG drop and just capping so well in pretty much just silver argument lobby, which is pretty much unusual for the no encounter.
Yeah, it is. And with that, I believe it is time to take a look at our standings. Of course, we know who's at the very top, our new EMEA champion, Wed Jungler. But we're going to be taking a look at the other players that will join him on this way to the Tactician's crown. 2 of them, not on this page, are already decided based on yesterday, Lakoko and Noel. And then here joining him will be Tartman, Experian, Jedu, Dasig, Double, and Kevin. Very, very exciting roster for all of us that will be going to the Tactician's crown. But with no time to spare, we do have the man here himself to talk to us and tell us a little bit about how this day played for him. Hello, Wet Jungler. Can you hear us all right?
Yep, I can hear you. Hello.
Perfect. Congratulations so much to getting back to Tactician's crown. But of course also to being our reigning EMEA champion. We saw kind of the emotions setting in there while the game was still ongoing. Was that when you realized?
Yeah. When I was top 3, I realized I won. Then my emotions came through.
Yeah, it was really lovely to see. We always appreciate it when you guys, react like that. And many people don't know that, but you're still studying and I believe also working while being this crazy good at TFT. How do you do it?
Not really anymore. I stopped studying like 6 months ago, I think. Also,
do you think that was the difference maker?
I would say so, I guess, yeah. So awesome. I could fully focus on TFT, and I guess it was the difference maker, yeah.
Definitely paid off. But going more into your mind, did you have any specific strategy going into the whole weekend? And if it changed anyhow for the final day?
Not really. I was just looking forward for my playstyle, just secure top 4 and get as much placement as possible. And I think the format for day 3 is just perfect for me because it's not checkmate and I can play my own game and just play for placements.
You're absolutely one of the most flex players in EMEA.
That wasn't a question. He just wanted to tell you.
Oh, it was just a summary of that. But overall, I just can't stress it enough how happy I am for you. It's just you finally got the dub there, which is well.
It was my first tournament win ever. So I'm pretty excited.
We're pretty excited too after coming so close previously, now finally with the title to back it up. But, I have a feeling there's a little secret you're keeping from the rest of the competition because every single time we see your camera, you're like vibing, you're singing along, you're like wiggling, dancing a little bit in your chair. What are you listening to? I need to know for my own games,
Yeah, just some music to help me concentrate and also just to vibe and not be very nervous while the games.
It seems to be working.
Yeah.
I have one more question at the time. Whenever I have a chance, I'm trying to get that out of the way and just get to know that particular thing on your mind. If the argument stats removal affected you overall positively, and do you think it's a step into the right direction for overall competitive of TFT?
I would say there were positive and negative aspects. I really like to look at stats and look how arguments are performing, but I wasn't the guy who was very into stats, just looking at the stats for like 1 minute and then just close. So there were some positive and negative aspects, but overall I think it better fits for me to not have stats.
You're more by heart player than by the stats.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on my thinking which augments I really like, and then I just pick them. Sometimes I I was looking at the stats, but sometimes I was just picking in my own intuition. So I think it was pretty good for me to not have augment stats.
I mean, evidently so, right? Winning it all here today, this weekend. How are you going to celebrate? Any plans? I know, of course, the Tech Crown is close, but maybe something nice you have planned for now?
I'm gonna chill now for the next patch because the Tactician's Crown is gonna play on the next patch. Probably watch an A later and just be in it. Just chill for now.
Just chill. That's a good approach. You are going back to the Tactician's Crown, this time as EMEA champion. You got second place last time you went there. Will this be the time where you take it all?
I hope so.
I hope so too. We'd really love to see you out there. But we do, of course, give you one more chance to do shout outs. Anybody you want to thank for, any study groups?
Yeah, I would shout out to my study group. I was joining like 2 days ago, and it's like the Chuzo, Kevin Parker, Daisy, Elia, Raptor, Orc, Lesha, Noel, and more. I think that's a pretty big study group now. Also, I want to shout out to my fans and for my family who are always supporting me.
That's awesome. Yeah, we heard of the Giga study group. It's basically just everybody that's at the top of this weekend, but you guys seem to be onto something. So very cool. Thank you so much, Wit Jungler. One more time, congratulations. Celebrate your win. You deserved it for sure. And we're going to be watching you at the Tactician's Crown. Take care.
Congrats, buddy, again.
Bye.
Bye.
Always a little bit chaotic, these interviews at the end of the day, but it's so great to hear from them and how they feel about, those big wins, those big achievements as they come on through.
Players get emotional, like getting finally results in when you come so close so often. Again, like you mentioned, last Tactician Crown second, and now being able to actually close it out and win. That's a big thing, and like you feel some sort of relief finally that yes, I got there.
Yeah, and he's not going alone because we do have all of our Tacticians Crown qualified players ready here. So let's take a look together at the absolute star roster that we are going to be sending. Alan, I feel very, very confident about our best and how they're going to be representing us on the global stage.
I don't think I could have thought of a better roster of the players sending to the Tactician Crown. I think this is the best we've ever had, and I'm feeling very confident on the results this set.
Me too. I am incredibly excited to see those players fight it out on the international stage. With that, though, that only leaves us to remind everybody to tune in to the Tactician's Crown this time around in 2 weeks. So not next weekend, in 2 weeks' time is where it all goes down. So make sure you mark your calendars right now, put a big red circle around it, call off all of your IRL meetings. You don't have time for this. You're going to be watching the Tactician's Crown instead. I promise it will be worth it. And thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you to the amazing team in front and behind of the cameras. If you want to stay in contact, you can follow us on Twitter at CompleteTFT. That's where the memes and the information is being dropped, as well as TikTok and Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, and YouTube and Facebook, it's Play TFT. If you want to check out the casters, it's !casters in chat. And we are very thankful for you guys for watching, for hanging out, and we hope to see you at the next one. Thank you very much and have a good night.
I'm gonna show 'em.